pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning. It's Wednesday, June 7th, 2017. This is a Curry County Board of Commissioners general meeting. We have County Council Huddle to my left, far left, Commissioner Gold, myself, Commissioner Huxley, to my right, Commissioner Boyce, and the administrative staff, John Jesuit. So, Commissioners, do we have any agenda amendments? Commissioner Boyce?
Mr. Chair, if I may, item number 11, new business, county newspaper of record. I'm not sure why that is under new business. I submitted that to the board for review on the May 24th general meeting. As I understand, you were going to review and research that. So I think that should be, if I may suggest moving that to administrative actions, we could have action on that today, would be my recommendation.
Where on administrative actions would you like to
I suggest the first one. I think we can probably get that done before lunch and after the webinar that we have scheduled.
Okay, Commissioner Gold,
I don't have a problem with that. That's fine.
On that, just for the record, I think what we did when that had been put on originally, I believe by you, I'm not sure.
That's correct.
And that we basically as a body said that we would put it on for this meeting, and we requested or directed the county accountant to, over the next week or week and a half, to get the information, detailed information from accounting on the total transactions for newspaper advertisements for a year. So that's where we are on that one. And then that, I believe, ended up as supplemental materials.
So were we able to work on that information for today?
That information was obtained, follow-up by the county council's assistant. Yesterday, it was received from accounting, and it is on, I believe, on supplemental materials that we have access to, but I don't believe it's been put on the website yet. There were approximately 6 pages.
Okay, so
John, you correct me if I'm wrong.
Not on the website, yeah.
Okay, but it is in supplemental materials? Okay.
So are you going to make that presentation, Mr. Chair?
No, but that's just not so much a presentation, it's just for discussion. So when we open it up for discussion, then we can go from there.
Well, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So the
County
question I
Council.
would have is there, then a motion to take the supplemental materials that the board has and put them into the record for today's discussion?
I think we need to, or we should, yes. So do we have a motion to do that?
Do that, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, call for that question.
Aye.
Aye.
And when the time comes, perhaps, I don't know, but maybe we can, when we're discussing that through our computer system, perhaps
we could
display
put that
those
up on the
items
screen.
up on the screen
So,
so people who hadn't seen
correct,
it before could
correct.
see it.
Good.
Okay.
And on that, John Jesuit? Okay, when we get to that, then I don't know if you have that on a flash drive now, but it would be easy for you to take a minute to go get, not this minute, but okay, when we get closer to that,
Sure. Or
if you would, so
yeah.
that we can put it on
Yeah, either flash or we could print it and use the Elmo.
Well,
way.
there's 6 or
Good.
more pages, so
All right.
I think it would be better if we had the
Computer.
document.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so
so
there
we're
was a
gonna
motion.
move-
Is there
we're gonna
a
move.
second and a
Yeah,
or just
we did.
consensus?
Correct.
Good. Okay.
Did that motion include moving it as an agenda amendment?
Yes,
Okay.
so we move agenda item 11A.
I believe it's the 8A.
It'll be 8A.
No,
and then
we move agenda item 11A
To 8A.
to 8, preceding 8A, just before 8A, to just before
Everybody turn your cell phones on. That's a great ring.
Okay, any other amendments, Commissioner Boyce?
In the supplemental file, I had inadvertently, in order to make the last Wednesday deadline for Commissioner Liaison changes, I sent it to John Jesuit staff instead of the BOC office. So apparently I didn't make the deadline. So I'm asking, what's the term, in interest of common sense, if we can have that.
I haven't seen even what you're talking
Isn't
about.
that under 11B?
No.
That's
This is
not?
different. This is in response to the vote on economic development, taking me off that position for planning director.
I would offer that for several reasons, because this, I believe, is going to be a marathon meeting.
I understand.
Number one, that we hold off until the next meeting, submit it to the BOC office, because this came up, I think, with another department recently too, where they did not send it to the BOC office. So that would be my suggestion, especially given the amount of items we have on this meeting today, period. We've already added an executive session, so that's my suggestion. I would not support it for that reason, but I'll defer that to Commissioner Gold.
I'm with you on that.
But not because I inadvertently sent it to a different computer.
No, that's
Okay.
happened before, and we've stood pretty firm, I think, on that.
No.
On that position. But,
No,
okay.
I can give you an example.
Okay,
to the
so
planning
we
director.
have two that are in agreement that
That's all
we'll
I have
defer
on
that.
That's all I have on agenda.
Okay,
amendments, Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Gold, do you have any agenda amendments?
No, I do not.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I move that we approve the agenda as amended.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Okay, call for the question.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, announcements. There is a workshop at 10 a.m. next Wednesday, June 14th, on basically meeting minutes of the commissioner meetings that we... You want to come up, please? Just so we have it on the record. This is an announcement then?
Well, it's, yeah, on the announcement, it just says that the,
You want to
sorry,
identify
Louise
yourself?
Kallstrom, County Accountant. On the announcement part, it just says that it's for the meeting minutes,
Correct.
but the auditors will be here doing presentations on the Curry County audit and the Curry County Public Transit audit.
Okay, so they will be here from Moss Adams then? Okay. Moss, thank you. And that's on the 10th. I'm sorry, the 14th during the 10 a.m. workshop. Okay. And then June 21st, Board of Commissioner meeting. Again, it's just an announcement that's scheduled for 10 a.m. on June 21st. County Council?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. When I got back and checked my email, I saw there was something about our switch had been replaced. Did that allow live streaming, viewing, or
Yes.
any of those kind of things?
Yes.
So that seems like might merit some type of an announcement.
Or celebration.
So I haven't been able to confirm that, so I just wondered, and I don't want to jinx anything, of course, but it seems like it's been a topic of conversation with the streaming and the not streaming, and I was hoping if we are back up and running, or how it's supposed to be, that people might make sense to let people know?
Assume that it was based
Okay.
on the Coos Curry Electric,
Okay.
IT
Good.
personnel.
All right.
So yes, so it's gone from what we ran into, just as one example, when the accountant was doing the final spreadsheets coming for the budget meetings, the network, because of these switches that county council had talked about, that had failed back in, I think, either late January or early February, and were replaced, but there was an issue on a planned shutdown with law enforcement being, everybody on the same sheet of music for 2 or 3 times. But the county accountant it was so slow on this data that was restricted. It was like you had a 6-inch diameter hole, for example, that you're putting data through, and it's going at a speed. And you restrict that down to about 2 inches or so, which was about 90% reduction, and try and put at the same speed, you can put they were only able to move about 10% of the data within the county.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
and-
That would be a half an inch.
No. Area equals pi
we get the
r squared,
picture.
but we don't want to get
Okay.
get there. I'm just giving an
Okay. I was
approximate
thinking-
example.
I was
Okay.
thinking radius, sorry.
No. Anyway, she's only a math teacher. So.
Oh, shush.
So anyway, so yes, it was, it affected even, believe it or not, saving spreadsheets, large spreadsheets. She was unable over a full weekend to get these saved, because every time she made a change, she had to save to see what the results were. She finally gave up on Sunday, I think. So anyway, we're back hopefully to where we were, and it's a huge improvement, going from 10% back to 100%.
Sure. Besides the county accountant being able to do spreadsheets, shouldn't this allow live streaming of our
Correct.
meetings?
Correct.
As
And-
intended and things
Correct.
like that? Okay,
Yes.
good. I
And
didn't mean to go into-
processing after the video of the meetings.
Didn't mean to go into
also.
that much of
Yeah.
detail. Thanks,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. Okay.
Okay, public comments. John, where's the stack so we can take a look here? Oops.
Did you want that timer set up? Looks
I
like
think
you've got a bundle of them.
I think he has it. Let's see. I want to see. GIS. If anyone else wants to make a public comment, please grab a public comment card off the face of the door back there, fill it out, and bring it up front. And okay, we have, I'm seeing here 3 or 4 different subjects. I don't see anything that's not on the agenda. So, but I do see one person here, Diane Daniels, that had wanted to speak on 8A, on the second reading of the ordinance, and had mentioned that she had another appointment or some such thing, and would it be okay if she spoke basically during the public comments on that, so she could not miss this appointment. So I would
I
certainly,
would sure be in favor
you
of
know,
accommodating that.
with
Mr. Chair.
accommodating
I'm
that,
fine with that.
absolutely. So, Diane, do you want to come up, please, and speak and identify yourself, please?
Hi, Diane Daniels, Curry County resident. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today regarding the proposal to establish a position of County Administrator. After reading and considering the comments and arguments of opponents of this concept, I still believe having a County Administrator is the best way for Curry County to move forward. During my time as a naval officer, I served at a diverse array of commands: Chief of Naval Operations, Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Pacific Command, and Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Pacific Fleet as a manpower and personnel planner. Naval Occupational Development and Analysis Center, where I assessed and determined how work should be divided into Navy occupations. Naval Human Resources and Management Detachment, Naples, Italy, as a management consultant and troubleshooter. And Naval Administrative Unit, Scotia, New York, as the officer in charge of the base, including security, public works, housing, commissary, exchange, mini-mart, diner, supply, contracting, legal services, child care, morale, welfare, and recreation facilities. I was promoted and earned awards for outstanding performance in these jobs over my 21 years of service. This demonstrates my expert knowledge on operations of an entity such as Curry County. It makes sense to have a county administrator take care of day-to-day operations, enabling commissioners to focus on plans and policies, especially strategic planning and resolving the county's fiscal problem. 3 people cannot co-supervise. That's one of the primary causes of the failure of past commissioners to resolve issues large and small. Think too many cooks spoil the broth? It's true. Another major deficiency in the efficient running of the county is the lack of a strategic plan. We've run from budget to budget in both flush and during economic hardship, with no long-range goals and vision for the county. Without a strategic plan, we know neither where to go nor how to get there. Curry County is rudderless. A strategic plan, including specific actions for attainment, is the only way the county can be successful in the future. It should be a major focus of the commissioners. The suggestion this change requires a vote of the people per Oregon Constitution is spurious. Changing the county form of government to a charter format would. Counties of either format have the option of creating or deleting positions without vote of the electorate. Last, it's a moot point whether the commissioners' positions are full or part-time. There's no required number of hours for them, but time and effort are factors voters consider when electing or re-electing any elected official. At all levels, voters expect them to put in the time to get the work done. It's a public service position, not a career job. Spinning off part of the compensation along with the work is appropriate and pays for the change. Are you a commissioner to make money or make the county better? If it's the former, I think you're in the wrong place. Thank you for your time, attention, and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do either of you have any questions for Diane or comments?
Are you applying for the job with your background? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. On the rest of the speaker slips, what we'll do, and I think what we did the last general meeting, we'll hold those until the agenda item and then still give the individual that wants to speak the option of speaking before the topic's discussed or at the conclusion after that particular item is discussed. So that said, we're going to you want to come up, Sina, please? This is Sina Crook in the accounting office. Yours is an executive session item.
Right, and so it wouldn't be normally addressed here because it would be an executive
Okay.
session, but I want to talk to the public and the board in regards to the negotiations.
And so the board may be able to listen, but I would recommend not commenting.
To Sina's comments.
Right.
Okay, but you're okay with Sina
I don't have any control
okay.
over what Sina Crook says. And
True.
Assume
Okay.
assume you're speaking as an individual and perhaps as a member of an organization that's
Exactly.
affiliated with some county employees, but you're not speaking on behalf of Curry County.
Right.
Okay, so
Okay,
with
so
that, I think you can listen, but I'd recommend not saying anything.
typically, again, you know, if we treated the same, and I'll put it back to the other two commissioners, I think Well, then do what we allowed Diane Daniels to do, then assuming that you could get back to work and you don't want to sit here for 2 or 3 hours, then I would.
Mr. Chair, you might ask some of the other
Okay.
people on public comment if they have problems staying also.
Okay, so we'll get to that then. Are we okay with
Yes.
allowing Sina
Thank
Crook
you.
here?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Sina, you have the floor.
Okay, I'm Sina Crook. I am a county employee in a SEIU position, and I just want to address the board and the public in regards to the ongoing negotiations, not any of the direct issues that we're doing in the meetings. Just want people aware of it's happening. We've been in labor negotiations since April, and one commissioner has attended one session, and we want to present our case to the entire board and to the public. So with the 2010-11 contract, in light of the county's financial problems, SEIU members agreed to freeze our wages and take no cost of living increase. The county would continue to contribute the same amount to each employee's monthly health insurance premiums. SEIU members have agreed to those conditions with each contract since. During this time, the employees' portions of health insurance premiums have increased, along with the cost for food, gas, and housing. While the SEIU employees struggle to make ends meet with wages frozen at 2010 levels, the county leadership has agreed to wage increases, health insurance payment increases, and cost of living raises for the other bargaining unit. They've purchased new sophisticated electronic equipment for 2 meeting rooms and contracted with somebody out of the county to operate it. They've replaced retiring managers at higher salaries than the ones retiring. They've contracted with a new audit firm for $30,000 to $50,000 more than the audit firm the county had been using. And they're considering creating a highly compensated position of county administrator. With various departments spinning off the county, SEIU positions have decreased from 45 to 19. We take great pride in the work we do for the county and would like to be appreciated for what we do. We have gone without for too long, and now we would like our step increases back in place at today's rate, the annual cost of living increase, and we'd like the county to pay the full premium for each SEIU member's health insurance. So those are just things that we've contributed to helping the fiscal problems with the county, and we just feel like we would like to be appreciated, and we just want to bring that to the attention of everybody. Thanks for listening.
Sina?
Yes.
Commissioner Boyce?
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
yes.
Are you going to present that in written form for the record by chance?
I could.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
I don't think there's any hurry on that.
All right. Thanks.
Also, how many years have you worked here?
I've worked here since January 2009.
Thank you. Thanks for the great work, too.
Okay, I'm going to separate quickly the rest of these.
Mr. Chair, you
Commissioner,
might want to ask the
okay.
other public
I will,
commenters if they
I just
need
want to
to.
separate these first and we'll see
Okay.
where we. Okay, we have 2 on the webinar that's scheduled for 11:30 this morning on the GIS. That's agenda item 6C. We have, so we'll put those aside. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the county administrator. So of any of those 5 first, let's talk about the county administrator. Would anybody like to speak now or wait? I see 3 hands. I think the clerk's hand went up first. So would you like to speak? Okay, and then Catherine Wiley? Yes, and then I see Maggie. Yes, would you like to speak also?
And Lucy Labonte.
And I see,
Got her hand up.
okay, Lucy, now I don't, oh, yes, I do, I'm sorry, okay. So, okay, let's take that then in the way that the hands went up with Renee Coleman, the county clerk first, please. And this is going to be on agenda item 8A under administrative actions, the second reading of the ordinance establishing a county administrator.
Yes, thank you for letting me go early. I appreciate that. Good morning. I'm Renee Coleman, Curry County Clerk for the record. And as I am sure you're all aware, that the people reserve the right through the initiative and the referendum process to create or reject county law, except when the local governing body places an emergency in it. And by adding an emergency in a proposed ordinance, it removes the rights of the voters to place the ordinance on the ballot to be voted on. The proposed ordinance declares an emergency necessary for the preservation of the health, safety, and welfare of the community. And citizens have asked me, what's the emergency? So hopefully you can help and take this opportunity to explain the emergency as it relates to preserving the health and the safety and the welfare of the community. And if you've already addressed this at your first hearing, I think that our citizens would appreciate an explanation of it. I think it'll help. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask County Council, do you want to address that now, or do we want to just hear the other comments and then at your discretion how you might want to address that or not during the actual discussion of the agenda item?
Well, I think when she said it takes it out of the referendum or the rights of the citizens, I think she's mainly talking about referendum. I think the citizens have initiative rights.
That's correct.
And then I think it shortens the time frame for signature gathering. So,
That's correct.
Okay, there you go.
That people don't have the right to file the petition with the
Yeah.
clerk to refer it to the ballot when you put an emergency clause in. And citizens have asked me what's the emergency that warrants not being able to put it on the ballot. So I thought if you would address it, I think it'd help the citizens understand why.
So, Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Boyce?
I've not read anywhere where we have actually declared an emergency for this ordinance.
The ordinance itself has an emergency declaration in it.
Any further comments on that, County Council?
No, I think the board will be discussing the item
Okay.
when it comes up. This is public comment.
Okay. Okay, the next one I believe was Catherine Wiley that raised her hand. So Catherine, you want to come up, please?
Thank you, and I truly appreciate the opportunity to speak early. I have an interstate conference call, and I didn't realize how large the agenda was, and Maggie is riding with me. So I just wanted to, again, informally address some of the issues that have come up after my presentation of the last meeting, as well as in the pilots edition on Saturday. I think that it is maybe on purpose being confused that this is a change in government, and it's not a change in government. It's a change in how our current government is being run. And just to clarify that there are 20 general law counties out of 36 in the state of Oregon. 11 of them have administrator positions. In addition to those 20, there are 9 which are indeed home rule. And if we were going for home rule, it would be a change in government and would require a ballot measure or initiative. So it's very clear that over half of the counties, which are general law counties, already have an administrator, and there are more that are being added, and none that have changed their policies regarding administration. The other concern that I'd like to address has to deal with the purported role of our former county council as an administrator. I think that is if it were true, it never had been published as such, and if it were functioning in that manner, perhaps it should not have been in view of the costs and so forth. And I'd like to state very clearly that the confidence in county council, if anybody wants to look at our current county council and the background information and documentation that has been provided down to job descriptions, I think our county council should be thanked for the work in doing the role of a county council. And I would appreciate that role remaining as such. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I speak in support of a county administrator.
Thank you. Commissioner Boyce, you have a question?
Just to understand, your recommendation is that there be two separate positions there between the county council and the county administrator.
I do not believe county council, it is appropriate for an attorney to necessarily be, if there were one who were qualified to be an administrator and happened to have a law degree, I wouldn't be opposed to that. But county council has specific functions relating to advising particularly and advocating the board, you yourself. And no, I don't think that county council should be an administrator. I think it should be a separate and independent position with the qualification. You know, it's like people can have a lot of initials after their names, but it doesn't mean that they're qualified for other roles and responsibilities that may not be included in those particular degrees.
Just one more quick thing, Mr. Chair. The 20 counties that you referenced, did you say 9 or 11? Basically half, though, have county administrators.
I'm sorry.
Did I
There
hear
are
that correctly?
20 general law counties. There's a list that's available.
I have that.
I could read them off to you. Of those, 11 have administrators, which is over 50%. And then on top of that, you've got 9 that are home rule counties. So if you add the 11 general law counties, which is what we are and still will be, that's over 50% that have an administrator. Plus you have the 9 home rule counties, which also have administrators, and that's 20 out of 36 that have administrators.
Thank you.
And that documentation is available. I just didn't make extra copies.
I have it, thank you.
Oh,
It is
there
good
you go.
info.
Thank you.
We have it.
Thank you. I think the next one was Maggie. Maggie, you want to come up and identify yourself, please?
I'm Maggie Runyon from from Harbor, and you're going to hear me speak a little bit about home rule, quite a bit about home rule. I am not trying to push home rule, and I want you to understand that. So when I mention home rule, I'm not saying that we're working on home rule, because this is an entirely different thing. We will still be a general law county. Having an administrator is what we're talking about. But there are some things that do happen to fit in with home rule. Home rule is a term that is frequently used, but which has a multiplicity of definitions. The U.S. Bureau of the Census defines home rule local governments as those governments in which the form and the organization of the government is specified by a locally approved charter rather than by general or specific state law. There are other definitions of home rule which allow for a broader use of local power. Oregon recently celebrated its 100th anniversary of home rule. And this was something new for me. I found out last night that it was started. The amendment was passed, the Oregon Constitution passed by the voters in 1906, which were unique compared with the many amendments passed in other states. Home rule is what is used by the city of Brookings and many other cities in Oregon using voter-approved counselors and a city manager. And now this is where I became involved. I was a newbie in Oregon, and some reason or other I came to a meeting where there were some people sitting there, and I was listening to it, and I have no idea why I got to that meeting. But all of a sudden, they started talking about changing the government, and I thought, this is crazy. I'm out of here. As soon as this meeting, I'll never be back again. Well, somehow or other, I got appointed to do the job that they asked me to do, and I changed my mind. In 1958, an amendment to the Oregon Constitution authorized counties to adopt home rule charters. Not until 1958. From 1906 was just the cities. We're allowing them to adopt a locally approved charter, which was fixed for that county. The county itself made it up to fit them, so that the charter of one county does not match the charter of another county now necessarily, rather than going by general or specific state laws, which are basically the same old thing. You're just with the same old thing, but that's okay if it works. As a result, the National Advisory Commission on Intergovernmental Relations identified the county governments in Oregon as having the highest degree of local discretionary authority of any state in the nation. 9 counties in Oregon have adopted home rule charters, wherein voters have the power to adopt and amend their own county government organization. 1962, Lane and Washington were the first. 64, Hood River. 67, Multnomah with Portland. 72, Benton. 78, Jackson. 80, Josephine. 88, Clatsop. And 93, Umatilla. These counties are, well, first I have to say here, the appointment that I was given, the assignment I was given, was to contact these 9 counties and find out what they liked about home rule, what they didn't like about home rule, what would they change if they had a chance to, and any other things that they liked or disliked. Well, the main thing that I heard was anything that they didn't like, they were able to change because their charters were set up so they could change it. And as I continued in talking to these people, what I came back down with was these counties were still happily using their home rule government. This was back in 2007, 08. And the charter failed because there were several things against us. The paper was against us. Many people in the community, other people were like me. They didn't see any reason for changing, so we didn't change. But the main thing that the people liked was the administrator, someone that would help to bring the whole thing together. And that's what I'm saying now, is that I think that administrator or manager would help with this, just like it has with the cities. The counties that I went to, there was not one that was not unhappy, that was unhappy with having home rule. But the main thing that they liked was the administrator manager. This information was taken from the Home Rule in Oregon Cities, 100 Years in the Making, the League of Oregon Cities, September 2006, and there are many other things on the internet that are like this, and we'll bring the information to study.
Thank you, Maggie. Comments or
No.
comments?
You know,
Okay, the next one was Lucy Labonte.
Good morning, Lucy Labonte, 98645 Agnes Road. When I first looked at this, my main concern is the job description, and I see that's a separate item. I'm just going to give you what I wrote about the job description because I went past it as it is. There's some big flaws.
would you give us your background, please?
Actually, I'm speaking as a private citizen
Okay.
today. I do agree a strategic plan is important that Ms. Daniels brought up. When I was a county commissioner, my first year, we passed an economic development plan that was used all the way through the George Rhodes administration. And we had tried to do a second one. They said if the county did not get ONC funds, it would be like having a nuclear disaster. So that financial advisor never could complete that plan because there were no other answers at that time. I just bring that up because she brought that up. As far as a full-time county administrator, great idea if you have a lot of money. And I know that you all took salary cuts. I think that's great. I know that the people of Curry County voted for 3 full-time commissioners. So I hope that just because you're taking salary cuts, that you don't just be in the office part of the time. I come in here a lot, and it's hard to find somebody in the commissioner's office. And maybe having an administrator, if you kind of change your job description, because that's quite an overloaded job. Maybe that person would have time to talk to the public sometimes. I guess the biggest concern I have is that even though there are, I guess it was said 20 counties that have administrators, Curry County is one of the poorest counties. We are in a crisis. There have been times in the past when county commissioners have actually had to go out on CATs and do road work in the 1980s when we were in a crisis. And I'm kind of concerned that the price of this is going to be very expensive. I know that I've been in the county for 34 years. I've seen City of Brookings administrators and their contracts costing that city hundreds of thousands of dollars. I've seen the same thing at several of the ports. When they contract a county administrator, there's usually either a golden parachute clause or they have to pay unemployment if that person doesn't work out. And it's very hard to get the perfect person the very first time. That's a challenge. I guess in the job description, my main point was I hope that they have some county experience and know county law, because you can have the best county council in the world. I felt mine was really good, but there were times I'm sitting up there and I'm going, well, wait a minute, you need to research that, because I remember back in 1994, the commissioners did that. Next meeting, we'd come back and I was right. So if you have a county administrator that doesn't know county law, you're going to be in big trouble. So that's really what my comments are. I think this is going to pass no matter what anybody says. That's unfortunate. I know that my decision-making process is different. I never made a decision until it was time for the vote. And that way I could listen to all the input and be as fair as I could be. So that's my comment. I hope you look at my changes in the description, because I do think it's pretty, hopefully you won't pass that today. It's definitely got some flaws unless it's been updated since the copy I got last week. Thank you.
You were commissioner 8 years.
Pardon?
You were commissioner 8 years, 2 terms.
I was a commissioner for 2 terms. That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Dave. There you are. Dave, do you want to speak now? You said speak before discussing, so I saw your note on this. Okay.
Good morning, I'm David Barnes. I've spoken on this before, you know my feelings on it. I don't necessarily know that I'm still opposed to an administrator, I'm opposed to the wrong administrator. A couple of things I'd like to point out though on this ordinance that you're going to discuss in a little while. Some things, when you get down, if you could open the ordinance, when you get down to the appointment of the administrator, it says the county administrator shall be appointed by and serve at the pleasure of the Board of Commissioners. Is that by unanimous or consensus vote that you hire this person? John?
Oh, it's a 2/3.
Yeah. So okay. So it's not a unanimous, it's 2/3 vote. You've been talking about this for a while now and saying how having to go through the 3 of you creates boondoggles and things don't get done. You know, and it'd be much better if it was all streamlined through the office of the county administrator. If you turn to page 2 of your ordinance in section 1.17040, board member interactions, the last sentence of that section says that any direction to the administrator shall be by a majority vote of the board. What difference does it make? You know, how are you getting rid of the 3 people answering? You know, you've framed this as a problem where the 3 of you have to get together before anything can be decided, and having an administrator will alleviate that problem. According to what I see in this ordinance here, again, you're creating the same problem that you've had before, where your county administrator has to go through 3 of you before you can do anything. The last thing I want to talk about is over in section 17.090, permanent vacancy in acting county administrator. I know that I've heard talk of appointing interims, but according to the wording of this here, that would not be possible until a person has already taken this job and then left this job. You would not be able to appoint an acting until such time as that had happened. Because as it stands right now, there is not a permanent vacancy, and that is the mechanism by which you're allowed to appoint an acting administrator. Again, it says here that it is shall designate an acting county administrator, but again, it doesn't mention whether it is by unanimous or by just a consensus vote, whether you would do that. Is that again just a consensus vote?
Right, legal action for the Board of Commissioners is a majority vote. So.
Okay, to follow up on something that Ms. Labonte said, since 2 of you have already decided that you're doing this, you have effectively, when you do this, you will effectively silence Commissioner Boyce, give him no say in the hiring process, the firing process, or anything else. And as a resident of this county, I elected him to speak for me too, not just the 2 of you. So, you know, I'd like you to take that into consideration, and I'd like you to consider changing this, that an appointment or a termination be done by unanimous decision of the board, so that all 3 of you have a voice and not just 2 of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Boyce?
can we move this up on the agenda, and while we have people here that are interested in what our positions are, and before some of them have to leave? Too late for agenda amendments?
Yeah, I think we allowed some latitude in what we did, even in the comments there, to go this direction. You know, it was to be comments about, you know, because they had to leave for other, you know, appointments, et cetera. So I don't think we should start
Mr. Chair, accommodating the public is a,
moving things any more than we just did. That's my county council.
Well, after Commissioner Boyce.
just accommodating the public is what
County
we're here
council.
for, and it's a good thing.
And
Thank you.
I would just like to remind the board, for instance, on presentations, we have Luke Pike from Curry Transfer, and in the past, Mr. Pike has shown up to do a presentation, and the meeting ran extra long, and he wasn't able to do his presentation. We have the presentations at the beginning to accommodate the public as well. So, I think the arguments work both ways. So, that's just for the board's information.
Do we have, Mr. Chair, do we have any public comment on Mr. Pike's presentation?
No,
Okay, thank you.
no. So I think unless you would agree with Commissioner Boyce, I would be inclined to leave it as we are and then move at this point to the presentations to agenda item 6A.
Well, I think we've already approved the agenda,
Yeah.
so as amended.
Okay.
So I say we move on.
Okay, so let's, with that, then move to presentations. Agenda item 6A is a presentation by Mr. Pike from the Curry Transfer and Recycling. And John, just what you want, do you need to do anything for the, okay, so, okay, thank you. Yeah, I thought there was going to be a PowerPoint or something. You have the floor.
Okay. Luke Pike with CTR. Thanks for giving me a little bit of time. This year, customarily, as we incur cost, we come to you and request a rate adjustment based on the CPI prior year, so 2016, on the Portland-Salem docket. This year, for 2016, that was 2.1%. That rate adjustment would result into a 51-cent a month increase for the basic 32-gallon cart. That's our most popular cart, and that's kind of the range that would affect the most population. We are asking that take into consideration that it begin in July. The rate adjustment helps us incur the increasing costs of labor and our increase in disposal costs at Dry Creek landfill and transportation as they continue to rise. One other thing I just wanted a quick mention that one of the things we've been working on, in our last presentations was, the recycling and the DEQ recycling goals. One of the things that we wanted to let you know that we've stopped burning the yard debris that we've collected at our transfer sites. That will now go haul that to Medford Dry Creek landfill, where they will mulch it and reuse that product. So that's a big benefit to the state of Oregon and to the county for we'll now receive credit for those recycling material. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Commissioner Gold?
So you are paid for the materials that you send over to Medford? Good. So would that offset some of these increases?
The rate increase?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some of it, potentially. Probably not. That's not what this increase was for. It was just it's kind of a change that we have to incur. I would like to keep it, if somebody had a place in the county that we could take this material to and mulch it up and reuse it in our area, that would be a lot more beneficial. But
So is the amount that you pay for transportation, is that the transportation cost less than the amount that you receive for the materials, or no?
yeah, it's
About even, or?
yeah.
Okay.
Good question.
Did you, County Council, did you have a question? Or
Oh,
I saw you raise your...
Yes, I did. Just, Mr. Chair, just to remind the board and everyone else that on June 21st, the rates will go to the board at its regular annual rate adoption. So this is information, and the action will be on June 21st to consider adopting these rates.
Did you have any comments? Just as someone who's occasionally goes to that dump site, and in past years has been there when they were burning, it's disaster. It was. I mean, depending upon what was burning, the way, was it a little wet? Was it blowing towards you? There were times you could not stand there and breathe. You could not. It was that bad. It was definitely that bad.
If you didn't have a big wind,
and you could not stand there. Yeah.
That was one of our main reasons, was just
terrible.
Sheer risk.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Just from
if the wind picking up and catching,
well, that also, but just for the fellow that was there, when it come out, it was
yeah, he would come
really
back
bad.
to,
Really
after his
bad.
shift up there, he would come back to work, and as soon as he walked into our office, the whole office,
you could smell it. Sure. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or?
No. I just know there's a lot of people on fixed incomes that, including my mother, 99 years old, that this is a big hit, so.
Thanks for your
Thank
consideration.
you. Okay, agenda item 6B is a 5-year anniversary of service. District Attorney Dial.
Thank you, Commissioner Oxley. Everett Dial, District Attorney. I am proud to say, and I think both the DA office and the county is fortunate that we've had Jake Condi working here for the past 5 years. I'm really happy to give him the pin and the certificate of service. But before I do that, I want to talk a little bit about him. I was thinking of what adjectives describe Jake the best. He's very positive, he's very hardworking, he's capable, and he's fearless. As to capable, one of the things about Jake is he has taken expert defense witnesses to task. And in a DUI case and a sex abuse case, he's filed motions to challenge their qualifications, their results, their findings, basically succeeding in the courtroom in rendering those experts to the point where the judge says they have nothing to testify about, which is really helpful because a lot of times experts can mislead a jury and so on. And just one of the things I want to point out about that is some of his examinations of those experts are used by DOJ in training now. That they've actually taken the transcripts and used those. The thing that I like and appreciate the most about Jake is he's fearless. Before I became DA, the prior DA told me that she had hired someone as a deputy, that deputy gone in the courtroom, and when it was their turn to start, screamed and ran out of the courtroom and never came back to the DA office. With Jake, it's kind of the opposite. He'll take any case I give him to trial. In fact, I don't think he'd ever tried a sex abuse case. And I had a sex abuse one where a 4-year-old child had been victimized by a sexual predator. And he said, I'll take that. And I said, okay. And Jake went to a trial on that particular case, and that man ended up getting 30 years in prison. So, and that was a very successful and important case because of the nature of what that man had done to the child. So, you know, we're really lucky here to have Jake. And so with that, I do want to give him his certificate for 5 years and the pin. And thank Jake very much.
Fighting crime.
Comments?
Jake's rather personable too. I'm sure all of you know him.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Boyce, Commissioner Huxley, Commissioner Gold, thank you very much. It's been wonderful to work here. It's been wonderful to work for Mr. Dial, who was an excellent attorney who's forgotten more about law than I don't think I'll ever learn. It's wonderful to have such a good resource for me as I've been going on my career. He's provided great leadership in the office and an opportunity where you have great independence to work the way you want to, but also all of the tools you need when you need help, which frequently we do. This is a great place to work. I think the best thing about it is law enforcement's kind of a funny thing. When it's doing its job, you don't really know it's there, because if it's working hard, it's keeping the bad guys away, and then you don't see them so much. And if they're not working, you see the bad guys running wild, then everybody goes, well, where's the police? Don't they do anything? So I think efficient policing tends to make itself a bit of a chameleon in the community, but having had a chance to work with some great leaders around here, such as Sheriff Ward, Chief Andrews, Chief Wallace down in Brookings, Chief Hobart in Port Orford, now Sergeant Aid a lot. We have a wonderful group in our law enforcement here that really want to keep the county safe. They work hard, they're good men, women, and they want to make a positive difference. And the best thing for me and for our office is we have such great people to work with. And I'd extend that even to include our other county partners, our mental health, our juvenile department, and our child welfare. They're dedicated, they're wonderful individuals to work with, and they're trying to do good things, and they care. They're not just here to collect their paycheck. They're here, a lot of them could get a better paycheck elsewhere. They are here to make a difference. They want to make the community safe. They want to make it better. And I think by and large they do. It's not always perfect, and sometimes these days you feel like you're digging through a sand dune a little bit, trying to get to the other end. But there's a lot of good folks around here, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank them. So thanks to them, it makes this job a good job to work.
Thank you, Jake.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, congratulations, both of you, and your work too on the Public Safety Coordinating Council. I know you're spread pretty thin, and I'm just going to encourage you to keep contributing as you have greatly to that. So,
Thank you, Mark.
thanks a million.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna have a while yet. We'll come back to, because it's scheduled for 11:30, we're gonna come back to item 6C on this webinar. We'll come back at 11:30, so we're gonna move to the consent calendar, which is agenda item 7A. And it has one item in that calendar, amendment to the intergovernmental agreement, or the IGA, for the Juvenile Dependency Partnership. Have any comments on that, commissioners, or?
I'll move that we approve the consent calendar.
I'll second that.
Any further comments? Call for the question.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now we're going to move to, and one question for, I guess, County Council, I'm not sure. Would it be okay if we asked, or if you asked Brenda to get that particular file, the newspaper file, from the supplemental on a flash drive so we can get it in here? Or should I have John Jesuit go get it?
I'll send an email to Brenda right now.
Okay. Thank you. So we agreed to move agenda item 11A, discussion and review for a newspaper of record, to follow the consent calendar, be the first item under agenda item 8, administrative actions and appointments. So before we have the representatives from the newspapers come up, do we have any questions or comments? We'll start with Commissioner Boyce on this.
Thank you, Mr.
topic.
Chair. Just assuming that we can make progress and vote on this today and not delay any further.
Do you have any comments?
My only
Commissioner
comment, after looking at what's going on, we know that we have to publish in a newspaper. My only concern is that we watch the public's money judiciously and let the two newspapers bid for whatever and go from there.
So do we have a budget for that? I've not seen that before. And what?
Well, there are so many different departments that do this. And when I mentioned, I asked, after I learned that it wasn't on the regular agenda packet, I asked that as soon as it was put yesterday or about to be put into the supplemental, that if they would please send me a copy. So it is 6 pages. These are just when they're getting this, I'll just make what my observations were.
Appreciate that,
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
after review of all of the.
Can I make one more comment?
I don't, can you? You may.
Oh, thank you. They usually charge by the column inch. And so if we compare those two things, that's how we would, in my opinion, make a decision.
Okay.
Because what's going to happen is it's in a newspaper. I don't know how many people read that information, but it also will be on our website. So we can give the public the information via the newspaper and on our website.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Boyce?
I'll withhold my comments until we have the testimony, if that's okay.
Okay. Give us just a couple more minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Pardon me?
I believe that we have some information, Matt and I have met and spoke, that we'd like to present before you.
Oh, yeah, we wouldn't be making a decision before hearing from you. Give us just a few more minutes here, because I'd say we'll get this so that the individuals in the meeting room can see these also. There were 2 documents. John Jesuit had made one with a newspaper, and we'll put those up on the screen also. A newspaper rate research, and looked at circulation, per column inch, cost per column inch, per thousand circulation. The thing that jumped out to me in reviewing the 6 pages, and it was basically all the accounting transactions for newspaper ads, or to the best of our knowledge, that's what it was. I had commented that, at least in past years, you would see some of these very, very large ads coming in the newspapers come around budget time, because the different taxing districts, the different cities or the county would publish these large, so small you almost need a magnifying glass to read them, but they would take up a half, 3/4, or a page or more in some cases. In past years, I'd seen that. And I didn't see any dollar amounts here that even came close to saying that that's what is occurring now. Okay, so there's, okay, that was the county accountant, just for the record, had mentioned that one has not, but I was looking at last year's documents. This was a period 7/16 through 6/17. Pardon me? Well, but it's for a whole 12-month period. So in this 12-month period, July of 2016, I assume July 1, to June 30th of 2017.
But the budget, last year's budget
Okay.
would not have been in there, is that correct?
There would have been, pardon me?
You might want Louise Carlson
Yes, you want
to
to come up, please? I expected to see both the assessor's publication of property tax delinquencies and the publication of the entire budget to show up somewhere in a full year of accounting records,
Okay.
regardless of what year it was
Louise
in.
Carlstrom,
Okay.
County Accountant. What you're looking at are the transactions from July 1st, 2016 through to this yesterday. It is not including June of 2016.
Of 2016, okay.
It's
Which
just
would it
this
would have been in
current
June
year's
of
cost.
2016.
It would have been in June.
Okay.
And so I don't know when the tax
Okay.
department publishes what you're talking about, but our financial statement and notice of
Okay.
budget hearing will be in the paper on June 14th. I've been working on finishing up the financial summary for that publication, so it's not
Okay.
it's
It's not
something
in
that
here. It's
is-
not in this data
is
that we
done
have,
early
so we
in the
don't
year,
know
yeah.
what that larger ad
Yeah.
would cost. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Just one other quick comment before he puts these documents up on the screen. The total of the advertising, or the newspaper advertising that was on these 6 pages was about $7,000, thereabouts.
And I think that
Okay.
you need to look very closely at some of those items, because some of them are not advertising, they are promotions.
About half of this amount was for the fair. That was going to be
Yeah.
my
But there's
comment.
also
Okay.
costs in there that are, it's not just advertising, it's advertising and promotions. Some of those costs are not actually
John.
advertised.
John Jezel, we may need you to navigate between the documents.
Okay.
Oh, you've got the clicker? Why don't
Mr.
you-
Chair.
Maybe you give it to the chair to,
Oh, good luck on that one.
yeah,
Excuse
show
me.
it, tell us how that works.
You can get that right out of
I
there.
wanna
Go
know the
down
secret.
and no, up a
Close
little
the
bit
Right, that box there.
and click that right arrow, just down, up, right there. Just click that and it'll get out of there. There you go.
JJ, can you use that mouse from your chair?
Yes.
Or I can,
Yes.
we can give the chair the mouse and he
Or
can,
John can, go through it.
I'm starting to see dots in my eyes all over the place. Little arrows are going
You can
everywhere.
move up or
thank
down
you.
on the
I-
right there,
Fly.
John, because you have access.
I didn't memorize
It
the
is
pages,
going
but
all over the place.
You want to start at the
No wonder.
top?
if you just go down, I think you should go down a little bit. Keep going. There, right there.
Page 3 of 6.
Okay,
Seeing
so
things,
you
or is
see
there
these
something
two,
going
the
on
Car
there?
Service Center one, Emotion Graphics, those are promotional type activities, but they're not advertising. Do you see what I mean? So what I'm saying is the $7,000 might not necessarily be advertising costs.
My big, large one was learning that half of the dollar amount, regardless, was for the fairgrounds.
Yeah,
So
the fair has
that
quite a bit, yes.
reduces, the magnitude of what we're looking at. Okay.
Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. You want to just slowly scroll down, John, from page 3? Yeah.
Can you leave it on one page for
Yeah,
a while?
that would be, here are some examples of the fair,
I think my eyes are going crazy.
which began on page 4 and went into page 5, and I say that was half, so that we're not talking about, all of that would have been in the fair's budget as a separate item. So it wouldn't have been generated from the typical county departments. And there's your total. Okay. So, Commissioner Boyce, did you want to make a comment, or should we ask the...
No, we have two publishers here. One drove from Port Orford, one drove from Brookings.
Okay.
So,
So do you
just
wanna
take a deep breath and
come up
yeah, let 'em-
individually, or you want to come up together? Okay. And identify yourselves, please.
Look at this, two newspapers uniting. That's the basis for uniting the county, right?
It's always good to work together as partners, right?
Yes, thank
So
you.
good morning. Thank you for having us. I'm Cindy Vosberg. Publisher, I did retire last week, but I'm working as a consultant for Curry Coastal Pilot. So publisher of a Curry Coastal Pilot.
Is it possible at this point to put up the newspaper rate research page of the PDFs of the submittals? Sorry to
You're on
interrupt.
the spot again.
Did that come with on that flash drive, or?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. There you
Can't
go.
look at it anymore.
Okay. You gonna close out then, or are you gonna close out of that? Okay. There you go. Can you make it a little larger, John? Zoom in a little bit. Zoom in a little bit on the plus. Maybe. There you go. Go down low. There you are. Perfect.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right. Shall I proceed, John? John?
It's up to the chair. I just
Yes,
wanted to get the
please.
graphic up here as you spoke.
My name is Matt Hall. I am the publisher and owner of the Port Orford News, the Curry County Reporter, and the Myrtle Point Herald. Cindy and I have gotten together, and we believe that the rotation that has gone on in the past has actually been unfair, both to our entities, but also to the voters in within the county. We would liken it a bit to Solomon taking and splitting the baby. What we would like to do is we have instead worked together, and we are willing to go ahead and to match our rates and to cut our rates substantially in order to be able to make sure that the legals of this county reach all of the voters, all of the affected people that you represent. Cindy?
So what we agreed upon was a 2-year agreement that we would actually cut our rates each to $6 per column inch. So that for a total of $12 per column inch, you'd be able to reach the entire county with a great penetration. And does that include your Port Orford News as well?
No, that would.
It would either be
that
Gold
would be
Beach
the-
or
the-
Port
The
Orford.
Curry County Reporter and the Pilot. And
Okay.
between those two newspapers, I believe that we would reach just about everybody in the entire county. We touch every place.
Right, 18 plus, 18 years of age and older, as far as our readership.
What was the last you said, I'm sorry? 18 years?
18 years of age and older
Oh, thanks, okay.
is where we have great reach. And this was actually Matt's suggestion.
Did he get a finder's fee or something from the pilot?
Got a handshake.
Oh, okay.
No, very commendable.
Yes, yes, very, very, especially given what the current rates. Well, I have it
It
here.
would be a substantial reduction,
Yeah.
I believe, at this point in
Yeah.
time. That would be, let me see, 16, 17, almost $20. We were coming down to $12. You get two newspapers, you cover every base. You're serving your constituents. And we are able to help out. Public service is in the mind of all newspapers.
This could catch on to all of the vendors within the county, maybe outside the county.
Well, I know as a newspaper, we've been reaching out to our vendors for the last 4 or 5 years, asking them to reconsider their rates with us. And to a large degree, many of them have.
That's definitely a significant reduction, and you're saying a 2-year, and so
You want a motion, Mr.
I would say a motion, and assuming that you would follow through with just a written, acknowledgement of
And
this.
to each other as well.
Great, great. Yeah, do we have a motion to approve their
Their recommendation for a
recommendation
discounted
for the
column
for a
rate.
period of 2 years? So we say beginning July 1. So we'll do it on a fiscal
Yes.
year. So we're that close. Commissioner Gold?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Call for the question?
I
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you very
made
much.
my month.
That's great. Thank you
Boy,
very
it didn't
much.
take 30 minutes. Congratulations.
Very much.
That's problem solving.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll just get that out then. Close everything there.
You might be the
And then get out of that
Most
screen to back to the other. Okay. Yes, please. Okay, 17. Thank you, John. Okay, we're going to move to agenda item 8A. And again, keeping in mind, at 11:30, we're going to have to go to this webinar. So, County Council?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the second reading of Ordinance 17-01 in the matter of an ordinance creating the office and position of Curry County Administrator and adding Article 1, Division 17. This reading is, this ordinance in the packet is the ordinance that was read the first time, and then changes were made after the public hearing and comments. And those changes are reflected by underlines and strikeouts. And then I'll be reading the ordinance in full, and then after reading the ordinance, I'll have some comments to respond to some of the public comments that were made today, and then the board can deliberate. So section 1.17.010 title, this ordinance shall be known as ordinance number 17-01 and may be cited as the creation of the office and position of county administrator. The county administrator shall be the chief administrative officer of the county and shall be responsible only to the Board of Commissioners. Section 1.17.020 Authority. The Board of County Commissioners hereby delegates to the county administrator broad authority to perform his or her job functions. The county administrator is responsible to the board for the manner of his or her administration. The board reserves to itself all of its legislative and judicial or quasi-judicial authority unless expressly delegated. This ordinance is to be interpreted as a broad delegation to the county administrator of Board of Commissioner authority unless non-delegable or expressly reserved to the board. Subparagraph A, any additional delegation of the authority from the board to the county administrator shall be by duly adopted order or ordinance. B, subparagraph B, prior delegations by the Board of Commissioners to other officers of the county shall remain in effect only where not inconsistent with this code. In the event of a potential conflict between a prior delegation and this code, the county administrator shall bring the matter to the attention of the board. Section 1.17.030, appointment of county administrator. The county administrator shall be appointed by and serve at the pleasure of the Board of Commissioners. The relationship between the county and the county administrator shall be as set forth in this chapter, and any employment agreement between the county and the county administrator not inconsistent with this chapter. The county administrator shall be appointed for an indefinite term. The county administrator is an at-will employee and may be removed at the pleasure of the board, consistent with any applicable employment agreement. Section 1.17.040, board member interactions with county administrator employees. In the exercise of their authority as members of the governing body of the county and subject to the limits of the Oregon public meeting laws, board members may individually or as a group in public meeting discuss fully and freely with the county administrator any matter pertaining to county affairs or the interests of the county. Board members may not direct any county employee in the performance of their duties. Any direction to the administrator shall be by the majority vote of the board. Section 1.17.050, qualifications, residence, and salary. The county administrator shall be appointed by the Board of Commissioners, Board of County Commissioners, solely on the basis of his or her executive and administrative qualifications and experience, and need not be a resident of the county or the state prior to his or her appointment. Within 30 days after the time of his or her appointment, the county administrator shall reside outside the county only by express permission of the board. He or she shall receive a salary fixed by the board commensurate with his or her experience and the responsibilities of the office. Section 1.17.060, powers and duties of county administrator, subparagraph 1. The county administrator shall be responsible to the Board of County Commissioners for the administration and management of the county and shall have control and supervision of all county departments, comma, divisions and offices, comma, subject to his or her jurisdiction, comma, except county sheriff, comma, county council, and then county council was added because of the statute that was pointed out by local attorney Eric Bryant, and district attorney, comma, and the respective offices and staff, comma, as otherwise provided by law. The county administrator shall be responsible to the board for the following functions. That's subparagraph 2A, coordinating the activities of all county elected departments, devising ways and means whereby efficiency and economy may be secured in the operation of all offices and departments. County administrator shall exercise no authority over the actions of elected county officials while they are performing the duties of their offices. B, directing the activities of all other county appointed administrative departments. C, select, appoint, supervise, discipline, or dismiss all county staff and all employees. Sub, small Roman numeral 1, recruitment, appointment, corrective action, and dismissal of non-elected department directors. Sub, small Roman numeral 2, preparation and administration of annual department director performance evaluations. Sub, small Roman numeral 3, the setting and adjusting of salaries of administrative department directors in annual merit adjustments within the ranges approved by the board. Sub, small Roman numeral 4, before taking final action on appointment or dismissal of department directors, the administrator shall advise the board of the cause and process used in such action. Sub-small Roman numeral 5, adjusting of salaries of employees and non-elected department heads in accordance with and we struck boards, performance evaluations and within the salary ranges approved by the board. And then it says, county administrator has no such power under this subsection over employees in the sheriff's office or district attorney's office. Sub D, acting as county budget officer responsible for the preparation and recommendation of annual budget and compensation plan, administer the provision of the budget as adopted by the board. Sub E, preparing and administering a management and employee compensation and benefits plan. Sub F, planning, directing, and evaluation of development of internal management systems and procedures. Sub G, preparing administrative regulations and policies to carry out the efficient operation of the county. Sub H, enforcing ordinances, orders, rules, regulations, procedures, and policies adopted by the board and we struck manager and wrote administrator. Sub I, preparing and submitting an annual report on the status of county operations and other reports upon request to the board. Sub J, performing community relations functions to include internal publications, external communications, media liaison, community organization liaison, advisory committee liaison, citizen assistance, information center, publication coordination and graphic support services, website management. Sub K, preparing and managing board agenda and performing clerk of the board meeting functions and providing other staff support for the board. Sub L, providing intergovernmental relations staff functions for the board. Sub M, overseeing economic development functions. Sub N, executing, enforcing, and administering all contracts and grants as per board order or ordinance. Sub O, attending all board meetings and keep the board informed of pertinent matters related to the administration and management of the county. Sub P, administering the risk management program for the county and its service districts. Sub Q, directing the use, operation, maintenance, and control and custody of all county and district property, buildings, works, and improvements. Sub R, other duties as assigned by majority vote or board order. Section 1.17.070, subdelegation of authority by county administrator. The county administrator may subdelegate any authority granted by this chapter to county department heads or other county or district staff in a manner consistent with the provisions of the county code. Notwithstanding such delegation, the county administrator shall be responsible for execution of all matters delegated. Section 1.17.080, temporary absences or disability. The county administrator may designate an administrative officer of the county to exercise and perform his or her powers and duties conferred by the chapter during his or her temporary absence or disability until further order of the board. Section 1.17.090, permanent vacancy, acting county administrator. When a permanent vacancy occurs in the office of county administrator, the Board of County Commissioners shall designate an acting county administrator until such time as the county administrator is appointed. The acting county administrator shall have all powers and duties conferred by this chapter on the county administrator, except the acting county administrator shall have no power to terminate an employee except by order of the board. The acting county administrator may not serve for a period of longer than 1 year. Section 1.17.100, declaration of emergency. This ordinance being necessary for the preservation of the health, safety, and welfare of the community, an emergency is declared to exist, and this ordinance will take effect. And this says immediately upon its passage, but the effective date is July 1. So that would be the only other change to the ordinance.
I'm looking at the time here, and it's...
I think we need to take a quick recess or a break and go to the
to go to this presentation, this webinar that's been scheduled with Lane County. And that's where we had agenda item 6C, which we passed, and then knowing we were going to come back to that at 11:30 because it's been arranged for a week or so now.
All right. So we have done the reading
Okay.
through.
So we will take just a few minutes recess, and if John Jesuit can arrange, go online and make this online connection for this GIS webinar.
Is that live?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so we need to stay. We can't recess.
Yeah, we have 12 seconds, 10, 9.
What do we do,
It's
stand and stretch, or?
I think things might, it's like a TV show. The clock's ticking down.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first test at this posted speed limit of 35
Bob
miles
Weeks
per
and
hour.
Harley Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Now we're going to W113. About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35-mile-an-hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
Do I have to go ahead to get started?
Can you hear us okay?
I sure can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, yes, I think you can go ahead. It's all yours.
Okay. Well, good morning, commissioners, and thank you so much for allowing me to take a couple minutes this morning to go over we're going to discuss one of two mapping applications that Wayne County has developed on behalf of Curry County, and the application that we're going to talk about this morning is the external version, and our hope and displaying and going over this application is to set a date and hopefully get approval to go live and to release the application to the public. We also have an internal application that would be available to the Curry County staff, and that application has been in use now for a while. And so we're going to focus today on the external application, and I'm going to kind of go over the highlights here. There's a lot more functionality that I probably won't cover because I don't want to go down into the weeds.
Thanks,
But
Jess.
you can see here over on the right is the table of contents, and we have a variety of different data sets over here on the right-hand side, and each of these are grouped. So all of these headings are grouped, and so if I click on the Curry County group, you can see that group expands and that there are additional data layers underneath here. And then we have groups for the city of Brookings, the city of Gold Beach, as well as the city of Port Orford. So just kind of a variety of different data sets. We've been working closely with a number of folks within the Curry County staff as well as the cities to kind of refine these data sets and to get approval for the application. We do, I'm going to just kind of zoom in here, and you can see that as
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Melissa,
County Council?
can you describe what you did to Zoom, please?
Oh, yes, of course, absolutely. So let me go back out to the county view, and there's a number of different ways to zoom in. You can use the scroll wheel on your mouse. So right now I'm just scrolling. To pan, I just hold the left mouse button down, and I'm able to kind of pan and move around. But the way that I like to zoom in the most is by holding the shift key down on my keyboard, and then with my left mouse button, I hold the left mouse button down and I click and drag to draw a box, and that lets me kind of zoom in more precisely to the area that I want to look at.
Just like a graphic
Thank you.
calculator.
Thank you.
So yeah, you're welcome, and you can, and more data layers come on, and we can set the scale at which the data layers come on. But as we get in close enough, we have the aerial photograph come on, kind of by default. See here, we've got tax lot lines as well as address points. So we have actually been working really hard at getting specifically the tax lots and the address points to be up to date and accurate. So just to kind of give you an idea, our first pass of this application was developed back in December. And so over the last 6 months, we've really been working on refining the data that goes into this application, because setting up the application itself is relatively straightforward, but we really wanted to focus on making sure that the data are current. So in that time frame, we worked very closely with Curry County staff as well as external vendors to get some processes set up. So for instance, we are able to pull in the tax lot, the data from the TSG assessment and taxation system. We're actually pulling that data nightly. So we have a process, a routine that runs overnight and pulls that data from the assessor's office on a nightly basis. And then we merge that in with the data we get from the Department of Revenue. They are the ones who maintain the tax lot lines or the boundaries or the parcel boundaries. So we combine those two data sets, and that's actually done on a nightly basis. The address points are maintained by a company called GeoSolve on behalf of Curry County, and so we've worked closely with GeoSolve to get their data on a regular basis, as well as working with the Curry County staff and the neighboring, or the cities within Curry County to refine the addressing process and make sure that the appropriate people are getting notified side, and we actually have a workflow, a flow chart that we have created to help facilitate the process of updating address points. So as I zoom in further, we're going to get a little bit closer, and you can actually start to see in the redraws. We have pretty good clarity on the imagery, but I can actually click here just with the left mouse button, and you can see a button or a box pops up, and this box is really kind of the heart of the information that you're looking at. So you can see here that it's giving me the situs address for this point that I clicked on. And then up here at the top, you can see that I have 1 of 6 records. And so what happens when I click on the map is it's drilling down and looking at all of the data layers that are turned on. And it's returning a result for anything that's present at that location. So I have 6 records or 6 data sets that are present at this point that I clicked. So we can get information about the situs address, but we can go over here to this arrow. If I click on the arrow, I can see that we're also in the Gold Beach urban growth boundary. I'm going to click on the arrow again, and so this is giving me the township range information. Clicking again tells me that I'm also within the Gold Beach city limits. I click a 5th time, and then I get the parcel information. So you can see here that we have the information about this particular parcel. And there's a variety of information. We can change the information that's shown here, but we worked with Curry County staff to identify what data to present in this view. And then finally, the 5th time, we actually have a second parcel record for this particular location. So this is a way to get information about certain features. We can do the same thing with roads. Township information, urban growth boundary. Here's the road information. So we've got Clear Skyway, and the owner of that road is the city. So this is coming from the road department. And then again, we have parcel information for parcels that kind of are surrounding that road. We also have the ability to do specific searches. So I'm going to go over here and click on this search button.
Alyssa, may I interrupt with just one comment? This is Commissioner Huxley. When you mentioned address points, would you expand a little bit on how important those are in regards to law enforcement for one, please?
Yes, absolutely. So Tom is referring to these orange dots right here, the address points, and the importance of those points really is to help emergency responders find and get to a location quickly. So I mentioned a company called GeoSolve that maintains that data. And GeoSolve was actually a contractor to the Oregon Department of Emergency Management. And they've identified the need, specifically for emergency management purposes, of being able to quickly identify the location of an address point. And you can see that these address points are actually falling directly on the structure. And that is intentional because we want the emergency responders to be able to quickly find the structure. And this becomes really more important when you're out in the rural parts of the county, when you have large tax lots or parcels that maybe are 20 acres. And there might only be 1 or 2 structures on the property, and if you had the address point, say, in the center of the parcel, it really doesn't give the emergency responders a good idea where that structure is. And so one of the things that is very important is locating the address point right on the structure and making that information available to emergency responders. So these address points not only are shown on this mapping application, but they're also used in the dispatch system, the 911 dispatch system, and it's used to help dispatchers convey to the emergency responders in the field how to get to a certain location.
Thank you.
So Commissioner Huxley, did that answer
Yes,
your question?
thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Okay, so I'm going to go back over here to searches, and you can see here that we have searches set up. You can search by parcel. You can also search by situs address or row. So right now the default is parcel, and even within the parcel layer, you can search by the map and tax block, by a map number, a property ID, or an owner name. So we can select owner name, and you can see here, this is the box where I'm going to type in, but underneath the box is a kind of a sample of what we're able to type in. It gives people a clue on kind of the format. So I'm just going to copy and paste this name here, and if I hit search, it's going to search for that tax lot, and it gives me the results. You can see up here we have 4 features that are selected, and you can actually scroll through here and look at the different records. But you'll also notice that those results are shown down here in a table, and this table gives me the same information. It's just kind of a different view, and I can collapse this table, and then I can also expand it as well. And so if I'm looking for a certain record within these results, all I really need to do is click. If I click on this record, it's going to zoom in to that particular tax lot. And you can see here that the information pops up and tells me all the information about that data layer in that particular tax lot. So we have various searches that are set up, and again, you can search, do a site address search, and we can just type in a number, and it's going to zoom to that location. And it's just another way of quickly finding certain things that you're looking for, another way of navigating the map and getting to a specific location. We can also set up, you can search by doing various drawing or graphics on a map. So we can have the road department, for instance, they may want to notify people within this area here, and so they can actually draw a box and select those addresses. Actually, let me go back and clear that, and I'm going to search by parcel instead. I can draw and select these parcels here, and all the results again show up down at the bottom of my screen in this table, and I can actually go under options here. There's a drop-down menu, and I can export these results to CSV, which is actually what it's going to do is export it into Microsoft Excel. And I'm going to move this over to my screen, and we have all the results here in an Excel spreadsheet with the situs address and all the other information that we've displayed, also with the owner name and their owner mailing address. And so I can actually use this to create a mailing list and send out notifications to the homeowners to notify them if a certain project is going to occur along the road, or there's maybe somebody who wants to apply for a certain zoning or a certain permit, and that activity requires notification to neighboring properties. This could be one way of creating those mailing lists. We also have ways to change the base map that we are looking at. So again, let's just kind of go up here to the base map gallery, and I can change the base map. So the imagery, if you wanted to see the imagery, again, this is one way to turn that imagery on. But you can also turn on the terrain. Some of these come on at various scales. So we've got the terrain that's turned on here. We have the National Geographic base map that comes on. So these are all kind of included. These base maps are all maintained by Esri, which is our software vendor, and that's the platform that we use to develop these mapping applications. By default, we have the topographic map turned on, and that's kind of what comes on automatically when you open up the application. We also have here the ability to do a Google Street View. So if I click on a point on the road, you can see here that this is actually coming from Google, and we can get this, like I actually clicked on a bridge, so I have a really nice view, and I can kind of turn around.
That'd be amazing.
It's just kind of another way to look for information and
I don't think
gather
there's any privacy anymore.
different viewpoints. Similarly, we also have a Bing bird's eye view, so I click
a lot
on
of
the
steps, I think.
Bing bird's eye view, and then I click on a point on the map, and a separate window is going to pop up, and I can actually rotate this to get a different view of the area that I'm looking at.
Any salmon going up the river there?
We do have bookmarks set up, so if I wanted to jump over, let's see, I actually have Port Orford one by accident on this particular computer. If you bring it up on your computer, you will see the Port Orford. But if I want to jump down to Brookings, I can jump down here, and you can actually add in bookmarks. So if I want to set speed in my Port Orford one during a demonstration that I did, I want to set another one for Port Orford. I can actually create my own bookmark. I can add it here, and then it's going to show up. This will show up just on the computer that you are on when you create the bookmark. So if I go back to Brookings, here's the Brookings area, and then I can go to Port Orford, which is the one that I just set up, and you can see that it's jumping me to that area. So it's just another way to move around the map and go to those frequently viewed places. We have the ability to set our map at a certain scale. So I have the scale at 1 to 6,000. So I can set that scale, and it's going to zoom into that scale, and you can see here telling me what the current scale is. And so this is useful for surveyors and planners who may actually want to print a map at a certain scale. And so I'm actually going to jump over here to the printing tool, and you can see down here I can click on the advanced, and the map scale is going to be preserved when I print this map. And I can give this map a name, call it test, but I can change the layout of the map as well, and we can modify the different added new templates. But I'm going to just do 8.5 by 11 landscape, and I'm going to tell it to print. It does take a few seconds for that to generate, but it's going to generate a PDF. And once that PDF is generated, you can then physically print the PDF to a printer. You can see here popped up, and here's my map. You can also save the PDF to the network or your hard drive, and you can also email that PDF as well. You can do measurements along the road, so if we wanted to kind of zoom in and take a look at the width of the road, I can actually select various tools here. See here that I'm measuring, and it's roughly 61 feet. But you can measure areas and points, and you can actually show the bearing of something. So you've got a kind of a point. You can see here that I've got my bearings shown. So all kinds of you can mark up your map, and so if you wanted to make some kind of a notation that there was something going on here, that there was an accident at this intersection, put it in red, and we can put, kind of click on the point, and we actually have various points that we can select, and I can go down here to safety. Guide the bring to icons that we can put in here different, or well, we can put a police car here showing that there's one that's launched through an accident. So you can mark up your map, and this will also print. When you do your print, your markups will show up as well. And you can also save your map. So you can go in here and you can turn on the different layers that you want. If there are certain data layers that you use every time and you don't want to have to turn those on and off, every time you open up the mapping application, you can actually save that. You can hit save, and it's going to you've already set up. Okay, we'll have to look at the thing. So to save it and put it down here, and then you can load that file. Because I'm doing a live demo, something always has to work quite right, because that's the way that more people all work. But you can save your maps, and I will have my developer take a look at this. That's kind of it in a nutshell. There's some other functionality that's getting kind of more into the weeds, doing some buffering and various other things. But I wanted to kind of open it up to questions.
So I have a question. This is Commissioner Gold. Is this application available to any public citizen that wants to access it?
It will be. That's one thing that we wanted to get your approval on, have all the commissioners take a look at this. Once we receive approval, we will make this available. The external version would be available to anyone in the public, really anybody who has access to the internet would be able to get onto this mapping application.
Good,
Once
thank
we
you.
officially go live and release it to the public.
Which is what we're looking for at the end of this presentation is some
Request for
direction from the
authority.
board to go
Melissa,
ahead and
would
go
you
live with this.
would you explain, because I think it's very important for even seasoned users of this, what is available on the if you click the question mark?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So the question mark is really just the help menu. You can see here that there are tips for doing some of the common tasks, but we also have a detailed application tutorial that walks through, and you can actually click. So I mentioned that you can do a buffer. You can actually click here, and it's going to jump down to the section on how to create a buffer and select features, and it kind of walks you through all those various steps. We also have the map scale cheat sheet. So this is something that I created for our users here in Lake County, but it's very helpful if you wanted to set your map scale at 1 inch equals 500 feet. That actually equates to 1 to 6,000. And so it kind of tells you the common scales, but over here on the right actually shows you how to do the math and calculate out your own scale. So those are just some of the features we have over here on the help menu. And there's also a way to email us questions. And that email currently goes to Wayne County, but we could set that up to go to somebody in Curry County if that was desired.
John Huddle?
Melissa, John Huddle here. And so you did a good job of going through the website, I think, and the application and describing the sources of the information. usually on an application like this, when we tell the users that the information on this application, you described it's a process to get it from the sources to actually the screen, and there may be some delay in that process, and also perhaps there could be data entry errors and things like that. I think it's important for anyone using this information to know that the county, neither Curry County nor Lane County, is representing 100% accuracy of this, and that anyone who finds information on this, if they have questions about it, should go to the sources of those informations, whether this came from, the planning department, the clerk, the assessor, any of those. And that's just something that I'd like to remind everyone about while we're going over this, that again, this is information, but the information has sources, and it's up to anyone using this to verify the information by going to the sources.
So would you say we need to put a disclaimer on all of this before they even get into it?
Usually there's something like that on the website, and I can work with Lane County on that. But it's just while we're here, it's very easy for people to think, oh, it's on the computer, that's what it is. And it ain't necessarily so. It's kind of the bottom line.
That doesn't
there.
make it right if it's on the computer?
Well, I think I saw a TV commercial where a fella identified himself as a French model because it was on the internet, and he didn't seem like a French model, I think is how that goes.
I'm kidding.
So, John, you make a really good point, so I'm going to actually jump over to Lake County, one of our applications. So I'm actually going to pull up, this is a public safety application, and you can see here that before somebody actually gets to the map, we have a disclaimer that pops up, and we have various text in here, and we can modify this. In fact, I sent you an email with all of this text, and we can kind of decide from a legal standpoint what you feel comfortable putting on. But we could do something like this for Curry County. It has the disclaimer, has the contact information, and then really all you do is you just click in here and say, I agree, and you say okay, and then you can begin to use the application. So that is one option for kind of presenting that disclaimer.
And I thank you, Melissa, and I think that's pretty much standard protocol for these kind of applications. So I would like to thank everybody using it, especially if you've got internet, savvy, that it wouldn't be too much of a shock or anything like that. So thanks, Melissa. That's all I had at this time, Mr. Chair.
Sure,
Commissioner Boyce,
absolutely.
any questions?
Commissioners, any other questions that I can answer for you?
I have one question, Chair Huxley. Has this been real helpful, say, in your assessor's office to get things updated?
Okay, I think I heard the question correctly. You were asking if we worked with the assessor's office to get the data updated, is that correct?
Well, for instance, the assessments updated. We're a few years behind here in Curry County, like 19.
Well, what I can tell you, I don't know all the specifics of the process that you guys use in Curry County. What I can tell you is that for the given parcel or tax lot data, all of this, let me get to, so this is all the information right here that is coming specifically from the assessor's office, from the TSG data. And this information is being pulled over nightly from their system. So whatever information is in the TSG system today is going to show up tomorrow in this application.
Okay,
As long as it's updated in the TSG system, then the process will run every night to pull that information in, and the following day it will be updated here.
Yeah, I was wondering whether it could expedite the process, but it looks to me like our assessor's office has to input the information, so I don't know that this would help.
Perhaps not to your question, but I think what has helped immensely here is these, now that they've gone through with these daily downloads, that I think we have much more accurate timely information that's available at this point, and it will only improve.
Okay.
We did have, we did have still 2 speaker slips. And I say Dave Barnes was number 1. Dave, you want to come up and ask either Melissa or any questions or comments or suggestions? And
Yeah, hi, I'm David Barnes again. Hi, Melissa. I have a question for you. We had a database like this back where I used to live. It was a statewide database, and I know that in this system, I guess my question is there a way to have information not show up in this system? What I'm getting at is I don't know if the county commissioners, if local law enforcement, if the district attorney, according to what I'm seeing here, if I could type in a name of anybody sitting on this panel, a law enforcement officer, and that would give me not only their address, but also show me by the orange dot where the dwelling was on their property. And I know that this was an issue back where I came from, that, you know, the governor's address popped up and things like that. And is there a way that you can, I'm thinking in terms of safety of people here. I used to have a position where I received threats because of what I did for a job, and I went to great efforts to conceal where I was. And I was wondering if the same option is available on this to our local officials.
It is, absolutely. We, in fact, do that here in Lane County as well. If we are given either a database or in some fashion, those properties that we do not want to display information for, or perhaps maybe you can look up, the way that we do it here in Lane County is you can look up an address, but it's not going to tell you who owns that property. So the owner would say unknown or whatever, you know, some kind of generic language. We can set it up in any fashion that you want it. There is that ability to do that. We don't have that implemented here, but we can certainly set that up. Absolutely, we do that in Lane County.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Boyce?
Ms. Melissa, thank you, Mr. Barnes, for that information. That's an excellent point. So that would just be on a simple, maybe not so simple, but an individual request for whatever that address would be. That does make me a little nervous as well. And you see that more around, even around the country nowadays, that people zero in, and back to Mr. Barnes's point. So how would we navigate that and govern that?
Mr. Chair?
Let's let County Council chime in on that, please.
If I could, Melissa.
Absolutely.
So there's a statute in the public records law that provides for the type of exemption Mr. Barnes is talking about. It doesn't apply to every single person, but he mentioned specifically law enforcement. So the state legislature has created a carve-out from the public records law for people in law enforcement and some others. So we can work to establish that process.
So it is automatic? Is that what it?
No, it is not automatic.
Okay, thank you.
So we can work to establish a process.
I think I'll add a comment, and when we get to the assessor, you may have additional comments there, but there are also older databases, to my knowledge, are still on the current assessor's web page with all the listings of, they're just basically text, databases with not many fields, but by tax lot number, by situs address, by owner. And when you get, as County Council mentioned, when you get into some of the voters lists, you can contact the state of Oregon and get a voters list for every registered voter in Oregon. And I think even for every one, which is like in the millions, 2 or however many million there are, the maximum price by statute is somewhere $250 to $350 or some odd dollars. But when you see there, you'll see exclusions where you go down some of those lists and there's maybe the person, but there's no information, or it's X'd out because it is law enforcement or that type of official. Now, I don't know how automatic that is, but I know it comes up on voters lists that way. So
It's a process, and we'll work on that.
Okay.
I think Lane County wouldn't be responsible for that. They would get the information from us. We'd be responsible for getting them the information, and then the people claiming the exemption would be responsible for getting the exemption claimed to us.
Okay. Dave, were you okay with your question and answer? Okay. County Assessor Colin, you want to come up?
Morning, Commissioners. Morning, Melissa. Jim Cullen, Curry County Assessor. Actually, the questions that I would have had for you have already been addressed by some of the questions you yourselves had. I mean, one, John, I appreciate you bringing up the disclaimer portion, because I'd spoken to Melissa about that before, and she had said that she would get us something, and I hadn't seen it. So I was going to ask you about that, Melissa, but it sounds like you're working on it, and we'll get something there. Commissioner Huxley, I'm glad you brought up the tutorial portion, and Melissa pointed that out to us. That was good information. But one of the main reasons that I wanted to speak with you this morning was for the reason that Mr. Barnes brought up, and you've kind of talked around the subject. As far as law enforcement officers, there's an application process under statute. They apply to the county assessor to have their name removed from the assessment records. And so if they do that, then of course for the GIS application, they're getting that data set from the assessor's office. So it would automatically, once we take that name off the record, would automatically be updated into the GIS system. So, but that's by application. And I'm not sure just exactly which statute it is, but it sounds like Mr. Huddle has it close to hand. The other thing, though, that I wanted to mention to you is I think there's several counties in Oregon that don't allow a name search at all for any property in the county. And I think that's something you may want to consider. I can't say just exactly what the reasoning is for the other counties. It's been a while since we've had to deal with it. When we set up our first GIS application in Curry County back in 2003 or whatever it was, for the external version, we also didn't have a search by ownership. In that, we had the ownership search in the internal version. But the thinking at that time, and I think from what I hear anecdotally from other counties, was that they just didn't want to make it too simple for a person to say, zero in on Commissioner Gold's house and find out where she lives so they could go, see you. So, I mean, that's a consideration that some citizens in the county may have a concern over. Granted, it's public information, like you said, Commissioner Huxley. It's available in a lot of places. It's just that when you put it together with a powerful tool like GIS, it makes it really simple to dial down where to find somebody if you want to find somebody. So that's a decision you'll have to make, and it's certainly Melissa can either keep the name search in for the external version, or that she can take it out. I think it probably,
I think
it's
some
just up
guidance
to you.
from county council on that too.
Yeah, and probably you, yeah. I think that's the only comments that I had. I mean, other than that, I don't know if you cut it all. You can search by parcel, which is, I think, the same as map and tax lot. Is that correct, Melissa?
Yeah, it is. Everybody has different terminology for that.
Yeah, okay.
We have parcels here, and then you can search by by map and tax lot, map number, property ID number, and owner name.
Okay, or the site's address.
The situs address, we have, this one just does the points. We added to the internal version the ability to do the situs address from the tax lot layer versus the point layer, and we could make that same change to the external version if it was requested as well.
Okay, I think people would appreciate the ability. A lot of people call in and say, I went by 94235 Old County Road and saw a house. You know, what's the assessment on that? And the property ID number, just in case you're not aware, is the account number that we set up in the assessor's office for a property. So I think those are all my comments, unless you have any questions.
I just have one.
I did want to address a question that you had for Melissa.
Uh-huh.
You asked her if this tool helped the assessor's office, and it does. We use this tool, and we've used the old tool for years. It helps make it more efficient for us to be able to find properties, and actually we do the drop-down lists like she showed us here. Once we get sales information in there, that's real helpful to us to identify an area that we can do a sales study on. So yeah, we use this tool quite a bit in the assessor's office.
That's good.
In the course of our work.
I was just going to say, does it make it more efficient for your office, not having to have all these people calling in for tax information? You just could direct them to this website.
That's an excellent question as well. Once people actually get used to using the website, they stop calling so as much. I mean,
I'm just thinking in terms of your time.
There's always going to be some people calling, but yeah, I mean, this does definitely give people the opportunity to look up some of their own information that they're interested in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you have any other comments, Melissa?
No, I really don't.
Okay.
I mean, I can say to just provide additional information to what Assessor Poland was saying is we find in Lane County that have our mapping applications available to the public really does help improve customer service. It allows them to access a variety of information anytime, anywhere. These applications actually do work on a mobile device, so you can look up the information on your phone or your tablet. You can look at it at 10 o'clock at night when county offices are closed, and then it does help reduce the call volume that our various county departments are receiving, because we do have a lot of our information out available in our online mapping application.
So this is a question, I guess, for certainly County Council, for the commissioners, and for Melissa. Given the one question that came up, or the concern as far as the personal information, do we want to, before proposing to approve this for release externally, do we want to quickly look at that subject in a little more detail and then come back, or do we want to say that we can release it subject to 1, 2, 3, whatever, concerns being worked out amongst, I'd say primarily County Council as far as the legalities, certainly, and the assessor's office, perhaps. County Council.
He's thinking, I think.
Well, I was just waiting to figure out what the question was and who you're asking it to.
Well, the question
Shot it out to, like,
was
three
raised by
different people
Dave
at
Barnes.
once.
It was discussed a little bit, as
Sure.
far as, and you referenced, well, there are statutes.
No, I understand that,
so-
but I mean, you said this is a question for Melissa or
well,
us or something,
is it?
so-
Does anybody have a comment to chime in on,
Sure, I do.
response to that question? Okay. Commissioner Boyce?
No, if other counties are, for whatever reason, opting out of the personal search, I'd be willing to vote on this today based on doing that as well. It's always something we can come back and change. Get it before the public is a good source. Apparently, it doesn't cost us or Lane County any additional funds. So I would make a motion on that with the exception of not having that on the drop down as far as searching for personal information.
But you could add it later, is what you're saying?
Good. Yes.
Okay. I'll just have to say this, that public information about individuals is pretty accessible via the computer. If you just enter a name in there, you'll see all kinds of stuff about the person. Address, telephone, the whole bit.
So, but Commissioner Boyce made a motion. Do you want to second that for comments or not at this time, or?
I'll second it, and the reason I'm going to second it because we can have county council look into it further.
Well, but you'd be,
But we'd be what?
well, if you're voting on the motion, then the motion would be as it is. If I can try to speak to some of the information as well, both from personal experience and then from some practical application and the legalities.
I would like to hear those comments before we vote.
Okay.
Now, did you second that
Second for
motion?
purpose of discussion, yes.
So
just personal experience, the county I came from, personal information, name of owner was there. And my experience was that there was not a great amount of negative impacts from having a person's name there. The state legislature has made a carve out for what is not public and what is not disclosed publicly, and following that carve out would be status quo more or less. The second item was you saw in the demonstration one of the, I think, a great use of the application for the public is mailing lists. And especially in some of our land development applications, it's required to do mailings within X radius of a property situs.
Sure.
And so that would then require those applicants, it would make it harder on developers to prepare their documentation for applications and those kind of things. And so you'd be taking away one of the benefits. They'd have to actually ask the county to develop that, and then we would also lose some of the efficiencies. We'd be doing work that we wouldn't have to be doing and probably charging for it. So there's that to it. And so those, and then legally, if we possess owner information, the citizens have a right to it, and they can get it from us if someone who really cares for it, it's very, very similar to what Commissioner Gold said. If someone who really wants to know who owns a particular piece of property, sure, they can get it from us. And again, instead of just having it there on the internet forum, they would have to fill out one of our public record requests, say who own, what do your records show as the owner of this property at this address? And unless there was a statutory exemption, we'd have to give it to them. So again, we can provide this information to the public. We can free up staff time, or we can do what these other counties have done. I don't have the personal experience with those other counties as to why they did it and what their reasons for, but I do know where I came from. Ownership was there. I wasn't aware of problems in the 20 plus years I lived in that county. In the more than 10 years I was legal counsel for the city who had the same function. There is a statutory exemption that people can have it excluded, and that exists. So I think keeping the status quo would get the most benefits for the most people out of this. I think with this sentiment expressed by the assessor and Mr. Barnes, there is a statutory exception for it. And if we were to then do a blanket, non-disclosure and I think it's actually taking the exception and making it the rule is all. And so that's just my input on it. The decision is yours. I think you could do it legally and not present it on the web. People could still get the information who really wanted it. So would you really would it be effective for the policies and goals of
Mr.
that?
Chair.
Commissioner Boyce?
Doesn't sound like we're ready to vote, so I think I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay.
Well,
vote on that
And
motion.
It's getting
On your
deeper, so
motion.
I want to research.
a little bit, right. So that's the question from staff and from Melissa Crane, I think, is when is the board going to want to go live? What does the board want to know before going live? Is it that we're at just down to that one question, or are there more questions the board would like before we go live? We're looking for, I think Lane County has done work to get it to this point. You can see the benefits and the uses for everyone from what we've been presented today that's ready. But if there's some policy questions for the board or other questions for the board, I think staff's looking for that direction. And then when will it be quote unquote good enough or, ready for the board to say, yes, go ahead and make it go public?
Could we, with that said, now, Commissioner Boyce, you withdrew, now, then
I'll
you
withdraw my
withdraw
second.
your second. Okay, my comments on this is that I agree with what County Council said. To go further, you could go to although it's old, you could go to the assessor's webpage today. I still believe, I didn't check it today, but and go and pull up the databases for all the situs addresses as of like 2012 or 13. The owners, the tax lots. They also sell through the assessor's office, and that's being, I think, streamlined or by some policies to go ultimately through Lane County. But you have like realtor boards and those types of businesses that request data sets. And I believe it's $200 or some such thing, and all that information is on the data sets. So it's there. It's there now. I would entertain a motion to approve going live or releasing this as it is, and then dealing, with the legal on a case by case basis, because it seems clear that County Council knows what the procedures are for those who have, by their jobs, the ability to request those exclusions and to go through the proper procedure. So I would entertain a motion to approve it as is. I think it's great. I think it's a great.
And thanks, Mr. Chair. It's not just by the jobs in the law enforcement, but 192-445 allows people who, have been victims of domestic violence, contacted law enforcement officer involved. So there's several exclusions, but these are the exceptions. They exist already in the statute. They've been created by the legislature with forms by the Attorney General. So if someone really has a demonstrated need for non-disclosure, the state statutes allow that to be satisfied by non-disclosure.
Mr. Chair.
So,
are we? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would we be responsible to notify those people in some way? How do they find out? So they would want to opt to take that approach?
Boy. Well, so it's in the law, so it's published law. My hunch is if they have been involved in that situation, they probably are getting advice from someone already. But there's no legal duty for us to tell them now. Perhaps on the page, if they go to the site, I think we could, if you saw earlier, we had the legal disclaimers. Maybe we could put on there, please look at these statutes or contact your own attorney if you don't want your information on here. And then people could then say, okay, I'm going to do that.
Well, and possibly our newspaper reporters that are here today could put that in the newspaper. Maybe in bold print. Maybe a headline.
So do we have a motion?
Was there a motion? So the motion, would you direct us to go live as of July 1, as
Correct.
is? In the
As
form
is.
presented today? Okay.
Correct.
I so move that we move forward with this as of July 1.
Commissioner Boyce?
Can I just make
Oh,
sure.
I apologize.
No.
I just want to suggest that if you pick a go live date, so July 1 is a Saturday. Typically when we pick a go live date, it's best to pick a date that's in the middle of the week, just to make sure that all county offices are open, that my staff is available.
Good point.
And yeah, that we have coverage, just, you know, just in case there are questions. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and I apologize for interrupting.
The Wednesday before would be June 28th. So
And you're coming up on the 4th of July, so.
that's true.
County Assessor, you want to come up?
Thank you. I'm just wondering what would prevent us from picking today as a go-live date. I don't know that it's any particular issue for Lane County to set that up for us and
Well, we have to get the disclaimer
Well-
set up. And
Oh, well, okay, subject to whatever disclaimers, but I doubt that that's gonna, well, she'll probably have to work those out with council.
Probably a week. So that's puts us to the, close to the, you know, maybe by next Wednesday.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
Good
two, that would be the 15th?
The 14th.
And in
Right.
administering those, what do you call it?
Exceptions?
Those exceptions, there's a little bit of work involved with that, so, you know, I wouldn't be quite so inclined to put it in headlines in the newspaper or even add the information to the website. I agree. I think probably law enforcement personnel are aware of it, and I'm guessing that somebody else must be advising victims of these things. But this law has been on the books for several years, and to date, there's only been one person in Curry County that's wanted to take advantage of it. So
Okay.
Don't make something, you know, out of
that's
nothing.
what I'd prefer.
Oh, okay.
I'm doing-
Doesn't want those
Okay,
phone calls.
So, do we have a motion to go
I will make a
live on
motion
the
to go live. I'm
14th?
going to amend my motion to
Okay.
make it June 14th instead of July 1st.
Okay. Do we have a second? I'll second the motion. Any further discussion? Call for the question?
Aye.
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 Thanks, Melissa.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
Great demo, great job.
Now they have to get on
You're
there
welcome.
and
Thank
play.
you very much for your time.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
We'll log off now.
Okay.
Sounds great. You all have a great rest of the day.
Okay, you
Bye.
too, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. All right, goodbye.
Okay, so, two things here at this time. Now, we got through the reading. We are now 2.5 hours into the meeting. We have a lot to go. I would suggest that we take a lunch break and come back to pick up after the first reading at 12:32 at 1:45.
Mr. Chair,
12, yeah.
can I propose 30 minutes based on the workload and we're already a little bit behind instead of an hour?
Well, we have to have an hour for John
Yeah,
Jesuit.
and yeah, some of us,
You for
but
walk.
Just
yeah, a
wait
little
an hour.
longer would be nice.
So, and then, but I think you need a specific time for how long you're going to extend the meeting. Is I think how the rule
Well,
that.
I would, we've extensions before. I would say when we come back, we'll extend the meeting for an hour and then
Okay.
go from that point.
So I'll move that
Okay.
we extend it for an hour after lunch.
So we come
Okay.
back at 1:45
Till 2:45.
and extend to 2:45.
Okay.
Okay.
Pardon me?
Yes.
Well, you're lucky, John. Extra 10 minutes.
Oh, he can work that 10.
Oh,
Okay.
Yes.
So is that a motion?
That
And
was-
Yes, that was a motion.
Did we vote?
And a second?
Second.
Call for the question?
Aye.
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 What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is, and what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second haystack rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot one or two of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns and as a result offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale-watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale-watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
Now, all 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. 2 small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff, and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes. But you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, more than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch three-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. Foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but 3 of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neahkahnie Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There is little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves and the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria, ride a horse along the waves near Florence, pet a baby tiger near Bandon, hike a trail, sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe meeting type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we are actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe? Wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. Good human. You get a treat when we get home.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first test at the posted speed limit of 35
Bob
miles
Weeks
per
and
hour.
Harley Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
All right, sounds good.
The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve, every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Then we're going to the W113. About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35-mile-an-hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
America's 3,069 county governments provide fundamental services for building healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. We are an intergovernmental partner, implementing federal and state policies at the local level, often under strict rules and funding constraints. County governments, through the National Association of Counties, engage federal policymakers on a range of issues like transportation, infrastructure, healthcare, public safety, and public lands management. All of these issues are vital to our nation's quality of life and our long-term prosperity. Decisions made by the White House, Congress, and federal courts have a major cascading impact on our ability to lead our communities and pursue a better future. Let's look at why federal policies matter to county government and why county government matters to America. Counties provide vital services that keep our communities thriving and secure. We own and maintain 45% of roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. We own more than a third of the airports and hundreds of hospitals and thousands of courthouses, jails, 911 call centers, and libraries. We play a critical role during emergencies like hurricanes, floods, and snowstorms. What if you called 911 and no one answered? What if you couldn't reach your medical facility because roads and bridges were in disrepair or never built? County governments are an indispensable part of the infrastructure and services that keep residents safe and connected. But with very limited revenue options under most state constitutions and laws, counties must make every penny count in order to fulfill federal and state mandates and required responsibilities. Nothing is more basic in our society than essential public facilities like schools, hospitals, airports, jails, bridges, and other infrastructure. Yet proposals have surfaced to eliminate or scale back tax-exempt municipal bonds. For over a century, municipal bonds have been the lifeblood for our nation's public infrastructure, helping finance more than $3.7 trillion in essential projects. If tax-exempt municipal bonds were eliminated or scaled back, county governments and our residents would face billions in new costs when financing vital facilities. Additionally, counties rely on MAP 21 and the Federal Highway Trust Fund to complement local transportation financing resources. With growing demands and mounting costs, we need a reliable federal partner to invest with us in our nation's economic growth and competitiveness. We need a long-term legislative solution with increased funding to ensure continued success in operating our nation's transportation system. Counties face further revenue losses each year because billions of dollars in e-commerce sales tax revenue isn't collected. The Marketplace Fairness Act would enable states and localities to collect existing, already owed taxes. It would also level the playing field between many internet retailers who don't collect sales taxes and Main Street businesses that do. County governments provide support services to federal public lands, touching 700 million annual visitors. We lead search and rescue operations, fight fires, protect the public's health, and maintain roads. Federal lands cover nearly 1/3 of the U.S. and impact 69% of counties. Because federal land is exempt from local property taxes, counties depend on PILT, the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program, to provide essential services. The Secure Rural Schools program provides assistance to rural counties and school districts affected by the decline in revenue from timber harvests on federal land. Decisions to cut or delay funding both programs undermine our ability to provide services and maintain public lands. Our intergovernmental partnerships don't end with legislation because counties also implement and comply with federal and state regulations. When considering environmental protections, we know our communities and care deeply about the environment. We need a stronger voice in shaping common-sense regulations that protect communities while also promoting economic growth. This is why NACO secured significant improvements to FEMA's flood insurance program and is pushing back on the waters of the U.S. proposed rule. our message. Federal policies matter to county government, and county government matters to America. Every level of government must work together to shape policies that improve the quality of life for all Americans. Whether it's building and maintaining infrastructure, providing essential services, or fostering economic growth, counties are on the front line serving their citizens. NACO stands ready to work with the administration and Congress to make our nation's communities healthier, safer, and more vibrant places to live and work.
Did you see Allison at lunch today? I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna text Allison. Hey, hold up, Matt's calling me. Matt's calling me. Hey, we got the food and we're on our way right now. Hey, who's coming, bro? You're the one that needs help.
Counties matter. Counties serve nearly every American every day. Urban, suburban, and rural, counties work with states, the federal government, and other public and private partners to keep our communities healthy, vibrant, and safe. Whether you're commuting to work or shipping goods around the globe, counties matter. Counties own and maintain 45% of the nation's roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. And we're involved in nearly a third of public airports and transit systems. Counties matter when Americans need us the most. Counties matter because we support smart, fair, and effective criminal justice systems. We help fund police and sheriff's departments. We own and operate local jails, 911 call centers, and mental health facilities. Counties create healthy communities. We invest more than $80 billion in hospitals and medical services each year. Counties matter because we invest in the lives of residents of all ages, improving their quality of life where they live and work. Counties are the building blocks of state, regional, and national economies. We support housing, recreation, and economic development. And we do so much more. From issuing birth certificates to administering elections, counties employ more than 3.5 million people. In total, we invest more than $500 billion in our residents and our communities every year. Counties provide essential services we all depend on every day. That's why counties matter.
How many letters? 5 letters. Just think about, what am I doing right now? Smile. Smile? Uh-huh. This is so easy.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country. with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities. And the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Yeah, I just picked her up. We should be there in 20 minutes.
Who is it? Oh, it's him. Where is he?
I know. Yeah, I know.
We're ready? Let's say the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Quick introduction. It's Wednesday, May 17th, 9 a.m.
I know, I was just doing the pause.
Curry County Budget Committee meetings, and I'll turn it over to Chairman Tom Brown.
Okay, we are all present. I had a request. We're going to step aside from the strict budget and try to make this still work. So I had a request from a public member to speak. It said 5 minutes, and I'm going to grant that request now. Please identify and.
Thank you, Chairman. Jeremy Dumeyer, Go Gills, and
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Jeremy Dumeyer,
Yes.
Go Beach Unincorporated. I'm not a public speaker. I'm here in front of you guys today, a little irritated. I have watched these past couple meetings, and the board has done a good job so far of getting through these meetings. It is not an enviable task. What I have taken so far from these meetings is that Curry County lacks money, lacks revenue. Curry County to me is much like an individual. Someone who, back in the 1950s, became a teenager, started earning their own wage. That wage was kind of tagged on with Uncle Sam giving them an allowance. You still live at home, here you go. By about 2000, mom and dad tried to kick the son out the door. Kids still wanted to live on that same allowance. Now the kid is in his 20s and no longer has mom and dad, Uncle Sam, helping him out. So now the kid works at McDonald's, earning minimum wage, trying to live on a budget, or trying to live in actually a better life. In all reality, if that kid wants to live a better life, he needs to get a better source of revenue than working at McDonald's. We make 59 cents per thousand. We work McDonald's. We were set up to work McDonald's. So I have two requests. The first request is that this board recognize that Curry County does not have a spending problem, that it publicly state that we have a revenue problem. That's my first request. Secondly, Josephine County passed a levy to support their law enforcement. Lane County passed a levy the support of their law enforcement. Coos County recently, their commissioners supported their sheriff's department, granting much needed raises to their staff, adding 8 positions, and getting necessary equipment. We are removing from the sheriff's budget 2 positions from the road. At one time, the sheriff's department had 16 deputies on the road. We are nowhere near that level of service. Commissioner Boyce, I am reminded that early on in your tenure, you asked for a committee to be formed to look at revenue solutions for this county. I am asking also, in addition to my earlier request, that the board recognize that such a committee needs to be formed and tasked with finding revenue solutions in time for at least, hopefully November, no later than this time next year. It is grossly apparent that by this time next year, without funding solutions in place, we will be in much dire straits. We're looking at spending $40,000 on a survey when we have 7 of them already to find ways to streamline the county. This county is so far streamlined, it's an anorexic kid. We need to find revenue for this county. So I'm asking for those 2 things to be considered. One, that the board can pass a motion recognizing that Curry County does not have a spending problem, but it does have a revenue problem. And 2, a committee be formed to find ways to fund this county appropriately. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Boyce?
Quick comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Prior to being elected, I asked for one thing, and that was for the county to give me 2 years to do my part to try and solve the financial problems we have here. And that's probably in lieu of the property tax. Good news from Josephine County, they passed 3 levies today. Their jail and their juvenile, their library, and I don't remember what the other one was. But there is hope. The economy is improving. Mr. DeMeyer, you mentioned Coos County added 8 deputies. I'm quite envious. They need the 8 deputies. Additionally, we need additional help. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would like to, kind of a reminder, my philosophy is on how these meetings are conducted is that we do better as a group when one's comments spontaneous, drop thoughts from another. On the other hand, there have been a few times where the comments were lost because too many people were talking at once. So I don't want to get really strict on the gavel or that, but maybe have a thought to the fact that what you say is important and that it should be said singularly, not when somebody else is talking. For the group that's here and the rest of the day, this is going to be tough. And we can control how much talk there is. We're going to try to strike a reasonable balance where everybody gets it. Not everybody, but points of view get stated. And we'll accommodate that as best we can. We also have a schedule where department heads are going to show up. And if we have them sitting waiting because we've done things that get in the way of the progress of the schedule, that's a problem. So we're trying not to be a slave to either of those extremes. I hope you'll understand.
Mr.
Yes,
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, committee. Just want to read this letter from Representative David
Hang on
Brock
just
Smith.
a moment.
1 minute.
Just a moment,
Okay.
please. There are 2 things we're going to do before we get to the schedule. It's now 10 after. So we'll try to handle these quickly, but I want to do it with some consensus. Commissioner Boyce is asked to be able to read a letter. I think he said a minute. I want to make a motion. It's going to take maybe 10 minutes, I hope. That's small. Is there any reason why we want to stick to the schedule, or can we allow this flexibility?
Well, if I...
Yes.
I think you're the chair, so I think I put that back to you as the chair to keep control, and I think you've,
all right,
in your explanations, begun.
I think then I'd like Commissioner Boyce be able to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and I will make this brief. Good afternoon or good morning. I want to thank you for your service to Curry County and its residents. That's to the Budget Committee, of course. If there's anyone who understands the serious financial situation you face, it is me, having served in many elected and appointed positions within local government. These include the chair of the Board of Curry County Commissioners as well as the chair of the Budget Committee for Curry County. We continue to advocate for increased harvest of our timber resources that build our communities and residents. I have a number of bills to assist Curry and other counties, including HJM, that's Memorial 11, that reinforces the state support for our ONC counties, House Bill 2377. It assists with affordable housing, among others. I'm also working on our land use system and goals within the state and their application to our rural Oregon and coastal region. I do appreciate Commissioner Boyce's engagement and work on these critical issues as well, as we need all hands on deck while addressing them. Economic development, however, is not enough. We will also not achieve an increased level of economic development without having basic public services. These services are critical to attracting the jobs and industries needed to grow our job base and our economies. Everything is connected, and each piece needs to offer the other for work. The foundation of it is all public safety, period. I implore you to use the tools and resources you have to fund the public safety and county services and keep our residents and deputies safe. Thank you for your consideration. David Brock Smith, Oregon House of Representatives, District 1. Thank you again, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Huddle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could also speak on just, I'll call it a housekeeping matter, but
sure.
Some information. Yesterday at the close, I think I presented a statement and that we did not have to be a member of AOC to have CIS insurance. Commissioner Boyce at the close said he had contrary information to that. For my part, my information was obtained by a quick conversation in the hall during one of our breaks. After Commissioner Boyce's comments, I went back and looked into it, and at your places is some information from CIS Insurance that says it's only available to members of AOC and LOC, and therefore, if we were not members, we would not qualify for the insurance, so which is fairly important. So I just wanted to recognize the efforts of Commissioner Boyce and let you know I did some follow-up based on that.
Thank you for the correction. That's clearly stated. I think we've got that now. The next issue is the motion as to the concept of whether the board would like to go further with the budget that is presented, which uses road fund reserves. And I'm moving that the board reject the motion, the notion, at end, notion that we will use road fund reserves. So I'd ask for a second or not on that motion.
Please repeat that.
Yes. I move that we not use roads fund reserves in completing and balancing the budget.
Can I,
Yes.
is that just the general
So,
fund?
excuse me, is there a second to this motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, now.
Is that
please.
just the general fund because the road fund is using road fund reserves?
Yes, I'm sorry, the transfer of road fund reserves out of the road fund into the general fund is what I'm referring to. Is that motion clear?
No.
All right, if you're going to talk about dollar amounts, I'd like not to do that right now.
Pardon me?
If you're going to talk about dollar amounts, I'd rather not do that. I'm looking at the concept.
Understand?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Do you wish to speak to that topic still?
It may not be critical if this motion moved and seconded goes with a vote. I'm assuming we're going to have some discussion on this.
Yes, and
okay.
you are first up. Go ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. You know, it's all been stated. The road fund has $31 million. It's been wisely guarded over the years. 2 years ago, we didn't use any road funds. You know, I hate to sound like a broken record, but you look at, I'll reference Coos County again. I'll reference Delnor County, Josephine County. You bet it can be overstated. you can sound like you're crying wolf. But hearing the district attorney yesterday, getting more and better acquainted with the sheriff's department all the time, there's nothing more important to every member of this citizen, whether they own property or not. The Citizens Advisory Budget Committee has recommended it. Our county accountant, whom we have all grown to respect more and more every day, has recommended it. Certainly the Sheriff's Department, all their elected officials. You just got a letter from David Brock Smith. I don't understand why there would be a resistance, okay, thank you, to even 200,000 or perhaps 300,000 compared to what we borrowed last year. One more point, Mr. Chair. There are solutions. The economy is coming back, as I mentioned, and we can prepare for that. We just need a little more time. We have got to keep our basic services, and that starts with the Sheriff's Department. And I'm just going to ask the indulgence to the board here, the committee, to really examine. I'm going to ask you to examine your hearts, because the consequences for not following through with what is available in a responsible way has grave concerns for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comment, please. Yes, Commissioner Gould.
Let me just say I'm opposed to you using road funds as a general concept. I think they're probably, if we work really hard, we could probably find other ways. I'm not for making the sheriff's department just stripped down. I think I made that clear. But I think all of us are going to have to sacrifice. Everybody. Elected officials, you know, employees, all of this. I think we can, and I'm going to make every effort to do that. I personally am willing to sacrifice much, to be honest with you.
Further comments? Commissioner Huxley.
I thought I had the document here, but I don't, and I've asked, you know, for confirmation. But we saw in one of these documents over the last couple of days, the general fund, or not general fund, the road cap reserves going down. It is not anymore 30 or 31 million. I think it's 28 and change, but it's positively. I've heard it, the comment too much. It had been for years, but it is not anymore, just for the record there.
The reason for that is that the road fund itself has taken quite a bit out of it this budget, and that's why it went from 31 to 28.
Okay, but it is at that point based on.
It is at
today.
that point right now.
Further comments? Carl King.
Yeah, Carl King. I think I've been pretty consistent from long before these hearings started with my position. I do not believe we ought to spend down the road fund reserve. Once it's gone, it's gone. The fund was established with the concept that we would build it to a certain level and rely upon investment returns to provide the money necessary year in and year out to maintain our roads. The economy has changed that. The investment return is not what we thought it would be, but hopefully it comes back. But if it comes back and we've spent that money, we're not going to get a return on money that's not there. I think the responsible thing to do is to not use road fund money, to look to find places to reduce budgets so that we don't need to do it. The one department, well, frankly, as I've said here earlier this week, from the very beginning, two departments have responded to the call of conserving our taxpayers' money far, far better than the rest of the county, and that's the Sheriff's Department and the Juvenile Department. I will not take money away from the sheriff's budget. I will support moving general funds in to replace the 200,000 plus that may be there now from the road fund reserve, the 120 that's there for the communications, whatever. and I'll take it out of another budget, but I won't take it out of the sheriff. I won't take it out of juvenile. But I will take it out of other departments because frankly, some of those departments simply haven't answered the call. The last call we made was we looked to get $400,000 the last round when the accountant budget officer went back to the department heads. She came back with only $180,000 of reduction. $140,000 of that came from the sheriff and juvenile. The rest of the whole county only accounted for $40,000 of that last call. That to me is not making a good faith effort. Yes, we need more revenue. You're not going to get it this year. We need to preserve what we have in the road fund. I'm prepared to go through all these budgets again and to postpone some of the reserves, some of the long-term planning money, and other places, but I'm not willing to take it out of the road fund.
You're the last. Do you
Oh,
have?
yes, sir. Sam Scafo. I think everyone understands the ramifications of using the road funds. It's a very difficult choice. It's been, in my experience, the most difficult choice that this committee has made over the last years. It's frankly a choice between the lesser of two evils. It's not a pleasant choice. I think it would be premature to make a promise like that now until we've been through the budget and have a number. I think every effort should be made to avoid using it. In the past, it's been the very last thing that we've touched, even at the expense of the unemployment and the PERS reserves. So I'm against making a promise like that up front, although I do agree that we should make every attempt in building the budget to avoid it, and the lack of avoidance, minimize it.
I'm going to speak and then we'll go second round as necessary. For me, the issue is one of perspective. And the perspective applies to what actually those road fund monies that we're speaking of, what they do. They don't just build up the sheriff's department, they build up the rest of the county. Money that would normally come from the county to the sheriff's department doesn't have to do that. It doesn't have to go there if we're using road fund money. In other words, as some of the department heads have said, if you cut road fund money, you're cutting our money because we're going to lose money to go in and make the sheriff's department whole. That came from an assumption on that department head's part that that's what we would do, that we would want to see the sheriff's department whole, and he was going to lose money. The reality is that those road funds are the county's reserves. They're not the sheriff's reserves and the road department's reserves. The whole county the whole county government benefits from those dollars. I passed around something from Josephine County this morning. One of the consistencies in what they've done through this crisis was to maintain reserves. I think deep-seated on all of us, that's a value. That's a value we all hold. Nobody's going to get up in the morning and say, how can I spend down my reserves? So where we're coming from is conflict within ourselves and how we see using reserves in a valuable resource and the timeline. Commissioner Boyce says 2 years and we'll have a positive vote, or we'll have something that will make up the difference. People like me look at this and see that we've had any number of failed attempts to increase revenue. And I'd submit that Josephine County is in the position they are today, and good for them, is because they demonstrated to the voters that they were being responsible. And it doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. Things we're going to address today are going to further demonstrate where our responsibilities lie. And based on what I hear from people, I think there's a good number of people who would support not using the county reserves, just as there's a good number who want to see the sheriff's department move forward. They're two separate things. And I think this committee can deal with them as two separate things. And so I would encourage you to look at this as a bigger picture than just this year doing the Sheriff's Department. It has ramifications down the line, both positive and potentially negative. Commissioner Gold, you're next.
I was going to kind of comment to Sam's comments that this is a promise. I think your motion, maybe I'm wrong, was saying that we'll do everything possible to keep from using road funds. Was that what I'm hearing, or is it an adamant we can't use road funds, period?
Well, I think it's covered, my intent, by our first day when we said that we would vote on issues, but we realized that they weren't cast in stone and forever, that we'd have to maybe revisit issues. And in my mind, that was a process. Facilitator. It lets the process go forward. We're not dealing hardcore with it up front before we have a good overall picture. And so my motion is in that same vein, that we've got a couple days or how much longer to go. But I think it would be good to start this day with a framework, a financial framework of what we're up against and what we have to deal with, and do that early on. Earlier, maybe we should have done it the first day. And so that instead of going back and redoing the budget from the last day and coming back and have to redo it because we came up with an idea of not using the road funds, the votes were there. I'm trying to just come at that a different direction. Let's do it as much up front as we can and then look at other things, knowing that we're not going to have the road funds.
So we'll be scrutinizing things a little more carefully as we go through.
And then to the comment you heard with Commissioner Boyce and I am not precluding or restricting in any way that concept. He's talking about amounts. Am I saying we could use some or not? I'm not saying that. I want it to be as general as can be, and believing that eventually it's either going to be reinforced and saying absolutely no road funds, or damn, we're going to have to use something. But right now I want to have I think it would be to our benefit to know where we stand as a group.
So the motion is that we're not going to use the road funds unless we get to the end and absolutely have to.
I think that's a reasonable conclusion from what we said the first day. All of our votes are not cast in stone yet.
Mr. Chair, can I mention something?
No, we are focused right now, Sheriff. I appreciate you'll have time. Thank you. Comments here, please.
I have one more comment. What happened to the first day when it was recognized that although we have the right to make a motion at any time, the etiquette was going to be we would save motions for the end. And we're doing a lot of motions, and this motion is that's not a motion. That's not a rule. I think we all understand ramifications of using the road funds, and we're going to do our best to scrub these budgets and find areas where we can avoid using the road funds. I think that's just understood. Anybody not understand? I get it. It just seems like an exercise in futility to make a motion like that. But, yeah, I'm ready to vote for it. I mean, against it.
Yeah.
Further comments, Commissioner Boyce?
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. First of all, I need to clarify here, Josephine County doesn't have any road funds. So we all are talking to a lot of people to get the wisest and most appropriate counsel that we can. I'm talking to far more people to believe that it's more irresponsible not to use $200,000 or $300,000 out of the road funds than to be irresponsible in our fiduciary duty here, financial duty, excuse me, to have these funds available. I certainly have a dispute with Mr. King, not a dispute, a disagreement, I'm sorry, that the departments have not done their homework to find the necessary cuts. They've been winding down for years. I didn't come in with that attitude, but in doing my own research and watching closely for the last several months, I just simply disagree. I do have two quick questions for for Mr. King, not to start the debate here, but last year you advocated, Mr. King, for 1.7 million in road fund reserves, thank goodness, to be used in the Sheriff's Department. And I don't know what has changed. Why this year you're taking apparently the opposite view of that. And in asking this question, my intent is only to challenge you that for reconsideration on this incredibly important matter. And I understand why it's taking time today, because this is really what we're talking about. If I'm right, that the services and the departments have done their job, okay, then we're not gonna, one thing we can do is salaries for everybody that works for us, including my own. And if that's how we're gonna balance a budget, I think you're gonna lose critical people and we'll be way worse off than we are now. Again, I've asked for that 1 or 2 years. I didn't mean that in a guarantee that I would pull a rabbit out of a hat, but I did offer it in that finding the right people that are in this county to work with us. And we've referenced other committees, and some of them are in this room today. They have tremendous expertise. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll give Mr. King an opportunity to answer what has changed on the position.
Well, I think we're 1 year closer to doomsday, and that makes a big difference. And with all due respect, I didn't mean to suggest that every department failed. I said the rest of the county as a whole failed. And as each budget for each department has come up, I've spoken in favor without any reduction in some, and on others I have made suggestions as to where reductions should be made, and I'll continue to do that with the hopes that when we get to the end of the line, we have $320,000 in the general fund that can be used to replace the road fund reserves. I think it's very important to set the stage. If we want additional revenue, it's got to come from the voters, taxpayers voting to impose an additional tax on themselves. That's where additional revenue is going to come within time to save us. It's not going to come from cutting trees down or whatever. Salem's not going to save us. Washington, D.C. certainly isn't going to save us. You know, I read the New York Times article, but I also read most of the 800 comments posted on it from around the country. And they weren't very complimentary of the residents of Curry County who refuse to pay for services and then complain when they don't have it. I think we gotta cut the budget as tightly as we can, and we gotta come down to where, at the end of the day, we don't touch the road fund.
Okay, this is a process vote. I'd like to call for the motion.
Mr. Scaffo had something, so did the sheriff.
Oh, yeah, just real quick. I think, Commissioner Boyce, you'll find out the purpose of this motion this afternoon.
Okay, we ready to vote?
No.
Can I say something?
Why would we not, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, why would we not recognize the sheriff here?
Okay, then I'll have to revisit that. Is there reason to open this up to the public before we vote?
You're the chair.
Agreed. You are the chair.
How much time, please?
I just need a couple minutes.
No limit.
I'm just baffled why this sheriff ward, that we don't present our budget before you even make a decision whether you use road funds or not. I think at least you need to hear our budget. And you've asked a couple questions, Mr. Brand, in the paper. Two questions that well, there's a lot of people coming here this afternoon that's going to answer those questions for you. So don't jump the gun by not using road funds or saying you're not going to use road funds. If you don't, you don't. But at least you need to hear our budget. We were told we were going to have to present on Monday, and it was a big discussion over one item, and then we were told we're going to come back on Wednesday. Well, we had a lot of things going on that we have to do as a sheriff's office, and we redid our schedule just to be able to come back here on Wednesday today. But let us present our budget before you start making this motion. You're not going to do this, you're not going to do that. It just doesn't make sense.
Okay, thank you. Are we ready to vote?
We have
Okay.
one more public comment, Mr. DeMeyer.
Okay,
That might be it.
Jeremy Dumeyer again. I've been here for these past 2 days, Monday and Tuesday at the Budget Committee hearings. I've heard that these departments have made their necessary cuts to try to get in on the budget. I have also heard expenditures being wished for. $40,000 for a study, another $2,400 from the substation harbor, another $9,000 out of balance for the planning commission. I do not know where this committee expects to make up $320,000 to bring this budget in balance if they cut out the road funds. This is a stopgap. Let's use it to get through this year. Let's find a funding solution and move forward. Making this motion is foolhardy.
okay. Are we ready to vote now? We're going to roll call. Mr. Jesuit, please.
Chair Brand.
Okay, I'm voting in a way that we don't use roads funds. Yes.
Here's the motion, moving that the budget committee not use road fund reserves in completing or balancing the budget.
Okay, I agree with that motion. We will not use road funds.
So that's, and you're voting.
A yes is not use road
Yeah,
funds.
it's negatively worded, so be careful.
Yes, yeah, be very careful. I worded it poorly, I admit that. Think about it before you vote. That's why I'm saying, I'm voting that we not transfer road funds
Well,
to the sheriff's department, okay?
well, he needs to put a yes or a no in.
Yes. I'm in agreement with the motion. I'm in agreement with the motion that we not use road funds.
Period.
Period.
So that's a yes.
Right. The motion wasn't primarily directed at any department, so.
All morning. He has to go north on some county business. So I said I would certainly allow with board approval to move that. This should not take but a couple of minutes. So do we have approval between the two other board members to move on to agenda item 8F so the roadmaster can go through that and be on his way?
I agree with that.
Okay, Doug?
Doug Robbins with the road department. Thank you very much for getting me in quickly. Only take a minute. So we put out our yearly striping contract or bid, and we received 3 bids. Hick Striping, Curbing, and Inc. of Brooks, Oregon, Apply a Line Inc. of Portland, Oregon, and Specialized Pavement Markings of Tualatin, Oregon. And of the 3 bidders, the low bidder was Hick Striping and Curbing Inc. of Brooks, Oregon, and their total bid package was $79,952.25. $3,577.25 of that is Brookings work. They tag on to our striping projects every year, so she receives a very small portion, and then the contractor does the work, and then the city of Brookings reimburses us for that amount. So I'm recommending that you approve the low bidder, Hick Striping and Curbing Inc. of Brooks, Oregon.
Do we have a motion?
I'll just hold us up for 1 second.
Okay.
Where is this company from? You might have said.
They're from Brooks, Oregon.
Would we ever want to do eventually our own system, or would it
You know,
be too
this
big
is
of an investment?
100 miles of striping, so it's
wouldn't just.
No, just the cost of getting set up is really expensive. I will say that we purchased all the paint, so we don't pay the markup on all those 1,000 gallons of paint or 200, 2,000, whatever it is. So we do save money that way. They just bring their equipment and do the striping.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'll move that we accept this bid then.
I'll second it.
Okay. Just a quick comment. In looking at the bids over the weekend, it was a matter of dollars spread on the low too. I told Doug privately, I'd never seen one that close.
I've never seen one that close either. Not in that amount or
It
higher.
was amazing.
Competition's
So,
good.
Yeah.
That said, so we call for the question?
Aye.
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 All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, if we go back then to agenda item 8A, which was the second reading of the ordinance for county administrator, we had the reading done by county council. We've had all the public comments. Preceded the discussion and the reading on that, so I put that back to county council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did just want to, there were some public comments and I took some notes. I'm looking at the agenda packet on the computer page. It starts on page 21 is the ordinance, and then it goes through, I think, page 25 or so. One of the questions, or a few comments were from, well, first I'm looking at Lucy Labonte's submittal. And hers was about the job listing, so I suppose I'll save that. So then Mr. Barnes, he mentioned a few, and he called out a couple of the provisions. I think he mentioned 1.17.040 on page 22 of your packet. It talks about any direction to the administrator shall be by majority vote of the board. And then that is also found in another section of the code as well. But essentially it says other duties, and this is in section 1.17.060, the delegations, and then there's other duties as assigned by majority vote or board order. So essentially the idea is the statute puts out a broad delegation of authority, and then if the board, and it's not uncommon for people in this position to have an individual board member come up and say, hey, so-and-so, I'd like you to do this. And then if you have 3 people doing that, it gives you 3 people saying, I'd like you to do this. And all this is really trying to clarify those parts about anything else would be that it takes, some official direction by the vote of a board to go beyond the delegations in here. That's really the intent of that type of a code section, that that this person serves at the will of the board, and the board is, as always, 2 out of 3 votes. And then that also, if I could, there's a bit. Did you have a question, Commissioner Gold?
Yeah, I was just going to mention that I've been in the situation where there's a superintendent, where there's a manager, and what happens sometimes is you get board members that think they're the manager.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this covers that situation where I would just say, let the manager manage.
That's partly what it is. And then if there's something important, it would come to this forum here, and then the board would take a vote on it. So it's actually helps, I think, in letting people see how things are done. Mm-hmm. The other thing is there was a sentiment, I think, by Mr. Barnes that things should be unanimous, or that, and he pointed out Commissioner Boyce specifically, but it could be, if there's a dissenting vote, it could be any commissioner in a dissenting position. But again, if the other thing was to have unanimity, then it allows actually the minority to rule, where one person gets to control what happens by just holding out. So that's a policy choice. The board could say it has to be unanimous, but that is different even from what the statutes say on how the board operates. And then another thing about the permanent vacancy, the word permanent, the board gets to interpret what it means, but the idea of permanent vacancy means when the office is established and there's no one appointed to it, acting as an appointed and hired county administrator. So that's the permanent vacancy. It's when you have to go out and do a procurement to find one. The board is allowed to put in an interim person. I think Mr. Barnes' sentiment is that, and his interpretation is that, well, this doesn't allow you to do it once the position's created, but you haven't gotten someone in there and then gotten rid of them or them leaving. I think that's a narrow reading of it. I think the board can use its powers of interpretation to interpret the permanent vacancy to mean the position's open and there's no one been appointed to it, and then you can appoint the interims. So that's really the idea there. The emergency, we've used a standard emergency clause language necessary to preserve the health, safety, and welfare of the community. An emergency is declared to exist, take effect immediately upon its passage. I think the board has gone through all of the reasons why the need for a county administrator, and so those are satisfactory on the long record of things of why it makes sense and why it's urgently needed for the health, safety, and welfare of the community.
That sounds.
Commissioner Boyce?
That sounds like you just weighed in support of it. I don't think that's what you meant, though.
Oh, no, Commissioner, I'm saying that the board can use the record that has been discussed to give the reasons for health, safety, and welfare. In other words, why do we need the county commissioner? Why is it an emergency? And we've been talking about this thing and, first of all, since, the two commissioners were here since January, and, assertedly before then for some of them, before they were commissioners. I guess this idea has been talked about for a long time. But again, we've had a study session, work session. We've talked about some of the issues that this position would address. And so that's the basis. If the board wanted to stay with the emergency declaration, that would provide the basis for saying that it's an emergency.
And let me just add, the study done in 2012, again, emphasized that the manager was their number one recommendation. So.
It wasn't number one.
It was number one.
Okay. Well, are we going to be able to freely have the dialogue on this?
Well, so far you get to deliberate. That was just a conclusion of my staff report, Mr. Chair.
I'd like, if it's okay with the board, I saw Dave raise his hand, and because County Council, was responding to some of his comments, are we all right to allow Dave to come back up?
Certainly.
Commissioner Gold? Sure. Dave?
And that's Dave Barnes.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Did I say?
We just called him by his first name.
Oh, okay. Dave Barnes.
I'd call you Tom, but I don't want to be corrected. No, good afternoon. I'm Dave Barnes.
Okay, Dave Barnes.
I just wanted to respond to a couple of the things. I knew that what I said this morning about the interim versus permanent thing, I was hoping that was going to come back up again. But, this ordinance doesn't really, an interim person, an acting, we'll use the word acting because that's what you're using in the ordinance. An acting person at the beginning is different than an acting person somewhere after you've had somebody else to come in. It's a completely different position. Number one, you don't know if that person is going to be a permanent while you're out looking for somebody else. Obviously, they would be included in the process, in the search process, but there's the competition going on. This doesn't address the process that you would use to hire a purely acting prior to a permanent hire. It doesn't talk, would you go through the same agency that you want to use to hire your permanent? Would you use a general posting? Do you already have somebody in mind for the position? None of that is addressed in here, Another thing, if you're going to have someone who's just going to be the acting, I would really think that you would want to severely curtail the powers that they have. You wouldn't want them you've given an awful lot of power to the person who's going to hold this office. Some of it having to do with hiring and firing, other personnel matters. I would want, if you were going to have a purely the first interim person, I would think you would want to cut back on the powers and create a position just for that interim person. If they get hired to be the permanent, then fine, then their job description rolls into the new one. But I think that, hiring somebody before doing that is premature. And one of the other things I'm wondering, this is the 1-year anniversary. I remember sitting in this room a year ago and the IT director talking about how if he had the authorizations to do so, that he would be able to get the GIS system online in 2 days. That was a year ago. We're here a year later and we're still talking about authorizations to get the GIS system online. He was fired because it wasn't online. Multiple people said it was 5% of his job, and he was still fired for it. I'm hoping that you're going to hold your new hire to the same high standard of perfection that you've held other past employees to. And my last thing that I want to bring up is, when do you become part-timers, and when do you, I guess Commissioner Golden and Commissioner Boyce, when do your pay cuts go into effect? That was all. That's all. Thank you.
Well, do you want to make
Well,
any
I guess you
comments,
can
Mr.
respond.
County Council, or to any of his comments, or not? I was going to make one, but I...
Well, I think Dave Barnes was correct that there was no description in here of the recruitment process or the hiring and selection process for a interim or acting county administrator, and that's correct. We have general personnel regulations that talk about that. And I think the idea, here's what I would say. We don't have a county administrator currently, but I think the board could still apply an interim based on that it's not there. Then it goes to the question of how do you select the interim? Our county personnel rules right now explain how to hire a person, and it says you do a broadcast advertisement, notice, and then people apply, unless you use someone who's on staff. So if they wanted to do and say, hey, we're posting a job for an interim county administrator, you'd have to think of what kind of applicants you'd get. But at the same time, what I've seen typically in these is that someone from the existing staff is selected for that on an interim basis, and not to exceed a year. But the board could advertise and procure, and say we're looking for an interim not to exceed a year county administrator per our code, and that would kind of be it there. So really, that's the only follow-up I had on what Dave Barnes was saying today.
Go ahead, Commissioner Boyce.
Mr. Chair, if it's okay, I'm going to request Mr. Barnes stay at the podium for just a little bit to make sure we get his questions answered, if that's okay. And I have several comments, so I'll defer to you now, and then I'll come back.
I think you've had so far, you correct me, have you had your questions answered, or not that, you agree or disagree,
I guess Mr. Huddle's answer is that, the idea of hiring someone as an interim really hasn't been addressed fully, is what I take from what Mr. Huddle has just told me.
I think when we get into, and this is what I've learned,
if I could,
County Council,
not in this ordinance, it exists in our personnel regulations. So it's as addressed fully as hiring any other position in the county.
On the one point, though, and I think that will be perhaps better clarified, when we get into the professional recruitment services, and multiple conversations I've had with an agency on that. But to your other point, as far as the power, I think when you mentioned hiring and firing, in the current language, if any interim were there, regardless of whether it was replacement of an administrator or before the hiring of a first administrator, that temporary or interim has no authority to terminate without approval of the board. And that's
That's for
proposed
department
ordinance.
heads, but not for department underlings, isn't it?
Well, no, I took it as it has no authority to
terminate an employee.
Period.
Yeah, the acting county administrator shall have no power to terminate an employee. So that's a broad range of.
I took that as every employee.
That's how it's intended.
Yeah, those are my only comments. So I don't know, Commissioner Boyce, do you have questions for Dave Barnes, or I don't know that we need to have you stay up there,
But somebody help me out here. I thought we had a hiring freeze right now. So hiring an interim, that's going to take some special board action, I would think. I know it's under personnel rules, but that just kind of adds to the divisive part of this. We've had some excellent testimony on both sides of this issue, but it is part of a divided heart of the county here that goes back to Measure 876, and I just don't want to throw gas on the fire. I don't know what the hurry is on this. And I related to that, if I may, Council Huddle, this is a pretty academic question, but for example, your staff, would a county manager be directly over your assistant, or would you? That seems a little vague to me, and maybe I'm missing something here. And
Oh,
then
I
have a
don't
follow-up to
think
that.
you're missing anything. The way it's read, it's a good question. The way it reads is that they wouldn't be over me, but they would be over my staff.
Okay, thank you.
That's the way I interpret it.
And so, Mr. Jez,
Yeah,
excuse me, I'm sorry.
Excuse me, yeah, the only staff that's been cut out of this is the staff of the sheriff and the district attorney. I just want to, that's what I understand. And then the other people who are not under the hiring and firing authority of the county administrator would be any of the elected officials or myself.
Okay. So, Mr. Jesuit, for example, not picking on you, this almost reads to me personally that he would need to be isolated from the commissioners, and I don't know how that works. In other words, if I need help with something that right now I go subject to your approval, which seems to work pretty well, but under county administrator, I don't know. It seems to have a fairly consistent risk that I would be in the position potentially be insubordinate to the county manager by going directly to BOC staff.
Sure, so the county administrator under this ordinance, it's under 1.17.060, what it says is that the county administrator, I'm trying to see where it talks about
management of the county, and shall have control and supervision of all county departments, divisions, and offices, except for the three as mentioned.
Yep, but
all means all.
Sure, and then what it also says is preparing and managing board agenda and performing clerk of the board meeting functions and providing other staff support for the board. So the county administrator would do that, okay? So providing staff support for the board. So what that means is the county administrator could direct the John Jesuit or any other staff to say, here's what you need to do for the board, do all these things. If the board asks you to do something outside of this range, you know, which would be kind of the normal stuff, how do I find this file on the computer, can you get me this, that kind of stuff. Then I think the staff would go, hey, Mr. County Administrator, this commissioner asked me to do all these things, you told me I could do this. It'd just be sussed out during the normal course of things. And then there's another section in here under section 1.17.070. The county administrator may subdelegate any authority granted by this chapter to county department heads or other county or district staff in a manner consistent with the provisions of this county code. So what that means is that, you know, even though this says the county administrator will be responsible for all county property, and the county administrator will enforce all county contracts, and the county administrator will, you know, be the budget officer. What this also allows is the county administrator to say, okay, you know, county accountant, prepare the budget for me and let's go over it. County roads department, you know, do this with your property. You know, county parks department, you know, do this with the parks. County lawyer, go enforce these contracts. So it basically allows the county administrator to subdelegate these tasks. But honestly, I think I see the ability of the county administrator to interact with, and staff to interact with the commissioners. They would just be given more or less parameters by the county administrator.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I really appreciate this time. I know it's going to take a little bit of time, but it'll probably be my last opportunity. And I'm going to go down fighting on this because I think it's really wrong for the county, my personal opinion, and I've researched it for several months, and I was very neutral through essentially January. But back to Commissioner Gold's analogy of a school board, those are board members. And to Mr. Barnes's point about the power it gives this person when you say, let the manager manage, as being an unelected, oftentimes the history around Oregon is very clear. They have they don't have to be transparent to the people, the voters, and that has been an issue. And that power, it is very, very common how that affects. And so I see us as commissioners, as elected, not just board of director members, but as elected officials by the people, put in a position of being subjected to a manager. And yes, as a board, we can overrule and have a general meeting, but basically, it has potential to make us ineffective and irrelevant. And I have that grave concern for the department heads as well. That when and if I could read something here that you've already read it today, and then I'll defer to you, Commissioner Gold. On the description of the position summary, the CAO, I'm going to read it again, shall have control and supervision of all county administrative departments, divisions, and offices except the county sheriff, county council, and district attorney. Then you go to page 2, the subheading, administration of county departments. Number 7, it coordinates the activities of all other county elected departments. However, the county administrator shall exercise no authority over the actions of elected officials. This doesn't make sense to me, because if you have authority over their programs and their direction, then you in fact do have authority over them. And I don't know how you can manage a department if somebody's looking over your shoulder. And when you take the sheriff's department out, when you take the district attorney out, it essentially leaves about 60 people that are very well managed right now, and the commissioners have that responsibility to manage and to even encourage and to be involved. And I think that's what we are responsible to do through the liaison position. So I have more, but yes, I'd like to keep it going and have a good dialogue and exchange here.
Let me just say one thing, and I'll make it brief. The commissioners would have one employee, and that would be the manager. It would be up to us to make sure that things are going smoothly and that he or she is not overstepping their bounds. And that's how it works. For instance, the superintendent of schools, the port manager, all of these special districts that have managers. To be honest with you, it's very efficient.
Okay. We have 3 superintendents in Curry County that all are quite handsomely paid, and I hear continually that we should have one, or that that could do it for the entire county and not 3 different.
And I'm a proponent of that, just to let you know.
Okay, so
You're talking about the school districts.
Yes,
correct. Okay,
if that could ever be.
I thought, I was looking
Chair,
at.
please.
Please? Please what?
Allow Commissioner Boyce to continue.
Please. Yes.
No, we're just having a give and take here. That was
Okay.
fine, and so we seem to be in agreement on
Please.
that. Make it 5.
No, if I can be done, though, I think.
Yes, please.
Dismissed.
Okay. Oh, no, I do one more thing. You know, on the second page when you talk about budget, qualifications, residence, and salary, I was at enough of the budget hearings. You put up a number of $80,000 for total compensation in next year's budget for the administrator you're going to hire. I'd like you to include in the ordinance that the maximum compensation for the position would be $80,000. You put it in your budget, put it in the ordinance, please. Thank you.
And if I could, Mr. Chair, I think.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the discussion on that budget item was that 80,000 should cover next budget period's expenses on the salary, because it wasn't anticipated to commence right on the dot at the beginning of the fiscal, so.
And
For the
correct.
record, yeah.
And for the record too, that in the final approval, the board still has the
Sure.
discretion to
Yeah.
change that.
Yeah.
Of the final approval of the budget as submitted by the budget committee. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other thing I wanted to talk about, it was one of the speakers, and I couldn't remember which one, but they mentioned that the individually elected officials, the assessor, the clerk, the treasurer, that they were elected to run their departments or hire and fire people, but the reality is that the county has created personnel ordinances that establish the county commissioners, the Board of Commissioners, has created the personnel duties of those elected officials. And when you look in the statutes, other than the sheriff, where it says he has the authority to, organize his department, the other elected officials don't have that in their statutes, and this board has created those powers for them by the county personnel rules. So that means the board can also change them.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Boyce?
Are we in agreement that, yeah, it is going to be an expensive position, and that we've had considerable testimony and concern that 80,000 plus benefits would probably not get us a quality administrator? Do we have general agreement or concern on that?
I wouldn't say from the committee, the budget committee, that it was that was the case, that we were all in agreement. We had, again, some latitude. I think county council briefly touched on that going into the next year. We'll address it further when we get into the discussion on the job description and the possible recruitment services also.
Would you agree we probably wouldn't be surprised if it would take an additional 20,000 or more?
I wouldn't want to, speculate.
The reason
we're open, and that's, I think, what's imperative is that we are open to that possibility.
Thank you. I think that's reasonable.
That we've made our.
And plus, we budgeted 9,000 to advertise for that position. And my point is this.
Well, that was part of the recruitment when you say to advertise for the position. That's for the recruitment, part of a recruitment proposal. That's going to be discussed later on this agenda.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not opposed to that, by the way. I think if what I'm trying to offer here, once it finally sinks in that it will cost a lot of money to have a county administrator specific to this small, poor county, for lack of a better description, it will be the highest compensated Curry County employee of all time, and considerably more than the sheriff, who I think should be the highest paid individual elected official in this county. And again, I'm going to ask, there seems to be a hurry to get this done. As I said, I think that we are fortunate to have very good elected officials here that have been very diligent department leaders. I don't see the need for them to be managed. That is a big concern I have. I give you the job description and the position summaries and the gray area there that, yes, you've responded, but that kind of authority and power is, I think is a risk. And I referenced, I'm even going to go beyond that a little bit. And this present board, this is not to give any of us a black eye, but we have 3 years, a little over 3 years of combined experience, contrasting to now adding Commissioner Labonte with 8 years, 28 years as an invaluable resource of 6 former Curry County commissioners that have all said wisely and cautiously, think about this. They have weighed in, no, it's not best for Curry County right now, and they're trying to also slow it down. And I would encourage you to talk to them. Again, they are an incredible resource, and that could be very helpful to this direction. And they are a solid no. And I thought Commissioner Labonte was neutral, and after her testimony today, I couldn't take those fast enough. I don't want to create hard feelings for this board, but I believe this proposal is a backdoor approach to go beyond the voters, around the voters, and 2 previous time ballot measures, this went down to by large votes of failure, and it is part of the change in the form of government we have. If we abdicate our authority, something as simple as hiring and firing, and it's a hot issue, and the people have spoken twice on it. So there's no way I can support this proposal, and I strongly urge that it should go before the vote of the people again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gold?
I think you're talking about a charter, and the charter did go down twice before the voters. We are not changing the form of governing. 11 counties now out of 20 who are general law, which we are, have a county administrator that was appointed by the 3 commissioners or 5 commissioners, whichever it was. So we're not really going out of bounds, I think. And we were elected. I know I was elected. That was one of my main points in being elected. I was definitely for a county manager. You listened to me forum after forum, and I was right up front. Didn't mince words.
Yes, Commissioner Gold, but we were also compared today to Benton County and Multnomah County. Those are, and other large metropolitan counties.
Jefferson has the same population. Oops, excuse me.
And I understand Jefferson. I spent an hour with one of their commissioners, and I explained to that in a different meeting. The reason they've had such great success is because it's a retired person from the state of Washington that absolutely loves it there, works for a very reasonable figure, and I can hope that if this is rammed through, that we might be so lucky. So Jefferson County really isn't the best comparison for Curry County. And when it comes to larger counties, we have to create something as elected official that's specific to Curry County. And that's what I'm asking this board to do, to slow this down and look at what we have before us. Look at the department heads we have that don't need micromanage and work with them to get a process. I mean, you look in the BOC office right now, what needs to be done that isn't getting done? I'll finish here in just a moment. I've reported that Clatsop County has had 9 different administrators in 15 years. That's a sister county, essentially to Curry County. You know, these county administrators, they get a big lucrative contract with a getaway clause, and when they leave, they usually take their good portion of their high-paid staff with them. There's just a lot of risk here, and this is a job that we're very capable of doing. Our BOC office is running very smooth now. Council Huddle is watching things very close. I don't see any major mistakes whatsoever. We're operating very efficiently, especially now with the pay cuts. We're leading by example. We're offering full-time positions. That means when we're not in Salem or Eugene on important county business, we're here in the office, or we're at meetings in the evenings that are important to the citizens of this county. So that's my challenge to you. That's the job we're hired to do. And that's the job that the electorate expects us to do. And this is, we don't know what the vote would be again, but it's not the right approach, clearly. And you know, I've said in the past, one more thing, I'm sorry. I've said in the past, there are some good principles behind this concept. There really are. But in 9 or 10 months of evaluation, including spending time with your opponent, who I also greatly respect, Ron Hedenskog, I've learned a lot. And when you have 6 commissioners with 28 years of experience say, don't do this, I just encourage you again, spend some time with them. They are incredible. They love this county. Most of them are one-term commissioners, I understand, but they no lack of effort or expertise or sincerity about this county. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gold?
In order to get some continuity, I noticed you mentioned one-term commissioners. If you had a manager in place, you could get that continuity where you don't have the steep learning curve every 4 years for people. Just my opinion.
Well, the risk can go the other way, too. And again, there's plenty of evidence around the state why it generally works in cities, but does not seem to work in counties. And so that's the apprehension I have.
Mr. Chair, was there a motion?
No.
Not yet.
Keep
We're
the
still...
dialogue going. We're gaining. I don't know why.
I just have another comment. You say the managers come and go. That is not necessarily so. Jefferson County, as I recall, I did quite a bit of research on this, 9-10 years. Morrow County, doing well. So most of the managers have stayed on. It's not like a revolving door. And that would be up to us to come up with someone who is qualified. And my guess is there's going to be someone out there that really wants to come to Curry County, probably for less money. And I can kind of relate that to myself. I came here myself taking a huge pay cut simply because I wanted to be here. I had in mind what I was going to do, and I did it. But I think someone else is probably out there that would be interested.
Well, I agree with you. There are some terrific success stories. There are also some stories of agony from different counties, and I don't think we really have the data to say that there's a leaning towards more success or more failure. We don't know, but we do have that information before us that it should just slow down our enthusiasm for this a little more than presently I'm sensing.
Any other comments? Do we have a motion to approve this proposed ordinance with the, well, I don't believe there were any. Were there any changes?
No.
The changes
As-
were read,
as
and then
read by-
the emergency
by
clause.
coun-
The emergency
council.
clause said immediately, but it would be effective
To
July
July
1.
1.
Yep, which is what the effective date on the draft says. So it'd be reconciled there.
I move
So do we have a motion to approve as read with the emergency clause effective July 1?
I move that we approve the motion for the county appointment of county administrator with the amended date for implementation.
Mr. Chair, can I ask just clarification what that date is?
July
July
1st.
1.
Thank you.
Do we have a second? I second the motion. Any further discussion? Call for the question.
Aye.
No. I was waiting for you to vote, sir.
Aye.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Boyce?
Thank you. That wasn't part of the judicial or executive responsibility. It was part of the legislative, which I just want to highlight. That was a lively debate and discussion, and I'm just appreciative of that, and I think that we need to do more of that, and none of us should ever feel like we're under time constraints because we have to lobby for the people. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 8B is a ground lease renewal for Cal-Or Life Flight in Brookings Airport, at the Brookings Airport.
Thank you,
County
Mr. Chair.
Council?
Thank you. Brief staff report. I don't have anything to add to the materials. We are basically renewing with the cost of living increase in there on the lease, and it's for a 5-year period. And request approval.
I move that we approve the ground lease renewal for Cal-Or Life Flight Brookings Airport.
Second.
Have a second? Okay, any further discussion? Call for the question.
Aye.
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 Thank you. And the next item, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. This is another lease for a hangar lease for Fallstick. And it also has the cost of living increase, and it's for a 5-year period, and request approval.
And this would be then entertaining a motion for agenda item 8C.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Brookings
Yes.
Airport hangar lease renewal number 2A.
Yes, for Darrell Fallstick.
Do we have a motion?
I move that we approve the Brookings Airport hangar lease renewal 2A for Darrell Fallstick.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any further discussion? Call for the question.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Agenda item 8D, the job description for the community service coordinator.
Jay Trost, Juvenile Department. I'm very excited to be up here now.
Oh, is that what?
No,
was
I'm
that
just
what
giving him
he was
bad time because I don't know how we can get his title any bigger.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm giving him a bad time. My apologies, Mr. Chair.
Well, he did look at his watch. We're only going till 2:45.
You thought you were going to slide out, didn't you?
No, I just wanted to remind the board.
Thank you for hearing him out. Before you is a job description amendment to a existing position. I, as you know, budgeted this position and put the majority of the budget coming out of parks. And I want to amend this position to be a parks and community service coordinator position. So there will be a lot of park duties that are additional in here. And I have that attached in your packet. So what I'm asking for today is approval of those amendments and approval to post and hire this position.
I just have one question. In the past, you've kind of had the parks director work with juvenile anyway, is that correct? Or
I am both.
Well, I should say this person in this position, Irene.
Coordinator.
The coordinator. They kind of worked with both anyway, right?
So previously, the parks or the community service coordinator worked community service projects in the parks.
Okay, that's what I
but
thought.
they and when we had our previous one, our previous person had a strong existing background in parks, and so there were some duties delegated, but I wanted to make it official.
I see. It was already happening, basically, was my point.
Somewhat, but not
Okay.
to an official capacity.
Okay.
So did I understand you correct? This is a new hire that you want to hire a new person, or?
We haven't filled this position since the end of February.
Okay, well that's okay.
And,
so you want to, because was that the Tate?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I thought there was somebody that was hired, or he was taking around a day or two before he left. He was walking around saying this was a new person or somebody that was going to take his place.
No, not that I'm aware
Okay.
of.
He just in passing he mentioned that.
Oh.
So.
No, that the
Or
position
he
has
was
been
training somebody internal. Maybe that's what he meant, to know some of his.
So in the interim, we had one of our probation officers take over part of the community service duties.
Okay.
So on one weekend, 2 weekends a month, one weekend day, that person was filling in for Tate while we've had this position open, so that we kept our community service program somewhat continuing.
So this would be for basically the fiscal 17-18
Correct.
year.
Correct.
Okay. And that position was budgeted.
Correct. And so what I'm asking for is to go ahead and post that so that I can hire the new year, because we are gaining momentum into the middle of the season, and I don't want to have to wait till later to get this person moving forward.
I move that we approve the job description for the Parks Community Service Coordinator.
Second, Mr. Chair.
And the ability to post
And the
hire.
ability to post the job, starting July 1st, right?
She amended that.
And hire.
Second that amended. Was that an amendment? Why don't you restate it, please?
Okay, I move that we approve the job title for Parks Community Service Coordinator, give the ability of Director Trost to hire this individual and post the job.
How about they post the job first?
Yeah.
County Council?
Thank you. I just want to check when you say give the ability of Director Trost to hire this individual. Commissioner Boyce pointed out that we're under a hiring freeze and that all hires have to be approved by the Board of Commissioners. So I just wanted to.
So that's basically what we're doing here.
Well, that's what I'm. Okay, so you're basically approving the hire. You're stepping out of the hiring freeze, or you're authorizing him to do the hiring without board approval of the individual hire. Is that what is happening? I thought we were just approving on the AGRS. I thought we were just approving an amendment to an existing job description. And now we're doing, go post it. That I don't think he needs board direction for, but just would need board approval of a hire. And I'm just trying to.
Well, wouldn't it be important for him to post it before he?
Sure, but I don't think there's any prohibition on any person posting for a job. The only issue is any hire has to be approved by the board. I'm sorry, I've spoken so much that Julie Swift has to come in and correct me, so.
Well, she's on her way
Post
up,
it,
if I may.
and someone replies, then
Well, Mr. Chair, there's other folks who want to talk, I guess.
So Julie Swift, payroll and HR coordinator. I think that in the hiring freeze, it says in order to fill what's considered an essential position, they have to get approval from the board to do that advertisement. And then when
Oh.
they find the person, they come before the board for the hire
Okay.
order itself.
All
I think
right.
that's the way it's done. They have to get approval to,
Okay,
to
thank
fill
you.
it, and then they approve the.
so that's what we're trying to
Yeah.
give him today.
Right. So so all you're gonna say is, yeah, go ahead and post it.
Okay,
And then
go ahead
bring
and
back
post
to
But
the
not
person.
hire. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
And it was a position that was not filled, and that's where I was a little.
Correct. Thank you, I got it.
Okay, so there's a motion.
Someone want to second it?
We need to repeat it, please.
Yeah, would you repeat the motion, please?
I move that we give Director Trost the ability to post the job for Parks/Community Service Coordinator.
Well said, Commissioner
Okay.
excuse
Okay.
me, Commissioner Huxley.
So do we have a second?
I want to confirm what you said for clarification, if I may. That this is filling the existing position that's now empty. Thank you. I'll second.
Oh. Okay.
Clear as mud?
Yes. Okay, so this, yes. So yes. So any further conversation? Call for the question?
Aye.
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 Can I ask the board a quick question about the hiring freeze? Is there a timetable that maybe in the future that we're looking to remove that, or is that going to be something that's continuous? The reason why I ask is because I have my youth crew, my annual summer youth crew that I'm going to have to be looking for, and they're all graduating soon or getting out for the summer. And so I'm wondering if that is going to be something that's held on to indefinitely right now or not.
Well, I think until it changes, it's in place, and it's not on the agenda to change today. So I think we'll just talk about that some more at the next meeting is June 21 or June.
Yeah, 21.
So if you want to put it or we can talk about it at a management meeting perhaps, and maybe we can bring it up to the board as a request or something.
Perfect. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Okay. Agenda item 8E is adoption of a new position description, county administrator. And
Did you say 8D?
eight,
Mr.
did
Chair?
I say 8D or did I say, if I did, I meant 8E. Because we just had the 8D. That's 8E.
Yes, thank you.
And there were, I don't know, Julie Swift, do you want to make any comments or intro on this? Because there are some things that would need to be defined ultimately.
Julie Swift, payroll and HR. I did not create the job description.
Correct.
I did the agenda routing slip to get it on the agenda for you.
Okay.
I understand that there were a couple changes made to include the DA's office and county council as not under the administrator per your previous discussion. So that's been encompassed in the job
Okay.
description. But I don't have any, I believe Lucy Labonte had some comments, but I don't know what they were.
Okay.
I have nothing really to speak of on
It, county council, was that a raised hand or no?
It was not a raised hand. No, it was not.
Okay. Did you want to make a comment or no?
No, I think, well, I'll just say Julie Swift accurately summarized this. The one change, and again, this job description was presented to the board at a work session or at a board meeting, and it was reflected upon favorably as being an improvement over the previous job description that was presented to the board. The one item here, in the very first paragraph on page 53, position summary, Julie Swift did mention that the departments that are not under the supervision and control of the county administrator were the sheriff, county council, and district attorney. Technically, county council is not, but I did not have and it says, and their respective offices and staffs. if that thing were to be wordsmithed, it would say county sheriff and the district attorney and their respective offices and staff and county council, because I think the way I read the ordinance is that only county council, but not my staff, because just the staff is a staff and county council is county council.
So to read the question, then to reword that from except the county sheriff, comma, district attorney, comma, and county council?
Nope, it would say, if I could, it would say, except the county sheriff and district attorney and their respective offices and staff, comma, and the county council.
And the county council.
Comma. So county council would be cut out of there, put after staff with an and, county council, and then a comma.
Okay.
And that's really the only changes I had, Mr. Chair, so thank you for the opportunity.
The comments that I have, we knew that this would come up. Okay. Oh, county council?
We are 5 minutes from when we said we were going to go to, so I'm just wondering.
We're going to go home.
No,
ET,
sir.
go
No.
home.
I don't think so. We have a few other things to do, but I like
Thank
the
you.
spirit, though.
Thank you.
I like
Yes,
the spirit.
yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, let me just give me a minute here.
No
I'll
worries.
come back to you. What was left open on this, on the order was, of course, the range to be determined, shown as a TBD, and on the actual description, it was also on the salary level a TBA, to be determined. And what we have is a range 17 currently. Okay, a range 17 and a range 18. The range 17, there are 2 positions on a range 17. There are no positions on a range 18. The dollar amount that was referred to, in the budget committee hearings, but was not reduced in, to concrete, was the 80,000. A question, Julie, is what is required to add a range 19?
We'd have to see what that range 19 would look like.
Well, I assume that range 19, and I was looking at it, in other words, from step A, range 17 to a step A, range 18 is 5%. And it typically seems to be that way within a fraction of a percent. And I think that's pretty much typically the way it is in these steps. And that's a question, not
Not
but that's an
necessarily.
observation.
When the ranges were created, when the salary study was done by LGPI back in 2001, they did the market study at the time and created the recommended dollar amounts for those salary ranges. So those were based on specific positions. So if, for instance, county council's in a range 17. At the time, roadmaster was a range 16. But what LGPI did was looked at those types of positions in comparable counties to see what their salaries were and created those salary ranges for us. So we didn't have any positions that fell into a range 19. We previously had the range
In 2001,
right,
clearly.
Right. So we didn't have any positions that would have fallen into a range 19, if you will, so we didn't create a range 19.
And I understand, 16, 17 years ago. Again, I didn't look at every single step and every single or step within a range, but in the half a dozen that I looked at, they were all 5%, give or take, a couple of dollars, 5%.
The market study was based on different
types of positions. And I'm sure if we probably, and typically step increases are 5%, half steps are 2.5%. So I think with that understanding, what is required to look at creating a range 19?
It's something that can be done with the master payroll order, because that's at the time the salary schedules are adopted. So you could include a range 19 at that
Okay.
5% differential
I would,
if you want to.
ask that at least we do that in that master payroll, would give us an additional step. With, again, looking at it here, at a step is 5%, a half step is 2.5, and typically they're, what, 6? Yeah, 6 steps.
Right.
And that we, now this would be a question. Do we create any issues for ourselves if we don't address this range right now and approve this, or can we approve with a TBA or to be determined, TBD? Or are we best, I would think we're best to do something now versus approve something and come back? That's the question.
The salary range will be approved effective July 1, which this job description is going to be effective July 1 also.
Correct.
So I think that if you want to put in range 18 and put the effective date of the job description July 1, then at July 1, that range 19 would be created.
Would you say that again, please?
I'm sorry. So I think if you put on the job description now, which is going to be effective July 1, that it's going to be salary range 19.
Okay, 19, not 18.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
okay.
misspoke. So with a master payroll, then that range 19 is created. And so the two go hand in
Okay.
hand effective July 1.
Okay. I would recommend that we do that in both the job description and then the order on it. And then with the change in the text recommended by county council in the opening paragraph of the position summary,
Got it.
and ask that we ask for a motion to approve as
those
modified
changes.
or amended on both on the order and the job description.
I move that we approve both the order and the job description as amended.
Commissioner Boyce? I second the motion. Any further comments? Discussion? Call for the question.
Aye.
No.
Aye. Thank you, Julie.
I just had one question, Mr. Chair, no hurry.
Okay. Let's see. Yes, Commissioner Boyce?
Thank you. Back to former Commissioner Labante's presentation, number 2, under position summary, this is quoting her now, or her document here, the county clerk, county assessor, and county treasurer should be added. That's to the exemptions. I assume by law, elected officials are elected to supervise their departments and personnel. Is that a law that you're familiar with, or is that accurate? It's something you could research later, because that would be a tough question for.
Well, I actually did look at it, Mr. Commissioner, and again, when you look under the county clerk, under the statutes, by law, it does not say that they are elected to supervise their departments and personnel. The only statutory scheme that talks about managing the organization and the duties of their department is in the sheriff's department. The rest are very, the clerk shall record documents, and the clerk shall charge fees, and the clerk shall keep this, and the clerk shall do that, but it really doesn't talk about their subordinates at all. And I have a feeling some county clerks may do it on their own, and maybe when those ordinances or the state statutes were adopted. But the sheriff was the only one I could find that said they have responsibility for assigning work to their deputies and stuff. And then if you do recall, during the statutes say the Board of Commissioners establishes, the number of employees and all this stuff. So and then again, the county personnel rules are by the board what delegated to those elected officials their duties over their subordinates. So the premise is that if the board can adopt the rules to delegate to them, the board can, the board has that power to delegate who does what with subordinates and whatnot. But that the supervisor would have no oversight over the individual electeds, what they do. So in other words, if an assessor came to work 1 day a week, I'm just saying, I've seen Jim here every day of the week, but again, if any elected official, came once a month or something, the county administrator wouldn't have any authority to say, you're doing this or that. You know what I'm saying? So that would just be up to the people. So.
Thank you.
But I quibble with what Lucy Labonte said there, and she didn't give a statute or anything, which usually is helpful. But I looked them up and didn't see anything to where it said that's what they're elected for.
It seemed that a certain amount of that would be common sense assumption that they would have supervisory responsibility over their staffs. But yeah, that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, agenda item, let me see, 10, they're
Do you
on.
have to have a motion
or-
to extend the meeting?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. Or go home.
Well, that's true. If you don't extend the meeting, we are adjourned until all these things just go to the next time.
I move that we extend the meeting another hour,
Second,
just in case.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, call for the question.
Aye.
Aye.
When you get elected.
You can vote with your feet.
There you go. That's very good.
Well said.
I can't.
To agenda item.
It's smart.
No, thank you. I apologize. That was out of line. That's
To
a point of
agenda
order.
item 11B, Southwest Area Commission
we have
on
to, I
Transportation. No Curry County representative.
Mr. Chair, I promise to be real brief on this. I'll just read you a quick paragraph. You can look over the 5 regions in Oregon. This chair is currently actually being chaired by Gary Millman, Brookings City Manager, and he recommended that I bring this before the board and see if it would be their pleasure to have a representative. What is the Oregon Transportation Commission? This will take less than 30 seconds. The Oregon Transportation Commission establishes state transportation policy. The commission also guides the planning, development, and management of a statewide integrated transportation network that provides efficient access, is safe, and enhances Oregon's economy and livability. The commission meets monthly to oversee Department of Transportation activities relating to highways, public transportation, rail transportation, safety, motor carrier transportation, drivers, motor vehicles. The note I got from Mr. Milliman is that Curry County's representation has really been hit and miss, and it could have cost us, he thinks, at least one funding opportunity. So I would love to serve. I would be glad to serve on this board. And like I say, they meet quarterly in Coquille, and I recommend that we get a representative, and I'm willing to do that. And I provided you with the paperwork there, just kind of a brief overview. Thank you.
Close to a minute.
Oh, that wasn't too bad, was it?
Well, 30 seconds, okay.
So are you proposing to bring back, what would it be, an order? Or county council, would that be an order to appoint him?
Well, how have we
Or
appointed usually?
Versus a resolution?
It could be an order. I think the idea would be to direct staff to bring back an order appointing Commissioner Boyce to the Southwest area, and
60 seconds. Transportation Committee.
Yep. Serves Coos, Curry, Douglas County. Curry County, it says Brookings, Curry County, and a stakeholder. So one stakeholder from Curry County. It says, okay, so membership is comprised of up to 20 voting members representing Douglas, Coos, and Curry counties. Membership includes public sector representatives as appointed by the governing body from Douglas County, Coos County, Curry County, Roseburg, Coos Bay, Brookings, and ODOT. 2 at-large cities, 2 stakeholders, 1 stakeholder from Curry County. So It looks like we are to have a public sector representative appointed by the governing body.
Did you have a comment?
Commissioners, Don Kendall, Curry County Emergency Services. Just to let you know, over the past 7 years, I've been hit and miss going into some of these meetings also and working with the various different groups. Part of the Brookings improvements on 101 has come out of this, and talking to local citizens has been my movement on this. Started doing it for the commissioners in 11 and 12. Started talking to them and have not come back to you guys because there has not been much movement since what was taking place probably in December or someplace back in there when I did just bring up a little bit of pieces of information to individual commissioners.
So you've basically been our representative for this
Yes,
amount of
and
time.
if there was anything important, I always brought it back to the commissioners in that time. Recently, there has not been. Things moved very quickly, and they moved, I thought, correctly for a lot of road services in the Brookings area, coming from all the way from State Line up to, I've forgotten the name of the mill, in the north end of Brookings area.
South Coast.
So, yeah. So there's a lot of movement for fixing that area right now, and working with City Manager Milliman on some of these items, just to let you know.
Thank you.
So were you appointed by the Board of Commissioners, or?
I was requested to
Thank
do
you.
so.
Okay.
Yes.
Because it sounds like Gary Milliman said that we don't currently have a representative, or what was?
We really don't.
Okay. So it makes sense for the board to appoint one. And
Also, Roadmaster Robbins has volunteered, if I understand correctly, to be the alternate. And so it is an important deal. And the two ODOT representatives were here last week. They followed up with a recommendation me without knowing Gary Milliman also did. And so it's kind of working together. And thanks for your input on that, Mr. Kendall.
Okay, so do we have consensus to direct staff to draft an order appointing Commissioner Boyce to this
with Robbins
position?
as an alternate, it sounds like, with the Roadmaster
On
as
the
an
assumption
alternate.
that I understood him correctly, I'm
Sure.
fairly confident in that, though.
Okay.
We
He
can,
would be an
that could be
excellent
confirmed.
representative.
Okay, thank you.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll bring back an order at the next meeting to do that.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if the next two items, how long they're gonna take, but I've been here for over 5 hours and I got a lot of work to do. So discussion on E, emergency management coordinator, can we take that next?
Yes.
Okay,
So do we have an affirmative on that?
That's-
Is that the will of the board?
yeah,
Oh, that's
well,
fine.
yes, I mean, if Sheriff, I would ask that if there's something like that, like Doug Robbins said, you know, out in the hallway, bring it up, you know, rather than come 5 hours later and
Well,
tell
like
us.
this is Sheriff Ward, I didn't
Okay.
put this on the agenda and I think it's kind of an end run. I mean, if anybody was curious about this emergency service position, they should have come and talked to me about
Well,
it.
who put it on the agenda?
It was me.
Okay.
So I didn't,
This caught me
I didn't
off
know it was
guard,
gonna
too.
be on the agenda till late last week, and, when this came up, it was basically in a conversation I had with some of my staff when, Don Kendall announced his retirement. And I said, well, if the Board of Commissioners, this is during budget deliberations, if they're gonna cut us anymore, that would be a position I would give back to the county. And that's all I knew about until the next thing I know, John Jesuit stops me in the office, said he could put this on the agenda, and I go, put what on the agenda? To be discussed. So I'm here to discuss it if anybody wants to discuss, you know, I don't think it's gonna take very long. I mean, bottom line is, Don Kendall's retiring, and he's got his last day July 7th. The position would be, I think, I don't think it should be discussed here. I think it may be in a workshop or on a management meeting of where we go from here as far as.
And that's fine. That's one of the reasons I brought it up, because I knew he was retiring and we needed to talk about what are we going to do.
Well, I mean, the position's been under the sheriff for a number of years, and
Well, my intent was not to say, oh, we're taking this position from the sheriff. That was not my intent whatsoever.
well, I'm not against giving it to you, but so, but I mean, the position is normally, I would correct me if I'm wrong, county council, that it's a county function, not a law enforcement sheriff's function. I believe it was brought under Metcalf when Mike Murphy left, and then Albert Harrell came on board, and it came underneath the county.
So question, would you prefer that it be out of your purview?
Well, like I say, that's a discussion we can have, but, you know, I didn't know it was going to be just here in front of a county commissioner meeting.
My intent was just to make the other commissioners aware of what was going on and possibly look at what are the possibilities. I know it's mandated that we have emergency services here for the county, but how we do it is up to us, whether it's under the sheriff's department, whether it's a part-time position, whether it's an AGI, you know, that's the question, so.
Well, I think it needs to be sit down at a table and discuss all the pros and cons.
And that would be good. I have no
So that was just my conversation about it. Don, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think it's interesting. If you read the ORSs, counties shall,
right,
cities and special districts may have the position. They're no longer accepting cities under the grant program that I'm funded under at all. There are 5 cities. They all have over 100,000 population. Number one, that kind of excludes us a little bit, but they're not going to accept any more positions. And in fact, the funding revenue stream is going down slightly every year. So all of these things that you were discussing with the sheriff about maybe AGIing it or putting it under a part-time position, all those are worthwhile discussion items. I will tell you this, that the workload, my assumption of the workload is in the area of 35 to 55 hours per week.
See, and that's what needs to be discussed, so.
And I'm available to you. Even when I'm wearing flip-flops and shorts, I'll come in and help you work your way through this.
So you'll be available by phone. Yeah, he's going to be over in Hawaii.
This is, sorry. Right, so this is slated just as a discussion item, depending on what the board wants to do. You've heard from the sheriff, thinks that this item might justify its own work session. I don't know if the board is ready to labor through, you know, this position. We're not eliminating, the position's been budgeted, is that correct? So that's not an issue, and currently it's just to discuss based on maybe some comments from the sheriff during budgeting or just on a general county organization where this position would go. So, you know, a lot of times we look, what do other counties do, those kind of things. We haven't done that from a staff perspective, but it just depends. What information is the board looking for, and what kind of decisions does the board want to make? Are we going to be able to do that today, or is this just an opportunity for the board to give staff direction to labor on this further?
I think this would be more of give the staff direction, simply because we need to look at it further. I don't think we can just make a decision in 10 minutes on this one, because I don't think we have all the information. But if you could look and see what other counties do about this, probably similar size would be
I've talked
best.
to the OSSA about this, and they said majority of the offices do not carry under them the emergency services. It's under the county. Some offices do. Some say it works well. Some say it doesn't. So we really never had a major issue with having Don there, since he had all the experience in the world. But you know, trying to replace him, and it's a mandated position, and we have no compensation for it. I don't know that I really want to do that. I just assume maybe let the county have the position and the responsibility of it.
Who wants to dump him?
Well,
tell.
if you have a county manager, sometimes those people can work closely with the OEM and the sheriff, and it could be part of that if you saw one of the descriptions of a county manager is to coordinate, the various functions of all the departments. So there could be coordination through that office with the OEM outside of the sheriff and the sheriff. There's a lot of different ways to do it, it sounds like.
I don't have a problem staying involved with the whole thing, because it's a very important position in our county.
Well, it is mandated, so.
That's what I'm saying. I think it'd be more likely at this point better to serve under the county.
Okay. And then, because during a declared emergency, you play a role on the statutory scheme in that, don't you, Sheriff?
Yes.
Okay. So these two offices would probably still work, hand in hand or closely coordinated and stuff. Okay. All right. Well, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't want to take too much time on this. If the board's ready to maybe make it a work session or something.
That's all I was going to say.
Okay.
Cut to
Do we
the
want
chase.
to
How
have
soon can we get? Go ahead.
A work session, or just give some direction for you to come back to us versus right now schedule a work session?
I tell you what, I can work with HR and the sheriff's department and Don Kendall and try to come up with the options and whatnot. And then if it looks like it can be a matter of a board meeting, we could do that. But I just hate to, if it involves a lot of detail, you can do this or you can do that. And here's, I just, our board meetings are, we're struggling to meet our time constraints. And so I'd just like to have us be able to get to a point where our business, where we can do the study at one meeting and do the business at another. But again, we'll work on it.
Or do the study, maybe another meeting's not necessary. That's the reason I raised that question.
Good
First
question.
direction
Yeah,
first, and
good.
if we can
All
not
right.
have another meeting.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
And still accomplish.
Good point.
that's
Right,
the-
if it is a very streamlined matter, we can bring it back at a board meeting. Yep.
And we'll let you use your discretion. How's that?
I will try. I wonder whose discretion it'll be. Who is well, anyway, I'll work with the sheriff and with Don Kendall on it.
And if you have to, let Jake determine it.
So maybe not a work session, Commissioner Boyce. I'll work with Commissioner Boyce on it to whether it's a work session or a board meeting item.
I want an opportunity for the public to know what's going on
Okay.
and collect all the information we possibly can. All of us, in my view, need to be educated, especially me, and I'm very interested. I would appreciate an opportunity to work with you. Thank you.
Sounds good. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff.
Thanks for taking me out of time.
Next time, let us know so you don't have to sit there for 5 hours. That's hard.
That's the
believe me.
last item on my agenda.
Well, he wasn't sitting there all the time.
Pretty much.
Okay. Okay, agenda item 11C was professional recruitment services for the county accountant position. A couple of comments on this. We had at the time, we had just one what appeared to be a viable candidate. And on June 1, another resume or application came in. Now, I don't know if it was just by chance that another one came in, but there wasn't any other advertising or anything that we were doing. Just happened to come in, Julie, on the 1st. I'm sorry?
State Employment Department?
Julie Swift, payroll and HR. I contacted the employment office to say, hey, can you refresh our ad? Because the way they work is they have the most recent on the front page, and then the older ads go longer. So if people are looking for a job on a specific type of position, the older the posting, they don't see those right away. So I contacted the employment office, and she said, well, what you can do is close it and reopen it. She says, oh, but hey, I referred someone. She says, I haven't had anyone else to refer so far. And then we received the application from that person.
Now, it's my feeling that that we might consider setting up, getting these the other two commissioners, and setting up questions, they may have, the procedure there, and interviews before we go ahead with this recruitment process. If that doesn't pan out, then we definitely will come back. So I'd like to just sort of suspend this item to a future date,
Continue to,
given what occurred just the other day.
I have one other question. I got an interesting email here. It was from Cindy Vosberg, and she said, we have access to Real Match, which is a network that we belong to that can place your recruitment ad on dozens of job boards for a fraction of the cost. So do you ever use that, or?
I don't use that, but I did post in the pilot and the triplicate. So if they had access to those things, I don't know. I believe they posted them on those boards for us.
Okay,
I believe. I'm not sure.
So, I'm sorry. That was a recent post then
With the pilot.
that we had
Pilot
talked
report
about
that we
recently?
did.
Okay.
Yeah, when we talked about it the last time.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not sure what they do after you advertise for a job, but
I'm not sure
I
either.
just thought I'd bring that up because it sounded
I think
like it
when
might be
you go to the
good.
pilot to their classifieds, they have a link to all kinds of other areas.
Oh, do they? Okay.
So is this something that we have to ask them to put
I don't
the
know.
link? Would you just for everybody's info, check with them there too, because if there's something else that we've missed, just that we won't miss if we ask them to do a particular post, we should certainly do it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, Julie, when while we still have, in this meeting here, as far as what, on a somewhat expedited schedule to try and set something up, because this ultimately will be a special meeting, it will be an executive session.
Right.
So if we can, while the three commissioners are here, try and kick around some possibilities. Obviously, the potential candidates have to be, has to work for their schedule also. And the commissioners haven't even seen these two yet, so.
Right.
But what could we do?
Well, your next regular meeting is June 21st.
Correct.
At the time you're adopting the budget, and possibly that afternoon.
I think we have a lot of things on that.
Would you
thus far.
be wanting a special meeting?
Yeah, do you want a special meeting, or do you want to do it on?
I would.
How about
I
a
would
workshop day
suggest.
next week?
Well.
That's getting
Wednesday.
pretty clogged up.
Okay. I would not suggest waiting 2 weeks, given, we got the accountants leaving in 2 weeks. Not that this is going to work, and, we're not going to have an accountant, a replacement by the time that Louise Kallstrom leaves, but.
Well, on June 14th in the afternoon, we're scheduled for SEIU negotiations also.
Okay, then we don't want to even go there.
Okay.
Okay. County Council?
I feel like last year we noticed some special meetings. I think we do have one ultimate Wednesday, the 31st of this, or we have the 28th. We have one more Wednesday before the end of fiscal. I don't know if the board wants to do special meetings or not, so.
I think I'd rather have a special meeting and try to,
Just for the interview process.
just for the interview.
So if it.
And it doesn't matter if it's on a Wednesday, let's just
Okay, yeah.
get
I
on
would
it.
be open to other than a Wednesday if necessary.
3 words. Whoops. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I understand, but we need, yeah. Well, yeah, that's the reality of it right now. So, and if that doesn't work, I would be back with the others, professional service to look at it also. So I think the sooner we begin, now that we have a couple of possible potential candidates, the sooner the better. Commissioner Boyce?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I didn't bring my calendar with me.
If it requires a special meeting, let's don't hesitate, and let's do it as soon as possible.
Oh, I'm all for it.
Thank you.
So, just County Council?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I've been on my computer. I looked at the Brookings, the pilot paper. I looked at their classifieds. There's currently no accountant ad in there. And then now I'm just on Real Match, and none of it's making sense. But wonder what is happening with respect to that comment that she made.
I don't know.
So
Here, I'll give you that email.
Oh, okay, thanks. Okay. Can you ask her? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Boyce?
Could we do a Monday meeting and maybe even include the emergency management? I know this is...
No, this would be ultimately an exec session.
Get it done. Tuesday's out for me. I'll be in Salem all day. The legislature is winding down.
No, I hear what you're saying. The only reason I like, I guess, or prefer a Wednesday meeting is because it's kind of fits in our scheduled meeting preparation and notice and all that kind of stuff. Our routine around the office, and I'm thinking of John Jesuit over there, and even the rest of the staff, and getting things prepared.
Video too.
Well, sure, our AV folks as well. I hadn't thought about them. Thanks, Mr. Chair. But anyway, Commissioner Boyce, it's just that's why I would think a Wednesday. It's just kind of in our standard operating procedure, and I think it's less likely to be missed, and we're more likely to get stuff done.
That's fine with me. Wednesday be fine. I can be here.
Next Wednesday.
Wednesday is a work session.
Work session on minutes.
Minutes
Is there anything
and
else?
auditor. An auditor's going
Okay,
first
auditor.
because they charge by the hour.
Public transit budget and okay.
When does
That's okay.
SEIU
Load
thing
up. We'll
start
get it
up?
Well, we're
done.
talking about the 28th.
What,
though.
what about,
Two?
you know,
The 21st is a regular meeting.
What about on the 14th in the afternoon? We did that recently.
Negotiations.
Oh, that's right, you said on that Wednesday.
But it
okay.
doesn't start till 2.
Well,
But you
Oh,
figure.
I think we could do it.
Yes, we could do it.
Depends
Have a
how long
30-minute
the
lunch.
workshop goes
No
in
way,
the morning.
no way.
This is
not
really
so
important.
sure.
You wanna schedule at least an hour for each person if you.
Yeah, I
At least.
to interview
an
two
hour.
people, I don't know
Yeah.
that you could squeeze
No
it
way.
between a
No way.
workshop and a negotiations.
No way.
But I'm inclined to do the 28th, but maybe on the
Okay.
and the 21st will be, as you saw, we're going to have a number of items coming back on the 21st. It's the last scheduled meeting before the fiscal, and there will be a lot of items that are basically annual fiscal renewal items.
The
So
28th is a work.
it's
a
an open
workshop.
day, and I don't know if we have a workshop scheduled on the 28th.
Okay.
I'm looking at John Jesuit now to task. He's
How
shaking his
about
head
the 28th then?
to interview the two candidates.
That's 3 weeks?
Correct.
That's too long.
Okay.
This is
All right.
critical
Well,
critical mass
that's a
here.
good
The
point.
14th, how long is it, the SEIU? What does that,
Scheduled from 2 to 5.
2 to 5? Oh.
So if you got your workshop in the
I'm
morning.
involved in that, and so is
It's about
John.
9 o'clock, the 14th, Wednesday morning.
You've got a workshop.
Well,
Workshop.
you really need
No, no.
2 hours.
Oh,
Excuse me.
minimum. 2
Okay, so
hours.
9 to 10 and 1 to 2.
But now we have on the 14th.
I see one before the meeting and one after.
Yep,
That would be fine with me.
get it done.
Can they make it?
I absolutely do not want to wait 3 weeks.
Louise Kallstrom, County Accountant. I would just like to comment that one of them is coming from quite far away. And so if you have it like on either a Monday or a Friday, then their travel days aren't, if they're already working, and they wouldn't have to be off 3 days to go to an interview. But that would just be in consideration of the candidate, not.
When you say quite far away, how?
Eastern Oregon.
Why don't we
Okay.
see what their availability is first, and then you can interface with the commissioners
That makes
individually.
sense.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
But are we talking the 14th?
We don't know. Let's see
I
what.
have a question. Would the commissioners consider telephone interviews?
I like
Yep, okay.
face to face.
Sure, all right.
Well, if these are like our 2 main candidates.
Yep.
But if you want a preliminary interview, that might be a way to go.
Yeah, but there's only 2 of them.
Yeah,
I'd
okay.
kind of like
Well,
to
the bottom
look
line
at
is,
'em.
we've lost 2 exceptional candidates and accountants in less than 18 months. I'm not sleeping very well at night, so that's why I'm pushing just a little bit here on the urgency. Thank you.
And just, I guess for the record, I am available to help out until somebody comes in, because I don't want any balls to be dropped. Of course, I'll have a full-time job, so it'd be weekends or evenings if you can put the IT stuff I need on the laptop. But I would be willing to help out. Of course, you'd have to pay me a little bit.
On a, so you're talking about a contract basis?
Kind of a contract.
What were you saying, like $10 an hour? Or?
Well, I was
That's
thinking
minimum
8,
wage as of
but
Oh, lucky girl.
Okay, so we can work, that's appreciated, but let's work out when these candidates would be
Yeah, okay.
available and then get back. We'll
I just
very
wanted
much
to, I just
sure.
wanted to make the point that it isn't necessarily so emergency that we have to do it within the next couple of days, because we do need to consider everybody involved, the candidates and all of the commissioners and everybody. So.
Okay.
And thank you for your willingness to do that. It's very important that we have that continuity.
Yes,
I think so,
and
too.
$10 an hour, absolutely.
You knew I was
See if
kidding.
I'd sign that contract.
So just,
Okay, so we're okay on that
I
then?
just want to summarize so I know for sure where we're headed.
Okay.
So who wants to fill in the blanks? We're gonna discuss on their availability for possibly Wednesday the 14th. And
No, I think Julie Swift is going to contact them, see what they're available, work with both of them, then get back to individual commissioners as far as the different possible scenarios. We don't know what day or
so is the
anything else
14th
at
still a
this-
possibility?
I guess we could say it's
That's
a
fine.
possibility,
Thank you.
but
That's all I
given
wanted to
what's
hear.
on the 14th, I don't see it as
And what I've
much of
seen,
a...
what I've seen from the board is that we're talking in person. So that's also a key to when determining their availability. Okay.
That'll show us if they're flexible, if they can be here in a week. Okay,
Sure.
thank you. That's all I have.
I'd feel a whole lot better if it were in person.
Yep. No, I think that's consensus. So, but bottom line, Mr. Chair, the one item to hire the recruitment firm for the accountant is being suspended.
Suspended,
So
that's
we're
correct.
on that other item now of recruitment services
That's
for
correct.
county administrator. Okay.
That's correct. And that is agenda item 11D. And I had, let's see, this is suspended. Included a proposal that I received from Prothman on the deadline to submit this. It was on the 31st, I believe, of May. I spoke, this is originally, there was a sheet that Commissioner Gold gave the commissioners some weeks back.
That was
on
during the budget
Prothman.
week.
And then I made some calls after that, spoke with, there's a husband and wife that own it. I spoke with, in county counsel's absence, I spoke with assistant county counsel last week, couple of times on this. She had spoken with county counsel Huddle on this also, I understand, according to our conversation, the conversation I had with her. And the plan was to utilize, as we discussed in the budget hearings, to partially budget monies into the next fiscal year starting July 1st, but to use current funding that we had in the Board of Commissioner office budget for beginning this search after approval, basically, of the ordinance, which we've passed today. So these were running in parallel. They put out, I thought, quite a good proposal package. They have very good, from what I gather, I know Assistant County Counsel was well aware of the firm and well aware of the representative that would be interfacing with us is a prior retired city manager of Bandon. He was very complimentary on both Prothman and that individual. One question that had come up was that the total cost of portions in the 2016-17 year for this service and the 2017-18 year. I discussed that also with the Assistant County Counsel, and her comments were, we had done some, or had some attempts to use a personal service in trying to recruit an accountant originally, and at that time weren't even able to, the one or two that they talked to, I believe it was one, County Counsel was more involved, I think, in some of those communications. They weren't interested in pursuing that possibility or that venture, if you will, with County Counsel. You want to probably, because you were involved, you could explain that better than I.
Sure, Mr. Chair. I think we've heard about our county accountant search a little bit and our past one. And I know Julie Swift is still here, and maybe she can correct me where I misstep. But essentially, if you recall, CCH had communicated to us that they had used a recruitment firm to obtain a financial officer for their organization. And so we had talked about working with that recruitment organization to obtain, our financial officer. And when we did, that recruitment organization basically told us that their focus was the Portland area and that they thought we would be best off going with the newspapers and things like that. And Julie, is that kind of how you remember? Were you in on those conversations? I thought you might have been. And didn't they basically tell us they couldn't really help us?
Yeah, they had so much trouble helping CCH find theirs, they didn't realize how difficult it would be in this area, so they didn't want to waste their time or our money.
So there aren't a lot of recruiting firms that cover the Pacific Northwest. So between Prothman and that one, and the name escapes me, I don't know that we would be able to obtain. So the rules on entering contracts is the state law requires competitive procurement. Up to $10,000, you can go direct procurement. You don't need to even obtain 3 quotes. Between $10,000 and $150,000, the state law says you need 3 competitive quotes, which is basically picking up the phone or calling around or documenting why you can't obtain 3 competitive quotes. And in this case, I think from our most recent past experience within the last year, that it's not likely that we would be able to obtain 3 competitive quotes for these recruitment services by a firm in the Northwest. And therefore, I think the board could proceed with this and say that obtaining 3 competitive quotes from recruitment firms for a county manager is not obtainable, and therefore we're going to go with Prothman. So that's something the board could do. The board could also tell the county personnel officer and myself to go and make the calls to the recruitment firms. And I don't know, Mr. Chair, if when I think you put this on, did you also look at more than just Prothman yourself? I thought you did, but I can't remember.
I didn't. What I had, because again, I was sort of not experienced with the different names. Yep. I had made a comment to LPGI that because I had talked to them as far as a possible assessment of the county structure, and they were one of 2 that I had talked to on that. They offered that, they do that sometimes. They did send me just like yesterday or the day before an example of one recently they did. I didn't even look at it at that point. That's where we were, as far on the track with this one. So
I have
to your answer, Commissioner Gold.
I have 2 comments. First one, I went to another firm just looking for information up in Seattle. Never got any information back from them. Another comment, and maybe my mind's wrong, but when I got a quote back from Prothman, I thought it was like something like $7,500, and then all of this other stuff.
Well, they have different levels, okay, and they said, matter of fact, I asked them about accountant too. They said they're hard to find right now, but we were talking about an administrator. What they gave me was they had a basic rate that didn't include their pursuing the candidates, doing interviews, doing recommendations, getting
And
back
that was
to
the
us.
7,500?
That was, for that administrator, it was like 9,500. They said figure.
have to look back in
Well, you
my
had
email.
75, but then you also add some of their expenses, mailing, et cetera. Those are
Right.
identified separately. And for the administrator, they were more than just for the accountant as far as what they do for a full-blown. For the full-blown, when it was all said and done, it was approximately $14,000.
The only other thing I'm wondering, and I see the county accountant here, sometimes she has good knowledge of entities that are on the state procurement list or something. Do you know if Prothman's on that we could then be exempt from?
I
that
don't know.
satisfies
I've never
competitive
looked for
procurement?
a recruiter on the state procurement list, but I do know that although you can go with one, the only reason in procurement that I know of is that they are the only ones that you can go to. You do need to record that you have tried to get 3 responses, or in this case, there are only 2 that we know of. Therefore, you have to at least show that you have tried to contact both of them.
Right.
And just have that in your notes. But you do have to try to contact both of them and have a non-response or a negative response from that other one.
Sure. So, if you look at the total picture, recently one firm told us they wouldn't even try. Commissioner
But
Gold
they
went
didn't tell
to
us on this particular one.
Correct.
That's what
That
you
is
need to do.
correct. We'd be extrapolating or
Yes.
inferring from that it would be futile to contact them. We'd just be going through the
I
motions.
think that you still need to contact them,
Okay.
even though they have told us no on a
Sure.
different type of position.
Okay.
You have to do it for the position you're
I
looking at now.
I agree. That is the standard. The board would have to be comfortable saying it would be good enough for them, and then see if anybody wanted to fight it. But Louise is recommending the conservative approach, and I can agree with that.
So do I need to go back and find the exact name of the other firm that I contacted and when and?
I think that we need to make the attempt to
Yeah.
find at least 3 responders.
Okay, I tried for 2. So.
And that the one that we contacted before, and I don't know who that is, but
No.
if we do, then we can find out what that name is and contact them. It might be the same one that you tried to contact.
So, Mr.
But
Chair.
we just
yep.
do need to have the record of trying to contact at least 3 firms. And
But
we
if
can
they're
only
not
find
even-
2, then we have to contact both
Right.
of those firms.
So
Okay.
I think, Mr. Chair, we're at the point where now, from what I understand, if I've been understanding this, Prothman will offer a $7,500 option that we don't want.
No, not
Oh,
on
I'm sorry.
administrator.
Not on the
even
administrator. Thank you,
75.
Mr. Chair.
No,
Okay, good.
No,
Then,
not for that one.
then at this point, I think we need to cross our T's and dot our I to document the availability of the other firms or not before the board
Okay.
enters the agreement. So we have a little bit of homework to do, Mr. Chair.
So how do you want to proceed expeditiously on that?
Well, I think what you could do is the board could delegate a not to exceed figure to the HR, to the personnel officer and myself, or to the personnel officer. You could delegate a not to exceed $10,500 for them to procure a recruitment firm for a county administrator by complying with the state competitive procurement rules. And
Okay, but
therefore,
it
go
would
ahead.
not be, excuse me, it would not be 10.5 because the
Oh.
10.5, if you read in this, that's without the expenses. That's what I said.
I
When you
see.
add it all up to do the full, complete, where they do the
I-
interviews and everything, it's 14,000.
I don't think any, 14, okay, well,
Approximately.
I don't know that we could do anything other than bring you back the full report and say, we tried this, you pick.
Okay.
And I think we're talking about the 21st, or excuse me, yes, the 21st.
Okay. And then I can give you what
Yep.
information I have in addition.
Okay.
Well, I don't really have anything in addition to this on
Nope.
Prothman.
I think that will be one, and there will be 2 others in the,
And I will get you the, I'll have to see even what position it was, because it was just an example.
Yep.
From LPGI.
Okay.
That came in just a couple of days ago.
I think that's as quick as we could do it, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to ask or request that
Yep, and that,
staff proceed.
yep, so we'll continue this
that
item.
direction.
We'll continue this item until June 21st.
What time is it?
What month is it?
3:35.
What month is it? We're supposed to have an executive session, Mr. Chair.
And we still have commissioner comments or updates and comments. So, and what hadn't we just gone at 2:50 or 3? What do we hear? 3:30. Okay. I would like to take like a 10-minute break. Pardon me?
Yeah, we're at an hour.
3:45 would be an hour. A 10-minute break
Yeah.
would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10-minute break.
So if you take a 10-minute break, then we're at the done.
witching hour.
We're at the
Yeah.
done time. So
Yeah.
I think when you take your 10-minute break, you would also entertain a motion to bring us back for another half hour, 45 minutes.
I would say so because my commissioner comments are probably going to take 30 minutes.
I'm going to make a motion to do away with the 2-hour limitation. No, I'm kidding.
Well, I was during the minute workshop. I was going to suggest that we do a 2 and a 2, 10 to noon, take a lunch, 1 to 3, and
Here
get
we
us
are
4 hour
already 3:30.
meetings. Well, sure, but today's been kind of extraordinary. I think we've had a lot of.
We've had lots of extraordinary days.
Yeah. Well,
Getting the work done.
So do we need a motion to extend the meeting?
Yes, we
Yes,
need another
to a
motion to
time
extend
certain.
about it's 3:35. We went and we had extended it for an hour and it was 2:50, so we extended it to 3:50. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, let's
So
take a
come back.
5-minute break.
Yeah.
Let's take 10 minutes. Come back at 3:45.
Commissioner Golden, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. And then we'll extend the meeting for 1 hour.
okay.
Still having an executive session, is that right?
Well, that should include the executive session will be within the hour.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe meeting type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we're actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe? Wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. good human. You get a treat when we get home.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first test at this posted speed limit of 35
Bob
miles
Weeks
per
and
hour.
Harley Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
All right, sounds good.
The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve, every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Then we're going to W113.
About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35-mile-an-hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
America's 3,069 county governments provide fundamental services for building healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. We are an intergovernmental partner, implementing federal and state policies at the local level, often under strict rules and funding constraints. County governments, through the National Association of Counties, engage federal policymakers on a range of issues like transportation, infrastructure, healthcare, public safety, and public lands management. All of these issues are vital to our nation's quality of life and our long-term prosperity. Decisions made by the White House, Congress, and federal courts have a major cascading impact on our ability to lead our communities and pursue a better future. Let's look at why federal policies matter to county government and why county government matters to America. Counties provide vital services that keep our communities thriving and secure. We own and maintain 45% of roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. We own more than a third of the airports and hundreds of hospitals and thousands of courthouses, jails, 911 call centers, and libraries. We play a critical role during emergencies like hurricanes, floods, and snowstorms. What if you called 911 and no one answered? What if you couldn't reach your medical facility because roads and bridges were in disrepair? or never built. County governments are an indispensable part of the infrastructure and services that keep residents safe and connected. But with very limited revenue options under most state constitutions and laws, counties must make every penny count in order to fulfill federal and state mandates and required responsibilities. Nothing is more basic in our society than essential public facilities like schools, hospitals, airports, jails, bridges, and other infrastructure. Yet proposals have surfaced to eliminate or scale back tax-exempt municipal bonds. For over a century, municipal bonds have been the lifeblood for our nation's public infrastructure, helping finance more than $3.7 trillion in essential projects. If tax-exempt municipal bonds were eliminated or scaled back, county governments and our residents would face billions in new costs when financing vital facilities. Additionally, counties rely on MAP 21 and the Federal Highway Trust Fund to complement local transportation financing resources. With growing demands and mounting costs, we need a reliable federal partner to invest with us in our nation's economic growth and competitiveness. We need a long-term legislative solution with increased funding to ensure continued success in operating our nation's transportation system. Counties face further revenue losses each year because billions of dollars in e-commerce sales tax revenue isn't collected. The Marketplace Fairness Act would enable states and localities to collect existing, already owed taxes. It would also level the playing field between many internet retailers who don't collect sales taxes and Main Street businesses that do. County governments provide support services to federal public lands, touching 700 million annual visitors. We lead search and rescue operations, fight fires, protect the public's health.
Brenda knows everything.
Oh my gosh. Okay, he has to bring up
Not that it matters.
the screen here.
See, we still have an executive session.
I don't know how long that'll be.
I think I said enough today.
Are you on? Are you on then?
Commissioners say.
Okay, so we're back on the record. It's 3:52. I'd mentioned before we went on the break, the comments that I had, the commissioner comments, I have 3 different topics to discuss. 2 of them are on attachments I have up here. The 3rd is not. Does everybody have their mics on?
Mm-hmm.
Mic? Okay.
Yeah. Yes. We gave it 1 more hour.
Okay, you got the mouse then. Well, I have it, but you're doing something with it, Jesse? Okay, this is my first, and this, I also will provide the electronic file, which I'm working off of here, but this is titled Commissioner Boyce, Obsession with and Allegations of Secret Meetings.
Nice opening line, sir. Nice opening line.
Commissioner Boyce, are you going to, if you're going to interrupt, I'll ask that we recess this meeting for 5 minutes so that we can come back and with no interruptions. Beginning April 5th, 2017, during Curry County Board of Commissioner General Meeting, and continuing to the April 19th, 2017 Board of Commissioner meeting, Commissioner Boyce read from a series of scripts accusing Commissioner Huxley of holding illegal and secret meetings without his knowledge and participation. The main topic of this prepared remarks appeared to be that of County Budget Committee meetings alleging non-compliance with the Oregon Public Meeting laws. No intelligent or credible authority was provided during any of his prepared remarks. It would be another 6 weeks after the April 5th Board of Commissioner meeting until the 2017-2018 proposed budget for Curry County was completed and provided to members of the Budget Committee during their first meeting on May 15th, 2017. The source for some of the things that follow is the video on demand for the April 15th Board of Commissioner meeting. The time frame is 1 hour and 11 minutes to 1 hour and 32 minutes. And that can be located if anyone goes to the Curry County website, to the Board of Commissioner page. They go down to the bottom to Board of Commissioner meetings. You click on the 2017 video and you click on the video for the April 5th meeting, and you can watch this segment only. You can scroll to it. You don't have to start and wait for an hour and 11 minutes. Okay, during the first 5 minutes in that video segment, Commissioner Boyce questioned Commissioner Gold and County Council Huddle about their knowledge of alleged secret illegal meetings. Commissioner Gold responded there was nothing illegal to her knowledge, and Commissioner Huddle asked Commissioner Boyce if he had a statutory case reference for his claims. County Council shortly after offered that he did not find there was a quorum of either body, be it commissioners or budget committee, present, and therefore no public meeting law violation occurred. County Huddle declined to debate Commissioner Boyce on ambiguities. Commissioner Boyce quickly responded to County Council, quote, "I'm not a potted plant sitting here. I don't want to walk into surprise meetings." Going further, down, County Council commented to Commissioner Boyce, quote, "You described some illegalities and some early comments that there were some prohibitions and things. Then I asked for the statutory authority. You said you'd give it to me. I didn't know if you were reading from a prepared remarks. Maybe you could look at those and we could look at them together." End quote. And then Commissioner Boyce to Commissioner Huddle, "Well, I'm a little offended by that," referencing his remarks, "but that's okay. I will do my research. Does anybody else on this board feel it was improper? Anybody else sitting at this bench?" The next comments, I'm not going to read many of them, are from 1 hour and 31 minutes and 15 seconds into this April 15th video. To move on, in the April 12th, 2017 workshop, at the end of the workshop, Commissioner Boyce once again wanted to discuss the subject of secret meetings. There were no commissioner comments, so it was not per the vote of 2 commissioners allowed during that meeting. And we moved to the April 19th, 2017 Board of Commissioner video. Specifically 1 hour, 35 and a half minutes to 1 hour and 40 minutes into the video. It's the same length, the same procedure to locate the video on demand. Commissioner Boyce opened right out of the gate to Commissioner Huxley, "The reason I'm bringing this back up again on the budget meeting that you had, you weren't very happy with me. Of course, I wasn't very happy with you." Commissioner Boyce had some information he wanted to provide the board from the Department of Revenue. When he did so, I commented back after a quick look of one page that was provided, quote, "I don't see any authority for what you're talking about here." Shortly thereafter, Commissioner Boyce asked County Council, "Do you have the same opinion that it was a legal meeting?" And then County Council was very specific and very professional. It said, "So, Commissioner Boyce, the materials that you talk about, the quorum of the governing body. And my understanding of that meeting was that there was not a quorum, so the public meeting law don't apply. And I know you use the term secret meetings. I look at it whether it's a meeting that requires closed meeting law notice and agenda, minutes and all those things or not. So I don't use the word secret meeting. I just use whether it requires a public meeting that is subject to the public meeting law. When there's not a quorum, there's not the requirement." And then Commissioner Boyce to County Council huddle. So I can appreciate that if it comes up again, you will decide not to tell me as well. County Council, after a pause, said, "I don't think that I need to tell you who is doing what." Commissioner Boyce to County Council in an elevated voice, quote, why do you slip it back like that? That's not how it works." And Commissioner Boyce back. So what I got from this meeting is that if there are those kinds, right here, black and white, waving the one-page document presented earlier, all and always we're going to skirt around it to the best of our ability, and this board goes like and it spreads his arms widely. I'm really disappointed in that, and I think it's bad. I just think it's bad business. And then there was further dialogue between County Council and Commissioner Boyce. Then Commissioner Huxley asked Commissioner Boyce, "I do have a question." This is in quotes. "The Department of Revenue document says page 1 of 2. This is what was provided. Are there 2 pages?" And a little bit further, Commissioner Boyce to Commissioner Huxley, "In concluding, we're accepting that we'll have, that you, Commissioner Huxley, remain firm that you're going to have whatever meetings you want, and the rest of the board doesn't need to be notified. You don't like the term secret meeting." And Commissioner Huxley responded that he was not going to comment on that. Then, following that meeting, I reviewed the 2-page document provided by Commissioner Boyce because it was clear it was not a complete document. It had been altered. And what I'm providing here is, in this packet also, are the 8 pages or the 2 4-page emails that were requested and provided promptly by the Department of Revenue. There was an email string from April 5th to April 10th, 2017 between Mary and Jay Trost and the Department of Revenue. That's Exhibit B. And there was an email string from basically April 5th, several conversations within it, or text, between Commissioner Boyce and the Department of Revenue. And basically, when you take 8 pages and reduce it to 2, you can pretty much come up with whatever message that you wish to come up with. My closing here, Commissioner Boyce, is please cease wasting this governing body's valuable time by reading prepared script as part of your unfounded and unsupported attacks during meetings of the Curry County Board of Commissioners. Your behavior and continued senseless rambling and utter lack of knowledge reflected in video of the Board of Commissioner meetings April 5th and April 19th, 2017 is simply embarrassing. I ask that it stop. That's the first document. And I say the full document is on the laptop computer.
So is this a good time to respond?
No, sir. Please let me finish this one also. Okay. This one again. It just we reached. I reached the point of it needs to stop. And this one's titled "More Unfounded Allegations by Commissioner Boyce." Back in February 1st, 2017, at 5 hours, 5 3/4 minutes into the video, you referenced my attacking you with nasty letters to the editor while you were running for office. Okay. And quote, you called in the FBI, the DOJ, and you wrote nasty letters before the election. You didn't have to do any of that, and I'm giving you a chance, end quotes. I asked about what nasty letters. I never received copies of the nasty letters, or the alleged nasty letters. So out of right field, during the May 17th Budget Committee meeting, out it comes again, okay? Just out of nowhere. From Commissioner Boyce, quote, and Mr. Huxley, the nasty letters you wrote about me during the election, this takes away your neutrality, this takes away your objectivity, and it's another way for you to control, real or perceived, your political opposition. I've reached to you every possible way I could for a year, and it goes on. That you didn't feel that I should be able to vote on certain issues. So what I did at this point, because it came up again, I let it go the first time. I went and I retrieved 5 documents, letters. And they are included here. I'm going to just quickly scroll through. The first one, because I wanted to see who was nasty and who was not. This was my letter addressing an inaccurate pilot amount of contributions to your account, Commissioner Boyce, and then that fact that you extended myself and my wife a riverboat trip, which I politely declined because it would have, in my opinion, been an ethics violation because of the amount of money. And I said, basically, I closed. There does not appear to be any specific substance from the candidate. I was referring to candidate Boyce, other than big political signs. I said then, Boyce, not my choice. Vote yes for incumbent Commissioner Brown, which I felt I had as a First Amendment right. I had as much right to write a professional letter as anyone else. Then this was an 8-page document, and the only reason that this is included is if you go down to, it was the source for one of my comments in a future letter, where for candidate Boyce, okay, and he said, quote, you were quoted, the complete and detailed Court Voice plan, or Court Voice, sorry, plan will be unveiled January 31st. And he also plans to forego a $20,000 salary. That was used in a future letter to the editor, which again was factual, it was courteous, it wasn't attacking or demeaning or rude. The next letter was in response, was published in the Curry County Reporter. It was from the director or the treasurer of Commissioner or Candidate Voice's political committee, and basically Commissioner Huxley seems to be the most intimidating and divisive public official we've seen in Curry County in years, and no one apparently wants to challenge him. Huxley's comments and tone has tried to unnecessarily to alienated Mayor Hedenskog and Court Voice. Huxley seems to relish making more difficult the process of improving Curry County. Huxley will always be treated with respect. Okay. And that was again from Steve Berylin, I believe. I might have mispronounced that. If I did, I apologize.
Ireland.
I'm sorry?
Ireland.
Ireland, thank you. My last letter was in response to those baseless accusations. And again, it was respectful. And that concludes my second item here. Again, both of these are available. We'll just leave them there so that these copies can be put into the record. The last item that I have, and then we can come back if you wish to. On both of these items, I let it go, and then there's the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back. Okay. The last comments, and I see the one gentleman in here, these are in regard to all care, my comments. And over the last, several months, the county attorney's been involved, the county accountant's been involved, trying to see what exactly is entailed in this, I want to call it, I don't even know if it's technically a grant, okay? But it is now 18 months that this has been going on this particular subject. December 4th, 2015, there was a check sent to, not to Curry County, but to the attention of Commissioner Brown. And it was for $100,000 to assist the Curry County Commissioners with the development of the proposed housing needs assessment and housing plan. That's it. That's the whole purpose. That's the whole document, actually. That was it. There were no thresholds. There were no who's the administrator. There was no how's the check and balance set up. There was no who is paid what for administering this. Okay. There have sadly, through the year and a half now, there have been accusations of fraud. I sat in this very room when there were accusations of fraud of Commissioner Brown, absconding with, or alleged absconding with the funds. when Commissioner Brown left office at the end of 2016, she had sent, or early, I guess it was early 2017, January 18th to be exact, she sent a letter to a Doug Flo, who apparently is the high up within All Care, and she had asked that I follow up on this, but that he contact me. I was never contacted. Again, there's been no definitive how is this thing to be run, and here we are 18 months later, and now there are people, some of the emails, asking for $20,000. Can we have this? Can we have that? I see here not that long ago, Commissioner Boyce was involved in some meetings. I received an email on June 1st of this year from Oasis Shelter, and I understand that they're trying to apply for portions of the funds. There has been an enormous amount of undocumented time, and that's the thing. There's no job costing system, so we don't know what's the total time that's been involved of accounting, legal, commissioners, on and on. What we do know is so far nothing has been done, okay, other than there's been a considerable amount of time consumed certainly on the county's part, that there will be no remuneration or anything for it. Then I received an email on June 5th of this month, okay, looking to set up a cup of coffee from Josh. And Josh goes on, they want to schedule a meeting with me, and he had CC'd Mr. Sam Engel, E-N-G-E-L, who is their coordinator for social determinants of health. And Sam has really taken the lead in helping to pull together possible affordable housing projects. He knows exactly which programs have been invested in. Again, a couple days ago, also in the commissioner's office, there was another lady that came in wanting to set up some meetings and hopes that they can get some funds for this, for whatever. And that's part of my problem. It's whatever, 18 months later. My suggestion and request of this board, because the county has several, if we want to refer to this as a grant, of, be it $100,000, but let's just for conversation refer to this as a grant. The county has several grants that there are issues with, okay? On this particular one, if this has gone now for 18 months, I asked the board, and what I would like to do is to write a letter to All Care and offer to return the funds to them, because I think they are much more prepared and capable to quickly distribute in a positive manner these funds and help people, and I don't see that happening 18 months later with this system. So that's my request for consideration for the board. I'm not after an answer today, but I'm after, to come back at the next meeting, and that's what I would propose. I will bring back for your consideration just a brief draft or a draft of a letter thanking All Care, but suggesting that they go back and the money go back to them. They choose to, maybe they send it to another entity to distribute properly, but to utilize the funds, because a year and a half and nothing's been done, and a lot of people's times are just being wasted, going round and round. So that ends my request. And again, I'll follow up with a draft for your consideration at the next commissioner meeting. And that,
Mr. Chair, if I may,
concludes my comments. Let me see. and 18, 26 minutes. So, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, first on former Commissioner Brown, I've stated publicly, did my research, and absolutely defended her that there was nothing improper or inappropriate on any conduct that she had, and that's, let the record show that, and I can produce documents if you like.
Well, it's not an accusation at you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Not in any way, shape, or
But
form.
she should
It was sad.
But she
it was
should be
very
defended.
tragic that amongst all this other thing, that occurred on more than one occasion. But thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boyce had the microphone.
Yeah, she deserves to be defended on that, and no matter what our relationship is, if any member on this board is ever falsely accused as my teammate, I will absolutely come to your defense, and that's without exception. When it comes to the Oregon Department of Revenue, I'll respond that I think it's very clear, if the very least you demonstrated in your documentation there, you don't believe there's a gray area, despite that you didn't invite Sam Scaffold and notify the other two commissioners. 3 of 6 doesn't make a quorum, but you were the chair, so it could be argued that that did tip the board, and I was just shocked. The IGA agreement last December with the city of Gold Beach, sir, it certainly looked like you took advantage of two new commissioners coming in. You included Commissioner Gold on that because she wasn't officially in office, and you excluded me. And so I got a big surprise, one of our first meetings, if not our first meeting. And so if you think that develops a team spirit and an attitude of working together and accomplishing through the team concept, I just have a strong disagreement with that. As far as you know, the nasty letters, I stand by my effort to reach out to you from the very beginning. Yeah, I take people upriver because it's what I do. I do it for free, and I love showing people that area, and I wanted to build a base with you and find common ground, and I still do. That may be impossible after the time we had, and yes, I would have recused myself if in fact I recommended a pay drop for you. I absolutely would have recused myself, and for even the slightest appearance that it would be improper. You don't see it that way? Okay, I understand. Yeah, I'll try and figure out a time to respond to all this. And when it comes to the sheriff and the FBI, that's well documented. When it comes to David Brock Smith, and the Department of Justice, that's well documented. I think you know the results of both of those inquiries. The bottom line is, what did it do to the county? How did it serve the best interests of the people? And was it necessary? Did you really believe, like Susan Brown, that there was improper activity going on with the sheriff and with David Brock Smith? And it just really, it saddens me that we've come to this. I won't quit making the diligent effort to overcome it. But yes, I've been offended many times. And for you to say, when I'm giving a written statement, that it is baseless or ridiculous, you know, that's been evident on this board way before I got here. And yeah, it has to stop. It has to stop. So we'll see what the next couple of weeks, couple of months, couple of years bring. And when it comes to the Oregon Department of Revenue, when it comes to the IGA agreements, we had a special Friday meeting with the planning director, and nothing was said about we're going to present this coming Wednesday. And I'm not, and I'm supposed to think that that's coincidental, or that is really informing this board and pulling everybody together as a one tough operating unit with the problems we have. And I'm just going to keep saying, emergency room still isn't open in Brookings. The port of Brookings is in serious trouble. The sod issue is no small thing. And so yeah, we just took 40 minutes, whatever, to highlight the issues we've had. And I respect that you felt like you needed to do that to clear the air, and maybe it'll bear some fruit long term. But you demonstrated some offensive things there, and maybe I'm guilty of that too. But when I see the people that have left this building the last 2 years, as I said earlier, 2 accountants gone in 18 months, and sir, yes, in my view, in my personal opinion, with all due respect, you are intimidating to a lot of people. And all I can hope for is that as we grow older and mature more and more, that we can see the changes that we all personally need to make. And so that's my challenge to you. Yeah, that's all I have for now. I'm going to keep working on sod and these other issues and do what the people put me here to do. And I'm going to be diligent and full-time and without lacking energy. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Gold, you have any comments?
No, I'll keep it brief, very brief, none. Oh, I've said
Pretty
enough
brief.
this meeting.
Okay, so it's 4:25. Do we, question for County Council, then want to move into this executive session?
Yes.
Agenda item 14. So we're going to ask some members to leave, and thank you again for coming very much.
Does he have to go?
Yeah, we just want to do it then.
Put in that chip thing, JJ.
Yeah, he changes that,
good.
but
Is it his break, or he's not allowed to be in here? I'm confused on that. Why he would need to leave?
It's up to the board.
I have, in the past, it was best, in my opinion, and the majority of the board agreed, there was no need for during executive sessions, for the administrative assistant to be present.
Do you agree with that, Commissioner Gold?
That's fine. Probably best to keep it close to the vest when we have executive sessions. More people you
John,
have,
when you-
more chance.
Pardon me?
Right now, it's not exec session from here. I have not yet pressed the report button.
So,
Did we adjourn
When-
to executive session?
Yeah, we did.
well, we're going to executive session now, and that's per, well, we're still, are we in executive session now, or are we in regular session?
Executive, well, I think y'all are in executive.
Okay, pursuant, would you ask Jesse to go
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all, of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is, and What separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second Haystack Rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot 1 or 2 of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns, and as a result, offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale-watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale-watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
Now, all 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. 2 small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff, and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes, but you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, more than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch 3-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. Foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but 3 of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neocani Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There is little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves and the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria. Ride a horse along the waves near Florence. Pet a baby tiger near Bandon. Hike a trail. Sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. the westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe meeting type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we're actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe? Wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. Good human. You get a treat when we get home.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first test at this posted speed limit of 35
Bob
miles
Weeks
per
and
hour.
Harley Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
All right, sounds good.
The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve, every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Then we're going to W113.
About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35-mile-an-hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
America's 3,069 county governments provide fundamental services for building healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. We are an intergovernmental partner, implementing federal and state policies at the local level, often under strict rules and funding constraints. County governments, through the National Association of Counties, engage federal policymakers on a range of issues like transportation, infrastructure, healthcare, public safety, and public lands management. All of these issues are vital to our nation's quality of life and our long-term prosperity. Decisions made by the White House, Congress, and federal courts have a major cascading impact on our ability to lead our communities and pursue a better future. Let's look at why federal policies matter to county government and why county government matters to America. Counties provide vital services that keep our communities thriving and secure. We own and maintain 45% of roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. We own more than a third of the airports and hundreds of hospitals and thousands of courthouses, jails, 911 call centers, and libraries. We play a critical role during emergencies like hurricanes, floods, and snowstorms. What if you called 911 and no one answered? What if you couldn't reach your medical facility because roads and bridges were in disrepair or never built? County governments are an indispensable part of the infrastructure and services that keep residents safe and connected. But with very limited revenue options under most state constitutions and laws, counties must make every penny count in order to fulfill federal and state mandates and required responsibilities. Nothing is more basic in our society than essential public facilities like schools, hospitals, airports, jails, bridges, and other infrastructure. Yet proposals have surfaced to eliminate or scale back tax-exempt municipal bonds. For over a century, municipal bonds have been the lifeblood for our nation's public infrastructure, helping finance more than $3.7 trillion in essential projects. If tax-exempt municipal bonds were eliminated or scaled back, county governments and our residents would face billions in new costs when financing vital facilities. Additionally, counties rely on MAP 21 and the Federal Highway Trust Fund to complement local transportation financing resources. With growing demands and mounting costs, we need a reliable federal partner to invest with us in our nation's economic growth and competitiveness. We need a long-term legislative solution with increased funding to ensure continued success in operating our nation's transportation system. Counties face further revenue losses each year because billions of dollars in e-commerce sales tax revenue isn't collected. The Marketplace Fairness Act would enable states and localities to collect existing, already owed taxes. It would also level the playing field between many internet retailers who don't collect sales taxes and Main Street businesses that do. County governments provide support services to federal public lands, touching 700 million annual visitors. We lead search and rescue operations, fight fires, protect the public's health, and maintain roads. Federal lands cover nearly 1/3 of the U.S. and impact 69% of counties. Because federal land is exempt from local property taxes, counties depend on PILT, the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program, to provide essential services. The Secure Rural Schools program provides assistance to rural counties and school districts affected by the decline in revenue from timber harvests on federal land. Decisions to cut or delay funding both programs undermine our ability to provide services and maintain public lands. Our intergovernmental partnerships don't end with legislation because counties also implement and comply with federal and state regulations. When considering environmental protections, we know our communities and care deeply about the environment. We need a stronger voice in shaping common-sense regulations that protect communities while also promoting economic growth. This is why NACO secured significant improvements to FEMA's flood insurance program and is pushing back on the waters of the U.S. proposed rule. Our message: federal policies matter to county government, and county government matters to America. Every level of government must work together to shape policies that improve the quality of life for all Americans. Whether it's building and maintaining infrastructure, providing essential services, or fostering economic growth, counties are on the front line serving their citizens. NACO stands ready to work with the administration and Congress to make our nation's communities healthier, safer, and more vibrant places to live and work.
Did you see Allison at lunch today? I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna text Allison. Hey, hold up, Matt's calling me. Matt's calling me. Hey, we got the food and we're on our way right now. Hey, who's coming, bro? What did he say?
Counties matter. Counties serve nearly every American every day. Urban, suburban, and rural, counties work with states, the federal government, and other public and private partners to keep our communities healthy, vibrant, and safe. Whether you're commuting to work or shipping goods around the globe, counties matter. Counties own and maintain 45% of the nation's roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. And we're involved in nearly a third of public airports and transit systems. Counties matter when Americans need us the most. Counties matter because we support smart, fair, and effective criminal justice systems. We help fund police and sheriff's departments. We own and operate local jails, 911 call centers, and mental health facilities. Counties create healthy communities. We invest more than $80 billion in hospitals and medical services each year. Counties matter because we invest in the lives of residents of all ages, improving their quality of life where they live and work. Counties are the building blocks of state, regional, and national economies. We support housing, recreation, and economic development. And we do so much more. From issuing birth certificates to administering elections, counties employ more than 3.5 million people. In total, we invest more than $500 billion in our residents and our communities every year. Counties provide essential services we all depend on every day. That's why counties matter.
How many letters?
5 letters.
Just think about, what am I doing right now?
Smile. Smile?
Uh-huh.
This is so easy.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities. And the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Yeah, I just picked her up. We should be there in 20 minutes.
Who is it? Oh, it's him. Where is he?
I know.
Okay, we're back. It's 5:04 p.m. We've just come out of executive session and have directed councils to proceed as discussed during the executive session.
Hello. Good, okay.
So that said, we will adjourn the meeting at 5:05 p.m. Thank you.